Brother, do you want to please Fairy Union? I have some gossip about Fairy Union. Get out, you stinky beggar. You can tell from the clothes that you are an outer sex servant. How dare you say that you have gossip about Fairy Union? You must be crazy. About what? Gossip about Fairy Union? Are you worthy of calling Fairy Union's name? That's right. If you don't get out, no one will stop you even if you are beaten to death. Amid the insults, a young man with ragged clothes and some bruises on his face, but still handsome, stepped back with a smile on his face. There is no one here that he can afford to offend, but the young man did not show any frustration on his face, because he had a hunch that as long as he sold a piece of information, he could turn the tide today. The boy's name is Chun Chumo. He has been here for less than a day. He was originally an outer disciple of Fengxia sect. However, his aptitude was too poor. The outer elders felt sorry for him and made him a chores, which was also considered as entering the immortal sect. Today is the 18th birthday of Fairy Union, the first genius of Fengxia sect. There will be many immortal cultivators coming to congratulate, so all the outer disciples are arranged to come and do things. And Chun Chumo is one of them. A few minutes after crossing over, Chun Chumo already knew clearly that he was in the world of immortal cultivators, and his golden finger was activated at the first time. Intelligence selling system. According to the surrounding situation, 3 pieces of intelligence are refreshed every day. For each piece sold, a piece of intelligence that is beneficial to the host can be generated. Note, the daily refreshed intelligence can only be sold, not given away or used by oneself, and the settlement can only be made after the intelligence is used up. If the intelligence of the day is not sold, new intelligence will be refreshed the next day. Chun Chumo looked at the system introduction and thought to himself, although the notes do not mention the consequences, you can think about it with your toes. The consequences of violating it will definitely be very serious. Intelligence 1. Chef Zhang in the kitchen likes to pick his feet, so the food he cooked has a faint smell of stinky feet, and the selling price is 1 tael of silver. Information 2. Zhang Ergu has a crush on Long Yang, and the selling price is 1 tael of gold. Information 3. Fairy Union hopes to receive a touching poem, and the selling price is 1 low-grade spirit stone. After seeing these 3 pieces of information, Chun Chumo felt a little bitter. 3 pieces of information, only one knows who it is. Chef Zhang cooks for these outer disciples. Most of the inner disciples have already practiced fasting. Even those who have not practiced fasting have elixirs to feed them. Only those with poor strength in the outer sect need to eat the food cooked by Chef Zhang. But who among the outer disciples dares to say that it tastes bad? And the second piece of information. God knows who Zhang Ergu is. The third piece of information is currently useful to Chun Chumo, so he rushed to promote it in his spare time. Seeing time passing by little, Chun Chumo was also a little anxious. At this moment, a man in his 20s hurriedly came to the door. Judging from his attire, he should be a disciple of higher status in the inner sect. I finally got back. I almost forgot that today is Junior Sister Union's birthday. The man saw that the banquet had not yet started, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he touched the storage bag on his body, and his face turned pale in an instant. Seeing the silly face of the man, Chun Chumo instantly decided, it's him. So Chun Chumo hurried over, bowed, and said, Senior brother, are you here to attend the birthday banquet of Fairy Union? Yes, if I hadn't been delayed on the way, I would have arrived long ago. The man saw Chun Chumo's miserable appearance, and he didn't mean to dislike him. He just blamed himself and said, it's a pity that I was in too much of a hurry and lost the gift for Junior Sister Union. Brother, I just happen to have information about the gift that Fairy Union wants most. You only need 1 low-grade spirit stone to get it. Are you interested? Chun Chumo is not a salesperson, so he doesn't know those professional sales talk tricks. Huh? You? The silly man looked at Chun Chumo's clothes suspiciously, although they were tattered, but they could still be identified as the clothes of the outer sect servants. He didn't believe that the other party had such information, but he has always been humble, so he said bluntly, you tell me first. If it is useful, it's okay to give you this low-grade spirit stone, but if it's nonsense, no matter how good-tempered a person is, he will have 3 tempers. Chun Chumo's face was mixed, as if he was struggling. Forget it, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. According to reliable information, what Fairy Union hopes to receive most is a poem that can move her. Hearing this, the man's face was slightly startled, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have occasionally seen junior sister Yunyan collecting poems before. But they were all immortals, so they didn't pay much attention. Hearing this news at this moment, he suddenly understood something in his heart and believed Chun Shumo's words a little. But Chun Shumo thought that he didn't believe his performance. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, I just have a poem here, which will definitely please Fairy Yunyan. Oh, take it and have a look. If it is really a good poem, I'll give you 10 low-grade spirit stones directly." The man's eyes lit up slightly, and he said generously. Chun Shumo looked around and confirmed that no one was observing here. Then he took out a crumpled piece of paper from his tattered clothes. The man took it and took a look at it, then put away at lightning speed, took out 10 low-grade spirit stones from the storage bag, and put them in Chun Shumo's arms. "Junior brother, my name is Bai Yunfei, and I am the disciple of the third elder. If someone bullies you in the future, tell me my name. It's just that this poem." Bai Yunfei patted Chun Shumo's shoulder with a happy face. "This is what senior brother did. I didn't know." Chun Shumo was very cooperative and gave face. "Ha, okay, I'm determined to be your friend." Bai Yunfei swept away the previous depression and was in a good mood. "Thank you, senior brother. By the way, my name is Chun Shumo." The two smiled at each other, which was a testimony of becoming friends. "Isn't this Bai Lungzi?" He actually mixed with the chores, which really embarrassed the third elder. An inappropriate voice suddenly came. It was the group of people who scolded Chun Shumo before. "Kong Zijia, it's none of your business." Bai Yunfei, who had a silly face and a good temper, suddenly changed his face and replied unhappily. Then he said goodbye to Chun Shumo and left, fearing that he could not help but fight. "Ha, a fool, a madman, tut tut tut." Kong Zijia and his group laughed a few times and turned away. From beginning to end, he never looked at Chun Shumo directly. And Chun Shumo never showed any anger from beginning to end, and always responded with a smile on his face. He knew that a little impatience would ruin a big plan, and anger without strength could only be impotent rage. After those people left, Chun Shumo's face returned to calm. After dealing with some miscellaneous matters, he suddenly looked happy. This time, it was a sincere smile. The intelligence trading task was completed. Intelligence 3. Fairy Yunyan hopes to receive a touching poem, which is sold for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Transaction completed. Information beneficial to the host has been generated. Please process it in time. Chapter 2. The innate sword spirit root, the natural sword seed. Upon discovering the information regarding the ancient sword essence hidden within the third colossal rock in the Mu-Yang Valley, located 10 miles beyond the rear mountain, Chun Shumo felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. It is known that he possesses the so-called miscellaneous spirit root, which is said to learn anything yet achieve nothing. As a mere servant in the outer sect, often bullied by others, the prospect of acquiring a sword spirit root kindled a fervent hope within him. Would he still need to remain in the outer sect? The thought of whether the ancient sword essence could harm him was utterly inconceivable. The system only provided information deemed beneficial to him. How could something harmful be considered advantageous? With a heart brimming with anticipation, Chun Shumo resolved to request a leave of absence from the elder outside, determined to undergo his transformation. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps before encountering a group of arrogant youths. "Ah, if it isn't junior brother Chun, why aren't you fetching tea and water? Instead, you've come back this way. I see, your tattered clothes must have embarrassed the sect, and you've been sent back," one of them sneered. "Look at your face. Bruised and battered. You must be rather clumsy while walking." Their laughter was boisterous, completely disregarding Chun Shumo. To them, he was merely a source of amusement, a diversion in their otherwise mundane lives. After all, as outer disciples with scant hope of entering the inner sect, their pent-up frustrations needed an outlet. And the least qualified Chun Shumo became their target. Chun Shumo's expression darkened, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes as he clenched his fists, their whiteness betraying his mounting fury. The injuries and tattered garments he bore were the result of these very individuals' actions. Were it not for the sect's decree forbidding mutual killings among fellow disciples, he might not have survived long enough to find himself in this new existence. Yet, he had not yet undergone his true transformation, and it was unwise to act impulsively. Suppressing the anger within, Chun Shumo forced a smile and replied, "You are correct. Esteemed brothers, it is indeed my fault for not watching where I walk, and I deserve my injuries." The last 4 words were nearly ground out through clenched teeth. "Huh. If you can't even watch the path, what use is your eyesight? You might as well pluck them out and soak them in liquor." One of them mocked. "Yes, They could serve as a resourceful waste. Let us go. Why waste breath on this coward? Let us see if any of the inner sect brothers require assistance. Perhaps we might garner some benefits, another chimed in. Indeed, even a trifling favor from the inner sect brothers could elevate our cultivation levels significantly, they agreed. Their laughter echoing as they made their way towards the inner sect, never once casting a glance at Chinchumo. Once they had distanced themselves, Chinchumo released his nearly purple fists, gazing at their departing figures. The outer sect disciple assessment in 3 days? I shall make you realize that bullying others comes at a price, he vowed, as he proceeded to seek out the elder of the outer sect, the very same elder who had once taken pity on him and allowed him to become a servant disciple. In the realm of external sects, he was among the few who did not face scornful glares. The Muyu Valley, belonging to the Fengxia sect, lay somewhat off the beaten path, resulting in a less concentrated aura of spiritual energy. Consequently, few chose to cultivate there. Chinchumo seized the opportunity today while the members of his sect attended the birthday celebration of the immortal Yunyan to consume the ancient sword essence. Despite his lackluster aptitude, after years of dedication, he had achieved the first level of qi refinement, which sufficed for his journey. Upon entering Muyu Valley, Chinchumo was immediately greeted by a breathtaking panorama of vibrant spiritual flowers blanketing the hills. These blossoms, nourished by the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, shimmered under the sun's rays, each petal embodying a unique resonance of spirit. As a gentle breeze swept through, the sea of flowers undulated like waves, releasing a fragrant aroma that attracted ethereal butterflies, their buzzing creating a joyful symphony. Yet, this enchanting scene held no allure for Chinchumo, as his attention was captivated by the information regarding a third colossal stone. With a heart full of anticipation, Chinchumo grasped his soul weapon, a mountain cleaver. With trembling hands, this tool, once employed for chopping wood during his time as a lowly outer sect worker, now served a greater purpose. The colossal stone before him bore an unremarkable texture, devoid of any extraordinary features, its material not particularly sturdy. Chinchumo's cleaver was more than adequate to shatter it. Casting a vigilant glance around, he had already ensured that no one lurked nearby during his approach, yet the gravity of the moment necessitated utmost caution. With each swing of the cleaver against the stone, fissures began to appear, releasing strands of radiant golden light that dazzled Chinchumo's eyes. However, before he could scrutinize it further, the golden light surged into his being, and in the next instant, he lost consciousness. At that very moment, Chinchumo's body emanated a blinding golden glow, soaring skyward, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Those of ordinary cultivation remained oblivious. Yet those powerful beings above the combined stage could distinctly perceive the awakening of a terrifying sword intent. At the birthday banquet of Yu Yin within Fengxia sect, the Elder Council, indulging in spiritual wine and fruits in the back hall, found themselves startled. Suddenly, the eldest elder's expression shifted, involuntarily exclaiming, "What formidable sword intent! Someone has awakened an innate sword spirit root." The second elder, equally astonished, realized it was an innate sword spirit root even more potent than the regular sword spirit root. A true prodigy of sword kind. The eldest elder, now preoccupied with the revelation, rose hastily, proclaiming, "We must locate this innate sword spirit root immediately. This individual must be brought under the auspices of our Fengxia sect." The assembly, setting aside all else, understood that even if the sect leader were to learn of their neglect towards Yunyan's birthday celebration, he would hardly reproach them for such an extraordinary occurrence. Some sects bordering the Fengxia sect naturally sensed the profound sword intent, yet upon realizing its approximate location lay within the jurisdiction of the Fengxia sect, they could only lament their misfortune with clenched fists and heavy hearts. However, there were also audacious sects that ventured in to seek it out. Yet, the resplendent crimson golden light enveloped Chinchumo and whisked him away, concealing all traces of his presence. At this moment, Chinchumo remained oblivious to the happenings beyond, as if he had entered a lengthy dream, one that commenced from the very moment of his birth, where he devoted himself to the art of the sword. For the subsequent 15 years, his life revolved solely around the sword, practicing with it upon waking and cradling it while he slumbered. Time slipped away until he finally stirred from his slumber, still in a daze. His once complex demeanor began to take on a more agile essence. After a considerable interval, Chinchumo regained his senses. "Am I awake? Oh, my cultivation. My cultivation has. How long have I been asleep? Oh no, the Outer Disciples Assessment." Chapter 3, the Outer Sect Examination in the esteemed Yunxia sect, within the Elder Council. All 7 inner sect elders were gathered, save for the sect leader and the Grand Elder, who were in seclusion. The countenance of the assembly was grim, for not a single trace of the innate sword spirit root had been uncovered in the span of 3 full days. This was particularly disheartening, as the innate sword spirit root had manifested within their jurisdiction, and the absence of any lead would surely invite ridicule from rival sections. "Do you suppose it has been seized by another sect?" inquired the second elder, his expression mirroring the unease of the others. He had accompanied the Grand Elder in the initial search, only to find nothing but the shattered remnants of Muyu Valley. If that were the case, their hopes would be rendered futile. The Grand Elder felt a pang of frustration. A promising talent had vanished right before their eyes. If this potential had awakened within the sect, the protective mountain formation would have safeguarded it from being snatched away. Yet, it had occurred on the outskirts. Finally, Chinchumo arrived. Having consulted the intelligence system, he discovered that 3 days had elapsed, and today marked the day of the outer sect disciples' examination. Without delay, he returned at an extraordinary speed, accelerated tenfold, for he realized that his strength had been significantly enhanced by the ancient sword essence, elevating him to the 5th level of foundation establishment. In this world of cultivation, the realms are categorized as Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, integration, tribulation, and ascendance. Each level prior to the golden core is further divided into 9 stages, while post-golden core, they are categorized into early, mid, late, and perfection stages. Currently, Chinchumo's cultivation barely met the minimum standard for inner sect disciples. Regrettably, he lacked a spiritual sword, rendering him incapable of flight. Even employing Qi as a sword, his current strength would not sustain him for long. Moreover, today he needed to conserve energy for the outer sect disciples' examination. How else could he reclaim his dignity? The outer sect examination was designed to provide disciples with an opportunity to enter the inner sect. The rules were well understood. It consisted of 2 parts, combat assessment and comprehension evaluation. The combat assessment was conducted first to identify the most capable disciples, who would then advance to the comprehension evaluation. It is imperative to understand that current strength only establishes a foundation, while comprehension determines the heights of future achievements. Enough idle chatter. Let us commence with the first examination. Those wishing to enroll must do so promptly. All disciples who have reached the 5th level of Qi refinement are eligible to register. The 50 outer sect disciples with the highest rankings will qualify for the inner sect's comprehension evaluation. Overseeing this outer sect examination was an elder from the outer sect. His hair graying, evidently limited in talent, having only reached the 7th level of foundation establishment despite his advanced age. Among the outer disciples, the majority are still at the Qi refinement stage, with only a handful having just entered the foundation establishment stage at the 1st or 2nd level. Just as the outer sect steward finished announcing, Chinchumo's figure barely arrived. "Oh, is that not the Chin Jr. who vanished for 3 days? I heard you took leave." Yet there was no news. "We thought perhaps you had been carried off by a wild beast." The speaker was none other than one of the individuals Chinchumo despised. One of those who had humiliated him previously. "Senior brother, you jest. I was merely delayed due to some matters," Chinchumo replied. Now emboldened and no longer willing to retreat, retorting, "The wild beast is but the lowest of creatures. Could it be that senior brother was indeed carried away? Or perhaps, you were that wild beast? You, humph." Seeking to gain the upper hand in words, a mere servant is still a servant, and even if counted among the outer disciples, remains exceedingly vulgar. The senior brother's chest heaved with rage, nearly losing control. "Haha. I fear that should you lose to me, a mere servant disciple, your face will be left in tatters." Chinchumo continued to press on with his sarcasm. "Haha. What a joke, a grand joke indeed. In the outer sect, who does not know that you, Chinchumo, were taken in out of kindness by Elder Qin? Your talent is so lacking it is rarely seen, and you dare consider yourself my rival?" The senior brother, infuriated, found himself laughing in anger, feeling he had been gravely insulted. Indeed, how could you, a mere boy, be worthy? Have you even looked at yourself in the mirror? After 8 years of cultivation, still only at the 1st level of Qi refinement, do you even have the audacity to participate in the outer disciple assessment? Several others from the senior brothers group, after registering, approached Chinchumo to reprimand him. "Whether I am worthy or not will soon be revealed. Now step aside and do not delay my registration." Chinchumo retorted without a hint of politeness, unyielding as he had been in the past. Retreating when lacking strength is called forbearance. Retreating when one possesses strength is called cowardice. Despite their displeasure, the group refrained from obstructing him, fearing the displeasure of the steward and elders. They whispered among themselves about how to make Chinchumo uncomfortable later. Chinchumo dismissed their thoughts with disdain. Strength was the foundation of his confidence, and his horizons had long surpassed the confines of the outer sect. Chinchumo? An outer servant disciple? The steward in charge of registration looked at Chinchumo in astonishment. There were many outer disciples and numerous servants, but while the outer sect included servant disciples, it was exceedingly rare for a servant to register, and Chinchumo was the sole exception. The reason there were no other servant disciples registering was that those who became servants typically lacked cultivation aptitude. Was it plausible for a servant disciple to reach the 5th level of chi refinement? The steward had never encountered such a case. Those servant disciples were permitted to register. The qualification required reaching the 5th level of chi refinement. Before the steward could finish speaking, Chinchumo suddenly erupted with the power of the 5th level of chi refinement. This was a characteristic of the ancient sword essence, capable of concealing one's true strength. Chinchumo, registration approved. The steward was utterly astonished to discover that Chinchumo indeed possessed the cultivation of the 5th level of chi refinement, along with a concealed method of enhancing his abilities. Without a moment's hesitation, he granted passage. As time flowed onward, the first round of the assessment commenced. It appeared to be the whims of fate that Chinchumo's opponent was the very senior brother who had repeatedly humiliated him. You have actually reached the 5th level of chi refinement? How can this be? You, the most talentless of the menial disciples, have attained such a realm? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The senior brother could hardly believe his eyes. A disciple who had been subjected to their relentless bullying had somehow matched their power? If you possess such strength, why do you remain a menial? Is it amusing? Chinchumo paid no heed to the incredulous taunts, raising his mighty axe. Once the duel was confirmed to begin, he swung it toward his opponent. In a flurry of panic, the senior brother lifted his long sword to parry, only to be met with an insurmountable force that shattered his weapon. A massive gash was carved into his chest, blood immediately gushing forth. Although it appeared terrifying, it was not fatal. Had the sect not prohibited killing, that single strike could have cleaved him in two. Even so, the man grimaced in agony. Collapsing to the ground in a struggle, Chin Rui's approached leisurely, lifting his massive axe once more, and struck down with the back of the axe toward the man's right hand, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Ah, my hand. Tell me, do I deserve this, or do I not? Chapter 4. Assessment passed. Elder Chin's guidance. Chinchumo's tone was chilling yet tinged with a hint of satisfaction. Were it not for the sect's prohibitions, he would have struck down his opponent immediately. For one so young, his heart was remarkably ruthless. The outer sect steward, who had been observing from a distance, could not restrain himself and spoke up. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, the steward had summoned everyone into the testing artifact, ensuring that each group could compete simultaneously without interference. As the user of this artifact, he could freely appear at each arena. One must possess a resolute heart to stand firm. If the steward had experienced my past, he would likely have been even more unyielding than I. Moreover, I had already shown restraint. Chinchumo remained unfazed by the steward's remarks, responding with utmost candor. Very well, let the next match commence. The steward, recognizing the determination in Chinchumo, ceased his further commentary, gesturing to halt the bleeding of an injured participant before sending him out of the artifact space. This man has a brother who is a disciple of the 7th elder of the inner sect. Take care. After delivering this warning, the steward cast a profound glance at Chinchumo and arranged for him to continue fighting alongside other outer sect disciples. As the matches progressed, none of Chinchumo's opponents posed a significant challenge, leading to a rapid ascent in his ranking. Time flowed seamlessly, and soon the final 50 competitors emerged. Thus, Chinchumo claimed the top position in the first assessment. Brother Wang, how did you injure your right hand? A voice of astonishment rang out. After the battles concluded, all but the initial losers were teleported out. The disciple, whose hand had been shattered by Chinchumo, had received treatment, and his companions were taken aback upon noticing his injury. It's all that useless servant's fault, Brother Wang said, his face tinged with a hue of anger or perhaps shame, as he spoke bitterly. What? That waste was able to injure Brother Wang? Impossible. How could that servant, who is merely at the first level of chi refinement, compete and even defeat Brother Wang? His peers were engulfed in disbelief, their expressions a tapestry of incredulity. Who knows what fortunate encounter he experienced to attain the strength of the 5th level of chi refinement? I was caught off guard and sustained an injury from a sneak attack. Naturally, Brother Wang felt too humiliated to admit that he had been overpowered before even landing a single strike, and such a disgrace was not something he wished to share. After all, Chinchimo was absent. The truth was his to dictate. His companions, unperturbed, began to slander Chinchimo. At that moment, a series of exclamations erupted. Look! The first place is actually him. What? How can this be? A mere servant disciple? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Upon viewing the list of the top 50, everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief. Although not everyone had encountered Chinchimo, his name was universally recognized. He was an 8-year entry-level disciple. Notably the only one of insufficient aptitude who was retained by Elder Qin of the outer sect out of benevolence. Could it be that he had endured in silence only to astound everyone? Only those who had battled against Chinchimo could fathom the terrifying prowess he possessed, for none could withstand even a single strike from him. Despite the improbability, the crowd had no choice but to believe, as the possibility of an error in the list was inconceivable. Senior Brother Wang and his companions gazed in astonishment at the announcement of the list. Particularly, Senior Brother Wang's darkened countenance betrayed his inner fury, as he spoke with a tone laden with murderous intent. Chinchimo, even if you have entered the inner sect, it matters not. I shall have my brother intervene, and you will learn that a servant will forever remain a servant. Casting a resentful glance at the list, Senior Brother Wang, with his bandaged hand, hastily departed with his companions. Naturally, Chinchimo was unaware of Wang's words, and even if he were, he would remain unperturbed. The top 50 disciples were all summoned to Elder Qin, who personally led them to the inner sect for the second round of assessments. Along the way, the others cast odd glances at Chinchimo, unable to comprehend the extraordinary fortuity that had enabled a disciple of such poor aptitude to ascend from the first level of qi refinement to above the fifth. Elder Qin himself harbored doubts, wondering if he had misjudged the situation. How could a mere child, not even at the stage of integration, have eluded his perception? Nevertheless, he beckoned Chinchimo to his side, not to inquire about his fortuitous circumstances, but to impart certain instructions. Gazing at Chinchimo's still youthful visage, memories of 8 years prior resurfaced in his mind. At the age of 7, Chinchimo had been denied entry due to his poor aptitude, kneeling at the outer sect's entrance. Yet, this determined youth had stubbornly remained there for 7 days and nights, nearly perishing at the threshold. Had it not been for Elder Qin's compassion, he might have been discarded by the outer disciples, left to rot in the wilderness. In the blink of an eye, so much time had passed. Chinchimo, do you know who it was that shattered your hand today? The disciple was only aware that everyone referred to him as Senior Brother Wang and had heard from the steward that Wang had an elder brother who was a disciple of the 7th elder. Beyond that, he was largely uninformed. Chinchimo replied candidly, revealing that his daily existence revolved around cultivation and labor, enduring bullying in silence, with a painfully limited social circle. He was the 3rd son of the Wang family, a lineage renowned for its cultivation. His elder brother, a disciple of the 7th elder, was known for his vicious temperament and ruthless demeanor, always seeking revenge for even the slightest grievance. Among the 7th elder's disciples, he was not particularly well-liked. Yet due to his commendable talent and the Wang family's annual tribute, he had been exceptionally accepted as a registered disciple. At merely 30 years of age, he was on the verge of reaching the 9th level of foundation establishment, just a step away from condensing his golden core. Now, he has aligned himself with the esteemed disciple of Elder Qi, Kong Zijia, and has gained a modicum of renown within the inner sect. The old man shares this with you not to persuade you to seek an apology, but rather to pose a question. Are you prepared to face the storm? Chinchimo acutely sensed that these were heartfelt words from Elder Qin, recognizing that the other party was subtly advising him to plan ahead. Respect begets respect. If one is wronged, they will seek retribution. I am grateful to Elder Qin for the counsel, for I am aware that the path ahead is fraught with challenges. Yet, in truth, there are no paths in this world. They are forged by those who tread upon them. Even if the journey is arduous, filled with phantoms and malevolence, I shall cleave them all with a single sword. As he spoke, a faint aura of sword intent emanated from Chinchimo, his countenance resolute, devoid of any trace of submission or fear. While others might fail to perceive this subtle sword intent, Elder Qin could discern it with clarity. So it is you. Young man. Chapter 5. New Intelligence, Successful Assessment. Supreme Comprehension, Information 1. The inferior spirit stone lost by Wang Matzi was picked up by Zhang and sold for 1 tael of silver. Information 2. The rejuvenation pill peddled by Zhang San is counterfeit, priced at 1 tael of gold. Information 3. Lu Yunliang is a disciple of the sacred demon sect, possessing demonic cultivation techniques, sent to Fengxia sect as a spy, listed at 1 inferior spirit stone. This is the refreshed intelligence for today. Due to a 2-day period of unconsciousness, I missed out on vital information. Upon reaching the intersect, Elder Chin instructed all participants of the assessment to wait in place while he proceeded to the External Affairs Hall. The External Affairs Hall is a minor department within the inner sect of Fengxia sect that manages matters related to the outer sect. All significant decisions concerning the outer sect are issued from this hall, including the assessments of outer sect disciples. During this time, Chen Shumo seized the opportunity to examine the intelligence system. However, today's information contained no familiar names. It seems I cannot remain as reticent as the original owner. I must cultivate my social circle. Otherwise, with each refresh of tasks, I would remain oblivious to the identities of these individuals. Before long, several figures emerged from the External Affairs Hall, with Elder Chin standing nearby. Among them was a man of 20 years, sporting a simple smile, none other than Bai Yunfei. The first individual Chen Shumo successfully sold intelligence to. As Chen Shumo glanced at Bai Yunfei also caught sight of him. His expression momentarily shifted to one of surprise. He anticipated that an outer sect errand boy could also participate in the second assessment. However, he bore no disdain, merely astonishment. Regaining his composure, he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the need for restraint as the assessment was imminent. Furthermore, he had not perused the list. It was unnecessary for him, as only those who ultimately passed would merit his attention. Fellow disciples, I am Bai Yunfei, a disciple of the third elder. And today I am appointed as the chief examiner for your second assessment. The format of this assessment is quite simple. You will enter this Tao comprehension gourd in my possession and gain insight into the celestial path that resonates with you the most. The longer you remain inside, the greater your comprehension. Those who endure beyond a stick of incense will officially become inner sect disciples. And the 5 who persist the longest will have the opportunity to apprentice under an elder. Do you understand? We understand, the 50 participants chorused in unison. Very well. Then the assessment begins. As his words fell, the Tao comprehension gourd in Bai Yunfei's hand suddenly emanated a powerful suction, drawing all 50 individuals into its depths. Chen Shumo felt a fleeting blur before finding himself within a mountain of sorts. The mountain was adorned with trees, their leaves resembling blades, and the blossoms mirrored the form of swords. He felt an intense heat enveloping him, as a radiant golden light erupted from his being. And formless sword and tint began to coalesce around him. Within his consciousness, a golden light sword began to transform continuously. Various attributes of sword and tint manifested in his mind, serving as sustenance for that luminous blade. This time, Chen Shumo did not succumb to unconsciousness, allowing him to perceive everything with clarity. Although his strength had not augmented, his sword and tint continued to solidify. Chen Shumo sensed that if this persisted, his sword and tint would eventually manifest as a tangible blade. Time began to accelerate swiftly. Within the span of a single incense stick, half of the participants had already exited the space of the enlightenment vessel. One by one, they emerged dejectedly, unable to enter the inner sect as they had hoped. Elder Chin, how many do you believe will ultimately pass the assessment? White Yunfei, feeling a tinge of boredom, began to speculate on the number of successful candidates. I believe it will be fewer than 20, Elder Chin replied, stroking his slightly graying beard with conviction. Such a small number? White Yunfei expressed his disappointment, noting that the number of disciples transitioning from the outer sect to the inner sect was less than those they could recruit on their own. Most of those who qualified for the outer sect, aside from the talent-deficient members of cultivation families, were predominantly from ordinary backgrounds, thus exhibiting limited potential. Elder Chin's assertion held merit. To find a single individual with cultivation aptitude from a common family was already a rarity. The probability of discovering someone with exceptional talent was even more diminutive. Who, in your opinion, will have spent the longest time in contemplation? White Yunfei was aware that it was exceptionally challenging for an ordinary individual to possess extraordinary talent. Even if such individuals emerged, they would have long been taken to the inner sect, leaving no chance for them to linger in the outer sect. Chen Shumo, Elder Chin squinted, uttering the name with profound significance. The innate sword spirit body and the natural sword seed were incomparable to those of others. Is it him? White Yunfei was taken aback, for he had not seen the list, and was unaware that Chen Shumo had topped the first assessment in the outer sect. Initially astonished that Chen Shumo had progressed to the second assessment, he was now surprised that Elder Chin considered him to possess the greatest comprehension. As if to validate Elder Chin's words, as time passed, all others, save for Chen Shumo, were gradually expelled from the enlightenment vessel. Only 17 disciples managed to remain beyond the duration of a single incense stick, with Chen Shumo being the 18th. yet to emerge. Was Chen Shimo's comprehension truly so extraordinary? After 8 years of silence, he had suddenly made an astonishing impact. It is essential to befriend this individual. Such aptitude will surely attract the attention of the sect elders. How infuriating. A mere servant possesses such strength, while the scions of my cultivation family fail the assessment. Truly, the heavens are blind. Those present harbored various thoughts. Yet none voiced their sentiments, each calculating silently in their minds. 2 incense sticks. 3 incense sticks. 4 incense sticks. A figure finally emerged from the enlightenment vessel. It was none other than the last to exit, Chen Shimo. However, his departure was not due to a lack of comprehension, but rather because the enlightenment vessel, being merely a mid-grade spiritual artifact, had limited capacity for his sword path insights. Remaining within would yield no further benefit, prompting his exit. Elder Qin, esteemed seniors, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Upon hearing those acerbic remarks, the gathered crowd collectively held their breath. Each one tempted to deliver a kick or two. Congratulations to Junior Brother Qin for securing the top position. His ascension to the celestial realm is merely a matter of time. Congratulations indeed. Should you achieve great success in your cultivation in the future, we humbly hope for your guidance, Junior Brother Qin. From this day forth, we shall be brothers within the inner sect. And I kindly ask for your insights on our cultivation paths. Some quick-witted disciples immediately began to shower him with flattery, effusive praises cascading forth. This truly made Chen Shimo acutely aware of the harsh realities of life. In times of misfortune, one is surrounded by malevolence, while in times of prosperity, benevolence abounds. Bai Yunfei felt a twinge of astonishment. For incense sticks, he himself had only achieved 3 before being expelled from this Tao enlightenment vessel. Suppressing his surprise, Bai Yunfei focused on the pressing matters at hand. The assessment has concluded. Those who have not passed, please follow Elder Qin back. For those who have succeeded, please follow me, he announced, halting the flattery from the disciples and declaring the results. Brother Liu, please escort these 13 junior brothers to the administrative hall for registration, while I take these 5 junior brothers to the elders' hall. Bai Yunfei glanced at the man who had been by his side, directly assigning the 13 new inner sect disciples to him. Yes, brother. At the mention of Brother Liu, Chen Shimo's eyes sparkled with contemplation. Chapter 6. The Intelligence Mission of Betting on One's Own Life. Elder Hall. This is the sacred place where inner sect elders accept disciples and convene discussions. A location seldom dared to be disturbed. The elders each have their own affairs, hence they do not linger in the Elder Hall daily. However, today is an unusual exception. As they have all gathered here, they received word that among this year's outer sect disciples, there remarkably emerged a student with exceptional comprehension. While they had been disheartened by the loss of a disciple with innate sword spirit roots, a piece of good news had unexpectedly arrived. For disciples with high potential are indeed rare, even if they do not compare to those with innate sword spirit roots. At the entrance of the External Affairs Hall, Bai Yunfei summoned a cloud, carrying Chen Shimo and 4 others aloft towards the Elder Hall. This exclusive flying artifact of the sect is known as the Phoenix Mist Cloud, one of the few flying tools permitted within the Finxia sect. Senior Brother Bai, the one accompanying you earlier was Lu Yunyang, right? During a moment of leisure, Chen Shimo approached Bai Yunfei to inquire. Although the novelty of riding clouds was intriguing, it paled in comparison to the importance of his intelligence mission. Chen Ruasia sensed that in his future endeavors in intelligence trading, Bai Yunfei might very well become his leading ally. Indeed, it is Lu Yunyang. How do you know him? Junior Brother Chen? Bai Yunfei, intrigued, questioned Chen Shimo, as he assumed Chen was merely a menial worker from the outer sect, unaware of how he might be acquainted with this inner sect brother who seldom ventured outside. Indeed, it is him, Senior Brother Bai. I have some intelligence regarding Lu Yunyang, and I wonder. Upon confirming it was Lu Yunyang, Chen Shimo directly channeled his spiritual energy to transmit his thoughts. A low-grade spirit stone, is it? Bai Yunfei interrupted before Chen Shimo could finish, stating, Junior Brother Chen, the last matter pleased my junior sister greatly, and I must thank you in advance. If you urgently need spirit stones, feel free to tell me directly. There's no need for such underhanded dealings. Bai Yunfei assumed Chen Shimo was resorting to desperate measures for spirit stones, although he was unsure how Chen had learned about the previous affair. The poem had indeed garnered him considerable goodwill. However, this goodwill did not imply he could be easily exploited. Nor did he perceive any valuable information about Lu Yunyang that warranted the expenditure of a low-grade spirit stone. Yet, this telepathic communication was not achievable at the chi refining stage, Only those at the foundation establishment stage could accomplish such feats. Furthermore, Chen Shimo currently presented as merely at the 5th level of qi refining in by Yunfei's eyes. This situation suggested either that the other party was of a higher cultivation level or possessed some hidden means of concealing their true strength. In the world of cultivation, everyone harbors their secrets. As long as Chen Shimo did not engage in actions detrimental to the Fengxia sect, Bai Yunfei would not meddle unnecessarily. Moreover, Bai Yunfei never judged friends based on their backgrounds. He only valued whether their character warranted a deep friendship. If Chen Shimo's character were questionable, then perhaps it was best not to pursue this friendship. Senior brother Bai, I can share the intelligence with you first, and you may verify it. If the information proves accurate, you may reward me with a spirit stone at your discretion. Should it be discovered that I have deceived you, I willingly submit my life to your discretion, senior brother. Chen Shimo was utterly unaware that, inadvertently, he had revealed his own cultivation level. This was merely a consequence of the original identity's limited perspective, lacking comprehensive knowledge of the cultivation world. In his pursuit to complete the information transaction, he was resolute. Fearing not that Bai Yunfei would ultimately deny him the spirit stones, but rather that he might fail to persuade his counterpart. Very well, speak your mind, Bai Yunfei conceded. Compelled to listen now that Chen Shimo had broached the subject to such an extent. Senior brother Bai, during my cultivation on the back mountain, I inadvertently witnessed. Chen Shimo could not divulge the source of his intelligence and thus concocted a pretext, claiming he had unintentionally stumbled upon Lu Yunyang conversing with someone under the guise of a disciple from the sacred demon sect. The specifics of their discussion remained unclear, but he asserted that upon witnessing this occurrence, he had concealed all traces of his presence to avoid being silenced. However, lacking connections with higher-ups, he had kept this secret buried within his heart. What? Senior brother Lu is a disciple of the sacred demon sect? Impossible, though he did not apprentice under an elder. He entered with his own cultivation and underwent scrutiny by the punishment hall. There is no way he could be a spy. Bai Yunfei nearly voiced his disbelief but managed to suppress it just in time, transmitting his skepticism through thought. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you, senior brother, but I am willing to stake my life as a guarantee that every word I speak is the truth, devoid of falsehood. While he professed such certainty, Chen Shimo dared not swear an oath, for his words were a blend of truth and deception. Should he truly invoke divine wrath, the consequences would be dire. Seeing Bai Yunfei's wavering demeanor, Chen Shimo sensed an opportunity and promptly assured him, "Humph. I hope what you say holds true." With that, Bai Yunfei ceased his discourse, channeling his spiritual energy to increase the speed of Feng Xiaoyan, and soon they arrived at the fabled Elder Hall. Throughout their exchange, the two had communicated solely through spiritual thought, leaving the other four unaware of the unfolding events. Moreover, they were too preoccupied with their own aspirations, fixated on how to earn the favor of the elders and successfully join their ranks. Bai Yunfei led the group through the grand entrance into the conference hall of the Elder Hall, where several elders awaited their arrival. After greeting his esteemed seniors and mentor, Bai Yunfei introduced the 5 individuals among this year's inner disciples selected from the outer sect, noting their exceptional comprehension. He then stepped aside, allowing Chen Shimo and the others to approach and pay their respects. Salutations to the esteemed elders. The 5 chorused, kneeling before them, their voices tinged with palpable excitement. Among them, Chen Shimo was the youngest at merely 15 years of age. However, his youth proved to be an advantage in this esteemed gathering. Indeed, splendid. Everyone, please rise. The Grand Elder chuckled as he stroked his beard, gesturing with his hand, a surge of spiritual energy enveloping the group and gently lifting them. Thank you, Elder. The 5 individuals felt an irresistible force assisting them to their feet, their hearts stirred, marveling at the profound prowess of a true master of the celestial path. Haha. Esteemed elders, have any of you set your sights on a particular disciple? The Grand Elder inquired with a jovial demeanor, glancing at the other 6 elders, curious if anyone would vie for his attention. Who is Chen Shimo? The 3rd elder, Bai Yunfei's mentor and the first to report to him, spoke up promptly. In response to your inquiry, Elder, I am he. Chen Shimo, taken aback by the direct mention, approached respectfully and bowed. Excellent. At such a tender age, not only do you exhibit remarkable strength, but your comprehension is also exceptional. I, the 3rd elder of Fengxia sect, would like to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Wait a moment, you old scoundrel, you are already making your move, interjected the robust 5th elder. I am the 5th elder and wish to take you as my apprentice. I am the 2nd elder. I am a him. Everyone, please maintain decorum. As elders of the sect, such behavior is unbecoming. After admonishing the chaotic assembly of elders, the Grand Elder turned his benevolent gaze toward the somewhat bewildered Chinchimo. Haha. I am the Grand Elder Chapter 7. In one moment a sweetheart, the next a lady of power, Great Elder. Do not presume to impose your status upon us. The selection of disciples must also consider their willingness. Indeed, you may command respect as the Great Elder, but if respect is not reciprocated, What did you say? Sixth Elder, it seems you are in need of a lesson. Would you care to experience the boundless sword array of our master? Look, everyone. The Great Elder is now invoking the authority of our master to suppress me. The normally lofty 7 Great Elders now appeared as bickering street vendors, embroiled in a heated dispute. This spectacle was unprecedented for not only the newly initiated disciples like Chinchimo, but even by Yunfei, who had never witnessed such a scene. It was worth noting that his mentor, the 3rd Elder, was also embroiled in this verbal skirmish. Bai Yunfei felt a chill of sweat beginning to form on his forehead and quickly sought an excuse to withdraw, fearing that remaining could lead to dire consequences. However, this departure also provided an opportunity to investigate the veracity of Chinchimo's claims. Before doing so, he needed to apply for a top-tier spiritual artifact specifically designed to counteract demonic cultivators. Meanwhile, the 5 novice disciples present were too intimidated to raise their heads. Even Chinchimo, amid this tumult, dared not utter a word, holding his breath in trepidation. The other 4, though equally hesitant to look up, were consumed by envy, yearning for such attention and recognition. After a protracted period of contention, the elders, unable to reach a consensus, ultimately decided to defer the matter to Chinchimo. Chinchimo, pray tell, which elder do you wish to take as your mentor? The Great Elder regarded Chinchimo with a glint of menace in his gaze. He was serious about claiming disciples. To his surprise, the ball had been passed back to him after an extensive deliberation. A bitter sensation welled up within Chinchimo. Choosing any one elder would inevitably offend the others. Yet, considering his innate sword spirit root, he found himself devoid of any swordsmanship techniques. Standing before a treasure trove yet unable to unlock its doors. Resolutely, he straightened his countenance, clenched his teeth, and declared, I am deeply grateful for the esteemed elder's favor. I wish to pursue the path of the sword, and would like to apprentice under the strongest elder of swordsmanship. Unfamiliar with the specialties of the 7 Great Elders, Chinchimo knew only their titles, lacking insight into their respective strengths. The outer sect did not take it upon themselves to educate disciples on such matters. Thus, he boldly stated his aspiration, tossing the question back to the elders. Upon hearing his declaration, the 7 elders were momentarily taken aback, then fell into an uncanny silence. Although all were proficient in sword techniques, none were masters of swordsmanship. Within Fengxia sect, there were indeed others who specialized in sword cultivation. Yet the strongest swordsman among them was none other than their esteemed master. Chinchimo was momentarily perplexed. Had his words truly induced such silence? Why had it suddenly become so quiet? Could it be that Fengxia sect did not practice swordsmanship? If that were the case, he would be at a loss for what to do. Surely, he could not simply change his allegiance. In the realm of cultivation, this is indeed a grave taboo. Elder San, you possess profound insights into the sword path. Why not take him under your wing? The elders began to communicate telepathically, deliberating on a strategy. No. While I may forge swords, imparting sword techniques to others would mislead the disciples, wouldn't it? I recall that Elder Chi has a unique sword technique that harmonizes man and beast. Perhaps he should be the one to teach? Without a moment's hesitation, Elder San declined. He is an expert in weapon forging, yet teaching swordsmanship is quite another matter. You must be jesting. My expertise lies in beast mastery. I possess no sword techniques. My spiritual beast, the sword spirit dragon, merely shares a name with the art of the sword. Elder Chi specializes in beast mastery, and his sword skills are but a peripheral understanding. What about Elder Da? That would be folly. If he were to take on this responsibility and fail to instruct properly, the sect leader would surely reprimand him. Ultimately, the elders reached a consensus. This matter would be postponed until the sect leader emerged from seclusion, at which point a decision would be made. If all else fails, we could have Yin step in, as the sect leader dotes on her quite affectionately. Ahem, regarding your apprenticeship, young Chen. This is a matter of great significance and requires careful consideration. We shall notify you once a conclusion is reached. Xiao Shizi, the elder, with a calm demeanor, suddenly called out a name. Master, I am here. A youthful voice resonated from beyond the hall, and in the next moment, a figure entered. This young man appeared to be around 30, adorned with a distinctive red mole between his brows, and possessed a handsome countenance that immediately garnered affection. Take this new disciple to the Hall of Transmission, where he shall receive his identity jade token and the foundational cultivation methods of the inner sect, as well as accommodations. Arrange these according to the core disciple standards. The elder gestured towards Shinchuemo, instructing Xiaozhi. Yes, master. Xiaozhi curiously observed Shinchuemo, noting that aside from his striking appearance, he exhibited no extraordinary talent. However, within the hall, it was ill-advised to inquire further. It was better to escort him out first and engage in conversation later along the way. Junior brother, please follow me. Thank you, senior brother. After you. At this moment, Shinchuemo felt somewhat bewildered. Wasn't there a fervent competition over him just moments ago? One moment, he was treated like a cherished gem, and the next, he was being ushered away as if turned into a mere servant. Once the two had departed, the remaining elders turned their attention to the four who stayed behind. Their demeanor noticeably less cordial than towards Shinchuemo exiting the elders' hall. The senior brother led Shinchuemo towards the hall of transmission. May I inquire your name? Senior brother? I am Song Yuzha, the third disciple of Elder De Song Yuzha regarded Shinchuemo with curiosity. Many had transitioned from outer sect disciples to inner sect elders, yet few had become core disciples directly, especially without a master. It turns out to be Brother Song. As a novice who has just entered the inner sect, I hope Brother Song will provide guidance in the days to come. Among the few inner disciples I have encountered, whether it be by Yunfei or Song Yujie, or even the fleeting acquaintances like Liu Yunyang and the group led by Kong Zijie who once humiliated him, none possess a discernible level of mastery that I can see through. With my foundation at the 5th level, I may stand out in the outer sect. Yet in the inner sect, brimming with talent, I am merely at the bottom of the hierarchy. Guidance, of course, is welcome, but first, enlighten me on what exceptional qualities you possess that led Master to designate you as a core disciple of our sect. Song Yujie could not contain his curiosity. He is one who relishes gossip and delights in uncovering the myriad affairs within the sect. The more peculiar or extraordinary the matter, the more he feels compelled to delve deeper, for otherwise, the itch in his heart remains unsatisfied. Brother Song, I am not entirely certain of the specific reasons, but I suspect it may relate to my comprehension. After a moment of contemplation, Shinchuemo could only deduce this key aspect. Although he possesses an innate sword spirit root, he has not revealed it. Comprehension? Indeed. During your entrance examination, the second phase entails a test of comprehension that every inner disciple must undertake. Pray tell, how long did you linger within that comprehension vessel? I vaguely heard them mention that I stayed for 4 incense sticks. What? For incense sticks? Chapter 8. The exclusive abode of core disciples in a secluded valley under the jurisdiction of the Fengxia sect. Several figures stood in confrontation, weapons drawn. The surroundings bore the marks of a fierce magical battle. Yu Yunyang, I truly did not anticipate that you were a disciple of the demonic sect. It is a pity that the sect has placed such high expectations on you, even entrusting you with the allocation of inner disciples, Bai Yunfei exclaimed, his frustration reaching a boiling point upon realizing that Shinchuemo's intelligence was indeed accurate. After departing from the Elder Hall, he had proceeded to the Wanao Pavilion. Retrieving the high-grade spirit tool, the demon-repelling bell, and accompanied by several junior brothers, had invited Liu Yunliang to join them under the pretense of investigating the presence of demonic sect members. To avoid complications, they had deliberately chosen this remote valley. And while Liu Yunyang was distracted, Bai Yunfei secretly activated the bell. Though the attack power of this high-grade spirit tool was modest, it possessed a unique ability. When activated, it compelled those who practiced demonic arts to involuntarily exude demonic energy. However, to his astonishment, the moment the bell was activated, Liu Yunyang revealed his true colors. Bai Yunfei was perplexed, for Liu Yunyang had undergone testing upon entering the sect. Yet, there was no time for contemplation now. Senior brother Bai, what further discourse is there with a person of the demonic sect? Such individuals must be eradicated, spoke one disciple, brandishing a half-meter-long brush. As the disciple finished speaking, he waved the brush, unleashing a surge of thunderous power that transformed into a celestial net, ensnaring Yu Yunyang. Haha. I never anticipated that after concealing my identity for so many years, I would be discovered by you all. Junior brother Bai, I am now most curious as to how you uncovered my secret. With no need for further concealment, Liu Yunliang unleashed a crimson blade, 50 meters in length, to cleave through the thunderous net. The other disciples accompanying Bai Yunfei also summoned their formidable skills, and in an instant, the valley reverberated with thunderous clashes. Junior brother Chen, do not deceive me. For incense sticks? Among the younger generation of the sect, only junior sister Yunyan could achieve such a feat. Song Yujie was astounded. If that were the case, then core disciples should also be the same. However, why had the master not accepted him under his wing? Senior brother Song. What I have stated is undoubtedly true, and the one presiding over this assessment is the disciple of the third elder by Yunfei. If you doubt it, simply inquire. Chinchimo assured him. This was a matter of public record, and Chinchimo had no intention of concealing anything. As for the innate sword spirit root, being a novice in the realm of cultivation, he was unsure whether it should be reported. After all, in the novels of his previous life, there were numerous prodigies who had their roots usurped or stripped away. Since it is junior brother Bai, it must be credible. Upon hearing that Bai Yunfei was in charge, Song Yujie no longer harbored doubts. Bai Yunfei was renowned for his simplicity. Even a lie from him could be easily detected. The transmission hall has arrived. Junior brother Chun, let me escort you to receive your identity token and cultivation methods. As they exchanged a few casual remarks, the two had already reached the transmission hall. The transmission hall served as the place for the dissemination of cultivation methods within the sect and also functioned as the registration site for the identities of inner disciples. Most novice disciples begin by registering at the Inner Affairs Hall before proceeding to the Transmission Hall to receive their identity jade tokens and cultivation techniques. However, core disciples like Chun Shimo can bypass the Inner Affairs Hall altogether. The efficiency here is remarkable. The artisan responsible for crafting the identity tokens channels their magical energy, and in an instant, a jade token is formed. The token is pure and flawless, inscribed with the ancient characters Fingxia sect. On the reverse side, it bears the name Chun Shimo, with the word core elegantly noted beneath it. This identity token not only symbolizes Chun Shimo's status, but also serves as proof of his sect affiliation when he ventures outside. It requires a drop of blood to bind it to its owner, a procedure Chun Shimo is familiar with, having read numerous novels in his past life. Junior brother Chen, since you have received your identity token, allow me to take you to the exclusive cave dwelling for core disciples. With that, a surge of cloud-like energy enveloped their feet, and the two soared through the air once more. The Fingxia sect is vast. Any journey requires the sect's unique mode of transportation, which would take an ordinary person months to traverse. However, this journey was swift, likely due to its proximity to the transmission hall. Soon, they arrived at a magnificent light screen, surrounded by a formation with ethereal clouds swirling within. Senior brother Song, what is this? Chinchimo inquired, momentarily perplexed by the sight before him. This is a teleportation passage. The cave dwellings we reside in are celestial abodes established by the sect's predecessors, accessible only with an identity token. Only those of core disciple rank or higher are qualified to enter. Simply place your identity token into the light screen. Upon confirming your identity, the token will draw you into your designated cave dwelling. This ensures that your cultivation remains undisturbed by others, and the token will continuously monitor for any unforeseen incidents. It is advisable to refrain from inviting non-core disciples into your dwelling, and ideally, do not invite anyone at all. You will understand the reason for this in due course. Song Yujie explained meticulously. Ordinary inner disciples typically reside in cave dwellings established in the external world, thus requiring little elaboration. However, the cave dwellings for core disciples necessitate careful explanation to prevent any missteps by Chen Shimo. I see now. Thank you, senior brother Song. For your patient explanation, Chen Shimo expressed his gratitude, secretly admiring Song Yujie's attentiveness. Oh, by the way, here is the foundational cultivation technique for inner disciples. You can familiarize yourself with it for now, and once you formally become a disciple, you will be able to practice higher-level techniques. Rest assured, this foundational technique will not hinder your specialized cultivation of other techniques, as it is a non-attribute technique specifically devised by the sect's predecessors. It allows for seamless conversion during your practice. Song Yujie handed Chen Shimo a slightly yellowed jade tablet, its purpose evident, and Chen Shimo was well aware of its usage. After expressing his thanks once more to Song Yujie, he proceeded to follow the senior's guidance in employing the identity jade token. In the blink of an eye, Chen Shimo was drawn in. The next moment, he found himself in an unimaginably opulent cave dwelling. As soon as he set foot there, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, invigorating his spirit and enticing him to bask in its essence. A warm and comforting sensation enveloped him from within to without. After a while, Chinchimo slowly opened his eyes, assessing his own strength. He discovered that the power he had forcefully attained at the 5th level of foundation establishment had solidified significantly under the influence of the dense spiritual energy. Even the 5th level began to feel unsteady, as if with the slightest touch, he could ascend to the 6th level. This was merely due to his practice of the basic external sect cultivation technique. One could only wonder how much further he might advance with the foundational techniques of the inner sect. Contemplating this, Shinshimo took out a slightly yellowed jade tablet and pressed it against his forehead. An unadorned yet profound technique surged into his consciousness, prompting him to instinctively begin his cultivation. The foundational knowledge cultivated through the external sect was swiftly absorbed and replaced by the inner sect's teachings. As the abundant spiritual energy coursed through his body, surging forth. In that fleeting moment, Shinshimo realized he had broken through. Chapter 9. The special treatment of core disciples. Clouds weave garments, flowers yearn for beauty, spring breezes caress the railing, dew blossoms richly. Had I not glimpsed you atop the mountain of jade, I would have met you under the moonlit Yao Terrace. Sister, you are, pray tell. Who penned this enchanting verse that captivates the heart so? Within a certain floral valley of Fengxia sect, a girl of approximately 18 recited the poem, her expression drifting into a trance. Her delicate visage, fair and radiant like a peony poised to bloom, rendered the surrounding vibrant spirit flowers, infused with unique charm. Utterly overshadowed by her blissful smile. Sister Yunyan, is this not the poem gifted to you by Brother Bai? Queried the girl known as Yu. Her brow furrowed in innocent curiosity. Was it not presented to you during your birthday banquet? Why then, do you inquire about the author now? How perplexing. That simpleton Bai could compose such poetry? Yuyan scoffed with a playful smile. Upon first hearing the poem, she had sensed it could not possibly be the work of Bai Yunfei, yet in the presence of others, she refrained from undermining his pride. After all, her bond with Brother Bai had always been strong. They had grown up together like childhood sweethearts. Who could know Bai Yunfei better than her? She was well aware of his affections towards her, but she had always regarded him as a brother, while he persistently followed his own path. Is that so? If it's not Brother Bai's creation, then who could it be? Yu pondered, finding the logic rather convoluted. If it was not a poem of his own making, why would he claim it as such? After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly exclaimed, I understand now. Brother Bai was telling a fib. Upon hearing this, Yunyan's exquisite face momentarily froze, before she helplessly shook her head. She couldn't shake the feeling that Yu and Brother Bai were a perfect match. Perhaps she should play matchmaker? Nevertheless, upon witnessing the innocent smile adorning Yu's face, she couldn't help but smile back. After all, let fate take its course. As dusk descended and the moon ascended, within a certain cave in the realm of paradise, Shinshimo had thoroughly mastered the foundational internal cultivation technique of the inner sect, solidifying his realm at the 6th level of foundation establishment, just one step away from progressing further. Yet, this final step seemed to be hindered by an unseen obstacle, making advancement difficult for the time being. Thus, he decided to redirect his energy and prepare for rest. At that moment, the identity jade token unexpectedly materialized before his eyes, transmitting a message directly into his consciousness. Is Brother Bai seeking me? The jade token of a core disciple possessed a communication function, a fact Shinshimo had been aware of since receiving it. He had marveled at how this could be considered a form of cultivation technology. However, if Brother Bai was contacting him at this hour, could it be that their transaction was promising? Without further contemplation, he focused his thoughts, and the jade token whisked him away from the cave. In an instant, he found himself outside the luminous barrier, gazing at the dim night sky, startled to realize how much time had passed. Junior Brother Chen, congratulations on becoming a core disciple. The voice of Bai Yunfei suddenly resonated. It turned out he had been waiting for Shinshimo outside the gate. However, at this moment, Bai Yunfei's expression was rather grim, clearly indicating that he had sustained some injuries. Thank you, Senior Brother Bai. Are you injured? Shinshimo inquired, having noticed Bai Yunfei's pale complexion. This is a low-grade spirit stone. Take it for now. The situation is rather complicated, and I cannot commend you at this moment, Bai Yunfei stated without further elaboration, producing the low-grade spirit stone and tossing it to Shinshimo. He then added, I shall return to my cave abode and discuss the details with you tomorrow when I have the time. Without waiting for Shinshimo's response, Bai Yunfei took out his identity jade token and vanished from sight. Shinshimo was left standing there, clutching the spirit stone, pondering the matter of the traitor within the holy demon sect. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on it further. He had only just entered the inner sect, and such matters were beyond his purview. Moreover, with his foundation-building cultivation level, he was ill-equipped to intervene, especially considering he had heard that Senior Brother Bai was a formidable nascent soul expert. Information 3. Lu Yunliang is a disciple of the holy demon sect, possessing demonic arts. and has been dispatched to Fengxia sect as a spy, with a selling price of 1 low-grade spirit stone. Transaction completed. Advantageous information for the host has been generated. Please handle it promptly. Indeed, the moment he received the spirit stone, the transaction was finalized. Reward information 1. The 18th book on the 3rd level of the Sutra repository is the limitless sword technique created by the sect master of Fengxia sect. Mastering it significantly increases the likelihood of being accepted as a disciple by the sect master. Did this information imply that the sect master was the most formidable swordsman in the sect? Chen Chumo instantaneously deduced further insights from this information. If that were the case, then the differing attitudes of the 7 elders would be understandable. However, it was now nightfall, and the Sutra repository had closed its doors. He would have to wait until tomorrow to visit. Chen Chumo activated the identity jade token once more, returning to his exclusive cave abode. He decided against cultivating that night and instead aimed for a good night's sleep. Lying on his luxurious jade bed, he soon fell into a deep slumber, experiencing a notably restful and sweet sleep. The following morning, Chen Chumo was awakened by his biological clock, eagerly anticipating a visit to the Sutra repository to locate the limitless sword technique and to gain a general understanding of this world of cultivation, as the knowledge he possessed was woefully inadequate. At the entrance of the Sutra repository, a senior brother cast a scrutinizing glance at Chen Chumo and said, "A newcomer." "I see. Yes, senior brother. I am new here and kindly ask for your guidance," Chen Chumo replied. "Oh, then you are likely unaware of the rules of the Sutra repository. Allow me to explain them to you. First, ordinary inner sect disciples are only permitted on the 1st floor. Do not even think about approaching the other levels, as there are formations in place that will prevent your ascent. Second, you may freely browse the books on that level, but you are not allowed to take them out or copy them. Third, do not damage or soil the books. Violators will not only be required to compensate at full price, but will also be placed on the Sutra repository's blacklist. Are you able to comprehend these 3 points? I understand. Chen Chumo nodded in response. Well then, please hand over your identity jade token. I need to register it, the senior brother said, his expression devoid of emotion as he extended his hand towards Chen Chumo. Without hesitation, Chen Chumo retrieved the jade token and presented it. Chen Chumo, core disciple. Cough, cough, cough. Upon seeing the information inscribed on the identity jade token, the senior brother nearly choked on his own saliva. Core disciple? After confirming that he was not mistaken, the senior brother abruptly stood up, his voice involuntarily rising, drawing the attention of the disciples nearby who were about to enter the scripture pavilion. Isn't he a new initiate? How did he become a core disciple? A core disciple who is newly initiated? This is indeed sensational news. The surrounding crowd immediately began to murmur, yet none dared to approach and interrupt. Junior brother, come. I shall guide you inside. The senior brother was not clear earlier. Core disciples have the privilege to freely access the first 3 levels. And if you find something of interest, you may take a book with you. Simply register it, and you can return it next time. By the way, junior brother, what kind of books or techniques are you seeking? I am quite familiar with the locations of the texts here. Also, there are a few important matters I need to elaborate on. Oh, and junior brother, my name is Hong Shuang. Chapter 10. The Limitless Sword Technique. Having acquired the Limitless Sword Technique, Chen Chumo sat quietly on the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion, perusing the tome as he dismissed Brother Hong, who had been overly verbose. Now alone, he was undisturbed in his contemplations. It seemed that due to the ancient sword essence, not only had his constitution transformed into an innate sword spirit root, but his comprehension of the sword path had also reached its zenith. In just a single reading, Chen Chumo had already mastered the limitless sword technique. However, to refine his skills further, practical experience was imperative. After finishing the text, he chose not to delve deeper. For although this 3rd floor was accessible only to core disciples, truly advanced techniques lay beyond. He surmised that the most confidential methods might not even reside within the scripture pavilion, which boasted 5 levels. It would be prudent to refrain from overindulgence and first familiarize himself with the realm of cultivation from the 1st floor. As he descended the staircase, Chen Chumo was surprised to find Brother Hong stationed at the foot of the stairs, evidently awaiting his return. Junior brother Chen, do you require any additional books? Brother Hong inquired, his face adorned with an insincere grin that Chen Chumo had encountered most frequently just yesterday. Thank you, Brother Hong. I am in need of a book that introduces the entire cultivation world. Certainly. Here it is, the Illustrated Guide to Cultivation. Do not be misled by its imposing title. It is merely an introductory text. Brother Hong eagerly retrieved the book, presenting it to Chen Chumo with utmost reverence. gratefully accepting the tome. Chinchimo began to examine it closely. Occasionally, curious glances were cast his way, yet he remained absorbed in the pages of the illustrated guide, oblivious to the outside world. This cultivation realm is known as the Xiantian realm, a name shrouded in mystery. It is inhabited by various beings, including humans, demons, ghosts, and devils. The heart of this world is a gathering place for humanity, devoid of nations but abundant in sects, with each human city governed by disciples assigned by their respective cultivation sections. To the east lies the territory of the demon race, where the dragon and phoenix clans reign supreme as the actual sovereigns. The demons frequently harass humanity, thus, the demon suppression city was established at the borders to fend off their incursions. Nevertheless, many demons still infiltrate human lands. To the south stretches the demonic sea, where the demon race excels in the art of seduction. Numerous humans have defected to the demonic faction, with the sacred demon sect established by these fiends. In response, humanity has erected the demon extermination city along the borders. To the west lies the Western Buddhist realm, a land dotted with innumerable temples. Due to a lack of native population, they aggressively recruit from the three races, humans, demons, and devils, using various means to convert them into disciples of the Buddhist nation, a practice despised by all three races. To the north, one encounters the frigid northern cold region, a desolate expanse where vegetation struggles to thrive. Here reside the formidable barbarian tribes and the vengeful spirits of the deceased. Humanity has similarly established the exorcism city along the borders. It appears that only the area adjoining the Western Buddhist realm lacks defensive cities. However, it is not that no fortifications exist. Rather, they have been largely corrupted, rendering them virtually ineffective. The central world serves as the bastion of the human race, with the Sacred Heaven sect at its helm, alongside the 10 great sects, including the Fengxia sect. Together with various smaller factions, they have formed a cultivation alliance to collectively fend off external threats. The 3 fortified cities that stand guard against foreign invaders are manned by representatives from this alliance. Among the 10 major sects, the Fengxia sect ranks only 6th, nevertheless. It is noted that each of these sects boasts at least one master of the Great Ascension, whether it be the elusive sect leader or the legendary elder. It appears that the human race truly finds itself besieged on all sides, with demons, monsters, ghosts, and even Buddhas setting their sights on them. Chinchimo felt a twinge of sorrow, as if the more he learned, the heavier his heart grew. However, upon closing the book, he dispelled his melancholy. After all, he wasn't even at the golden core stage yet, so what was the point of fretting so? Moreover, he still had an intelligence mission to attend to. With this thought, Chinchimo rose and left the scripture pavilion. Not far along his path, he was accosted by a group of individuals. "May I inquire if you are Chinchimo?" "Junior brother Chin?" The leader of the group, a man with a shifty appearance and triangular eyes, no older than 30, inquired with a smile that immediately put Chinchimo on edge. "Indeed, I am Chin. Might I ask why you have detained me, senior brother?" Chinchimo sensed that this individual was at a higher cultivation level than himself, but he felt confident in his ability to hold his own. His hand instinctively gripped his identity jade token, ready to send a message to senior brother Song at a moment's notice. "I am Wang, from the Wang family of Tianlan City, and a disciple of the 7th Elder," the man introduced himself. His emphasis on family over sect was palpable. "Wang family? Disciple of the 7th Elder? Are you the elder brother of the outer sects Wang Jihong?" Upon hearing this introduction, Chinchimo's expression soured. As he recognized the identity of the man before him, Wang Jihong was the very individual whose hand he had shattered during the outer sect assessment. "Indeed, I am the elder brother of that waste, Wang Jiqi," the man replied, still wearing a disarming smile, striving to appear amiable. "Senior brother Wang, have you come to seek revenge for your brother today?" Chinchimo had already input the information into his jade token, prepared to send it at any moment. "Junior brother Chun has misunderstood. That fool brought this upon himself by offending you. Merely breaking his hand was too lenient a punishment. I have come today on behalf of the Wang family to offer an apology." Wang Jiqi produced 2 wooden boxes from his storage pouch, floating them before Chinchimo's eyes. "Inside this box lies the entirety of my foolish brother's arm. He used it to strike you, and according to our clan's rules, it must be severed as a form of atonement. The second box contains a small token of congratulations for your ascension to core disciple status. I sincerely hope you will overlook past grievances and allow this matter to rest." Throughout, Wang Jiqi maintained a beaming smile, his tone laced with sincerity, and his demeanor exceedingly humble. Despite the thoroughness of the other party's approach, Chinchumo remained skeptical of their genuine intentions, suspecting that they merely sought to temporarily lull him into complacency. Had it not been for Elder Qin's prior warning regarding Wang Zhili's character, an ordinary person might have easily fallen prey to his deceptive words. Since senior brother Wang had gone to such lengths, it would be somewhat ungrateful for the junior disciple to refuse. He chuckled inwardly, acknowledging that while the apology could be graciously accepted, the accompanying gift was beyond his humble means to accept, and he politely requested its retraction. After all, anyone could engage in superficial gestures. And Chinchumo mirrored the smile with his own. Junior brother, what lies within is a precious Guiyuan pill, capable of ensuring a solid breakthrough to the golden core stage. Even I, your senior brother, have yet to have the privilege of its benefits. Moreover, it is a token of goodwill from the Wang family of Tianlan City. As you are alone and have yet to take a master, possessing this Guiyuan pill would undoubtedly elevate your strength to new heights. I implore you to accept it. Wang Zhili asserted, his tone appearing sincere, while he covertly exerted pressure on Chinchumo through the Wang family's influence. A flicker of annoyance crossed Chinchumo's eyes, fully aware that the other party was subtly reminding him of his own isolation and indirectly threatening him with the Wang family's power. However, it was not the opportune moment to sever ties, as he wished to avoid igniting further conflict. Senior brother, your words are kind. Yet while the Guiyuan pill is indeed remarkable, I am currently situated in a core disciple's cave residence, arranged by the Grand Elder, which is rich in spiritual energy. I trust that I shall soon condense my golden core. Therefore, I must insist that you reclaim this pill for someone in greater need, he replied respectfully. Now, senior brother Wang, I have recently acquired the scriptures from the library and am eager to return to my cave for cultivation. Let us part ways here, and perhaps discuss further matters at a later time. Chapter 11, New Intelligence Mission, Elixir Valley Brother Wang. Why show such courtesy to this Chun, who is so ungrateful? Indeed, it is said that this individual is all alone and was only selected as a core disciple due to some fortunate encounter. Otherwise, he would still be toiling away like an ant outside. You need not say more. Regardless, he has become a core disciple and is now under the scrutiny of the elders. We must maintain a facade of respect. Wang Zhili gazed at the departing figure of Chinchumo, his murderous intent no longer restrained, and his once genial expression darkened, replaced by a sinister glare. Whatever fortunate event he experienced, it will eventually belong to my Wang family. Offending my family is not something that can be brushed aside so easily. While we may not be able to deal with you within the sect, once you step outside, you will no longer be under our control. What if you are a core disciple? What if you're a genius? A talent that is yet to mature is ultimately still an ant. Arrange for someone to spread the word about Chinchumo being a core disciple and a genius. Brother, are you attempting to elevate him to his own demise? Core disciple's cave. Chinchumo retracted the message he had intended to send and began to organize the information from today. He had mastered the Wuliang sword technique, but practical application was necessary, which could not be adequately done in the cave. He would need to venture to the training grounds or the sect square, or perhaps even to the valleys outside the sect. The encounter with Wang Zhili today was clearly malevolent, however, at least within the sect. The latter dared not act against him. Once outside the sect, the situation would be quite different. Once outside the sect, your Wang family will not fare well either. If your family wishes for my demise, I, Chinchumo, equally desire to extinguish your Wang family. Nevertheless, all of this was contingent upon possessing strength. With a thought, he accessed the intelligence system. Intelligence 1. Li Si's low-grade spiritual weapon is damaged and urgently requires 1 or 2 pieces of meteorite sand for repairs. Zhou Lu happens to have some for sale at the price of 1 low-grade spiritual stone. Intelligence 2. In the northern medicinal garden of Fengxia sect, herbs have recently gone missing due to the infiltration of a stealthy wood spirit rat. The selling price is 1 low-grade spiritual stone. Intelligence 3. Baishui sect has sent a treasure map from Qishan, inviting the sect to participate in the treasure hunt, which is rumored to involve traces of the demonic sect. The selling price is 1 medium-grade spiritual stone. Oh, it seems the level of today's intelligence has increased. They all require spiritual stones. Spiritual stones are the universal currency in the cultivation world, categorized into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade, with the legendary celestial stones beyond that. The first piece of intelligence was previously beyond my grasp, but now, with my identity as a core disciple, I can inquire at the transmission hall. If all goes well, I should be able to accomplish that today. The second piece requires a visit to the medicinal garden, which is overseen by the second elder, a master alchemist. I will have to muster the courage to ingratiate myself. As for the third piece, given my current standing, I likely cannot participate, so I shall defer that for now. After tidying up, Chinchumo proceeded towards the transmission hall, regrettably, having only recently attained the status of a core disciple. He had yet to acquire the exclusive mode of transportation of Fengxia sect, the Fengxia cloud. Thus, he resorted to channeling his spiritual energy to hasten his pace. Though his speed could not rival that of the Fengxia cloud. Most importantly, he possessed neither a spiritual weapon nor even a magical artifact, leaving him with no means for flight. Furthermore, even if he could command objects to fly, such practices were strictly prohibited within the Fengxia sect. Moments later, Chinchumo arrived at the transmission hall, which he had visited just the day prior. Before he could utter a word, the senior brother who had registered him yesterday immediately recognized him. You are the core disciple brought by junior brother Song yesterday, are you not? What brings you here today? Greetings, esteemed senior. The junior has been entrusted with the task to locate a senior named Li Si and another named Zhou Lu, as there are pressing matters to discuss. However, as a newcomer in this unfamiliar environment, the junior humbly seeks guidance in this endeavor. Li Si? Zhou Lu? I have inquired and discovered that Li Si is an enforcement disciple of the Punishment Hall. You may easily ascertain this by visiting the hall. As for the disciples of the Spirit Herb Valley, they are responsible for the upkeep of the medicinal garden. It has come to my attention that they have been experiencing frequent losses of herbs lately, which has caused them considerable distress. Therefore, when you visit, exercise caution and avoid provoking them, for they care little for your status as a core disciple. Thank you for the information, senior brother. I shall not impose further and will take my leave now. The tribunal is an enforcement department established by the Fengxia sect to maintain stability and cleanse its ranks. Within the sect, it is a department that evokes both fear and disdain. Conversely, the Spirit Herb Valley serves as the largest cultivation site for medicinal herbs within the Fengxia sect. And the Herb Garden in Intelligence Report 2 is but a fragment of this vast expanse. Thus, it appears to be a task of interrelation. Completing Intelligence Report 2 is imperative, as it will render Intelligence Report 1 effortlessly achievable. Chinchumo once again sets forth towards the Herb Garden of the Spirit Herb Valley. Halt. This is the domain of the Spirit Herb Valley. Those unassociated with the Herb Valley are forbidden to enter. As Chinchumo hastily approached the boundaries of the Spirit Herb Valley, a commanding voice resonated from the void. I am Chinchumo, a core disciple personally appointed by the Grand Elder. I have been entrusted with a mission to seek out senior brother Zhou Lu, as I bear urgent matters to discuss. Chinchumo respectfully bowed to the void, recalling that his senior brother from the transmission hall had mentioned that the Spirit Herb Valley does not recognize the status of core disciples. Nevertheless, an introduction was necessary, and he understood the importance of maintaining a proper demeanor to avoid any displeasure. Are you the one who transitioned from the outer sect to the inner sect, thus becoming the core disciple? Chinchumo? Bring forth the identity jade tablet. The authoritative voice in the void expressed a hint of astonishment. A mere youth who had just established his foundation had actually become a core disciple? Upon receiving this news, he was astonished by his master. It is essential to note that at the tender age of 15, only those who have attained the golden core stage or higher are eligible to be accepted as direct disciples, while those of exceptional talent qualify to be recognized as core disciples. Presently, there are merely 20 core disciples within the sect, which may seem considerable. Yet the total number of disciples in the Fengxia sect is quite substantial. It is I, Chinchumo, who respectfully responded, presenting my identity jade token. He was utterly unable to sense the presence of the other party, clearly indicating that their strength surpassed his by more than one realm. There was no doubt about the identity. You shall wait in this living room, as junior brother Zhou will come to meet you shortly on Saturday. That authoritative voice remained absent throughout, and in the very next moment after his words, Chinchumo was transported into a reception hall. This method of translocation elicited no reaction from Chinchumo whatsoever. Not even a cup of tea was offered. It was indeed characteristic of the aloof Lingao Valley. The reception hall was stark and desolate, lacking the warmth one would expect from such a setting. After a brief interval, a robust young man clad in coarse linen suddenly materialized. I hear you are looking for me? I seem to not recognize you, he remarked. The newcomer was none other than Zhou Lu, though his brow bore not only a hint of fatigue but also a trace of confusion. Senior brother Zhou. I am Chinchumo, sent by another to alleviate your concerns. By whom have you been sent, and what troubles are to be alleviated? The one who sent him had not revealed their name, and the concern to be addressed pertained to the loss of medicinal herbs. Chapter 12. Task completed 1. Urgent summons for senior brother Bai. Do you know the reason for the loss of the herbs? Zhou Lu's weary eyes widened in shock as he fixed his gaze on Qin Shimo. He cared not for who had commissioned Qin Shimo. All he desired was to resolve this vexing problem that had plagued his sleepless nights. Senior Brother Zhou, the client mentioned that upon hearing this report, you would reward me with a low-grade spirit stone. I wonder, provided this matter is resolved, I would not hesitate to offer you several stones instead of just one, Zhou Lu replied, his expression shifting into one of sharp intensity. But if you dare to mock me, I would never. What I say is absolutely true, Qin Shimo reassured him. Then speak quickly, Senior Brother. The reason for the loss of the herbs in the medicinal garden must be attributed to the elusive Moai mouse. The Moai mouse? Zhou Lu's eyes sparkled at the mention of its name, and he muttered, Indeed, indeed. Only the stealthy Moai mouse could evade our spiritual detection. Zhou Lu's demeanor softened as he regarded Qin Shimo with newfound respect. Please wait here for a moment while I capture the Moai mouse and return to express my gratitude. With that, Zhou Lu, being quite impulsive, turned and departed, leaving Qin Shimo momentarily stunned. Was it truly so easy to be believed? It appeared that his understanding of various rare creatures was still insufficient, but he had faith that Zhou Lu was well-versed in the Moai mouse's habits. Before long, a hearty laughter echoed in the air. Ha ha ha, Qin Jr. Brother, look what I have captured. Zhou Lu reappeared before Qin Shimo, his form flickering as he held a small, palm-sized rodent, his face alight with delight. Is this the Moai mouse? I thought this little creature was adept at hiding, capable of evading even spiritual detection. The Moai mouse, small and gray, resembled a hamster, its short tail limp as it lay half-conscious in Zhou Lu's palm. What you may not know, Qin Jr. Brother, is that the Moai mouse has a penchant for herbs. The healing wood elemental pill possesses a particular allure for it, and with just one, it can be lured out. Bear in mind that our Spirit Medicine Valley is under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Pill Hall, and we do not lack for such pills. I simply never considered this creature could infiltrate our domain, causing me unnecessary worry for so many days. Thus, I owe you my thanks, Qin Jr. Brother. With his worries alleviated, Zhou Lu's spirits lifted, and he became notably more cordial towards Qin Shimo. You are too kind, Senior Brother. I am merely fulfilling a request and do not deserve such grand gratitude. Qin Shimo continued to weave his elusive excuses, since the individual in question chose to remain anonymous. Let this favor be attributed to you, Qin Jr. Brother. Here are 10 low-grade spirit stones. Please accept them. Zhou Lu disregarded any doubts and directly credited Qin Shimo for the success, confident that no one else had interacted with the Moai mouse apart from him. Thank you, Senior Brother Zhou. Qin Shimo was met with a lack of courtesy, as someone directly seized the 10 inferior spirit stones. There was no need for pleasantries. It is I who should be expressing gratitude. Zhou Lu, in high spirits, found himself more affable in conversation. By the way, Senior Brother Zhou, I am in need of some meteor sand. Might you have heard of it? Qin Shimo inquired seamlessly, without revealing his intentions. Meteor sand? How fortuitous. For I happen to possess some. How much do you require, Junior Brother? Zhou Lu replied, without suspicion, smilingly. You have some? That is splendid. I only need 1 or 2. Qin Shimo feigned surprise, his expression filled with joy. Zhou Lu flipped his other hand, producing a small cloth bag, which he handed to Qin Shimo. This is the meteor sand. There are 5 tails within, all yours, for it holds little value to me anyway. Zhou Lu generously bestowed the entire bag upon Qin Shimo, eliciting a wave of gratitude from him. After a leisurely chat, they agreed to meet again in the future and bid each other farewell. With one intelligence mission accomplished, Qin Shimo set his sights on completing the second task, which would yield 2 additional rewards. Leaving the Spirit Medicine Valley, he felt an immense sense of relief, surprised that matters had unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. Just as he was about to head towards his next destination, the Hall of Punishment, he sensed a message from Bai Yunfei through his identity jade token. Junior Brother Qin. Where are you? I've slipped up. Senior sister wishes to see you. We are at the Patriarch's residence. Come quickly. I need your help. It was indeed a summons from Senior Brother Bai. Senior sister? Could it be that enchanting fairy, Yunyan? With Bai Yunfei reaching out for assistance. Qin Shimo could not afford to delay, thus postponing the task regarding the intelligence. It was still early, and the task was nearly secured. A little more time would not matter. En route to the Patriarch's residence, Qin Shimo decided to review the status of his completed tasks. Intelligence 2. In the northern medicinal garden of Fengxia sect, herbs have frequently gone missing due to the infiltration of a stealthy wood demon mouse. Selling price, 1 inferior spirit stone. Transaction complete. Beneficial intelligence for the host has been generated. Please handle it promptly. Reward Intelligence 1. Performing the limitless sword technique in front of Yunyin may garner her favor and reward you with a weapon, with a certain probability of attracting the Patriarch's emergence from seclusion. To perform the limitless sword technique before Fairy Yunyin? Could it be that she has some connection to the Patriarch? Qin Shimo pondered, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. For it seemed that the Patriarch of Fengxia sect bore the surname Yun. Upon Qin Shimo's hurried arrival at the Patriarch's residence, he found a girl, approximately 18 years of age, idly waiting at the entrance. Are you Qin Shimo, junior brother Qin? The girl observed Qin Shimo's youthful yet handsome visage with curiosity. After scrutinizing him, she could discern nothing particularly remarkable about this boy, who stood at a similar height to her own. Indeed, that is I. May I inquire how to address you, senior sister? Qin Shimo respectfully bowed and inquired. My name is Yuer. You may call me Sister Yuer. Come along, brother Qin. Those who wish to see you are waiting inside. Yue led the way, skipping ahead, while Qin Shimo followed with a face full of curiosity. The Master's residence was indeed grand, but he understood that this was merely the facade. The true abode must lie within the celestial realms. After all, even the core disciples resided in such ethereal sanctuaries, let alone the elders and the Master. The Master's residence was vast, yet they were no ordinary individuals. Moving with a swiftness akin to phantoms, soon arriving at a courtyard. At that moment, Bai Yunfei was standing in the courtyard, a comical frown etched upon his face. It was evident that he was ill-suited for deceit. Brother Bai, I have arrived, Qin Shimo announced upon entering the courtyard and spotting Bai Yunfei, hurrying to greet him. Brother Qin, you have finally come. Bai Yunfei's expression brightened slightly amid his previous bitterness, as he eagerly pulled Qin Shimo before a strikingly beautiful woman. Junior sister Yu Yin. This is the original author of that poem. I have brought him for you. Please, can you refrain from being angry with me? At that moment, Qin Shimo beheld the legendary fairy Yunyin, and he was instantly rendered speechless. Chapter 13. Encounter with the enchanting cloud smoke fairy and the jealous Bai Yunfei in the northern realm. There exists a maiden of unparalleled beauty, standing alone in her magnificence. With a single glance, she captivates the city. With a second, she enthralls the nation. Do you not comprehend the allure of a captivating city and a bewitching nation? Such a maiden is rare to behold. Gazing at the exquisite beauty before him, Qin Shimo found himself reciting this poem involuntarily, lost in a daze, acting purely on instinct. Captivating. Enchanting. The initially pouting Yu Yin, feigning anger, was suddenly entranced by the verses, murmuring the words captivating city, enchanting nation. As a blush crept across her cheeks, beside them, Bai Yunfei, upon hearing the poem, was taken aback, but as he observed his junior sister's expression, a chill coursed through him. It felt as if he were on the verge of losing something precious, a slight ache settling in his chest. Am I calling forth a rival in love? A rival capable of overshadowing me? At that moment, Bai Yunfei wished he could vanish into the ground, his heart aching painfully. Who could understand? If Elder Cheese Kong Zijia were to find out, he would be mocked for a lifetime. What is wrong with everyone? Why the silence? In contrast to the trio's reactions, Yuer, with her bright and animated eyes, looked curiously at the others, blinking inquisitively. Ahem. The group snapped back to reality. And Qin Shimo couldn't help but clear his throat, feeling utterly embarrassed. You must be junior brother Qin, Yunyin remarked, her voice smooth and melodious. I initially thought such a young junior brother could not have composed the Pixingping Diao, yet hearing your new poem today has changed my mind. As Yuer's interruption brought Yunyin back to her senses, she spoke with an endearing tone. Thank you, senior sister Yunyin, for your kind words. This was merely a spontaneous expression of my feelings, Qin Shimo replied, only to realize his words were rather direct, but they had already escaped his lips. Spontaneous expression. Is it? A faint blush returned to Yunyin's previously composed face. I cannot bear it any longer. Junior brother Qin, I challenge you to a duel, Bai Yunfei exclaimed. Feeling himself on the brink of madness, he was consumed by the notion that the delicate flower he wished to protect was being threatened by an interloper. Brother Bai, you are already in the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Do you truly wish to duel with junior brother Chun, who is at the foundation establishment stage? Yunyin inquired. Her brow furrowed, her tone icy. Perhaps I should spar with you instead. Yet Bai Yunfei stubbornly retorted, I will suppress my strength to match junior brother Chen's level. I cannot leave today without a fight, or I shall feel discontented. Brother Bai, how shameless of you to bully the weak. Yuer remarked disdainfully, casting a disapproving glance at Bai Yunfei. However, Bai Yunfei remained obstinate, disregarding all counsel. Since Brother Bai insists, let us engage in a contest, Chen Chumo interjected. Understanding that Bai Yunfei did not intend to genuinely bully him but rather sought to vent his jealousy. Coincidentally, he had yet to determine how to demonstrate the Wuliang's sword technique, making this an opportune moment. Sister, look, junior brother Chun has already agreed. As the clouds drifted, one could sense an unspoken sentiment lingering in the air. Bai Yunfei quickly interjected, his previously furious demeanor softening into a hint of a smile, as if to convey, see? They've agreed. Why worry? Very well, let the two of you engage in a friendly spar, but do keep it within bounds. Bai Shixiao, you must not resort to any underhanded tactics or unleash your superior prowess, Yunyan warned with a piercing gaze directed at Bai Yunfei. Oh, how could you think so little of me? I, Bai Yunfei, am a man of integrity. What I say is what I can deliver, he retorted, feeling his honor slightly tarnished. All right, I acknowledge your consistent reliability, Yunyan replied, turning her gaze to Chen Chumo, her tone softening as she asked, Chen Shidi, are you certain you wish to challenge Bai Shixiao? Indeed, I yearn to test my own mettle. However, I must ask a small favor of you, Chen Chumo admitted, a touch of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor. The truth was, he lacked a sword. Oh, what is it that you require? Yunyan inquired with curiosity. May I borrow a sword? As a newcomer to the inner sect, I find myself without a proper weapon, Chen Chumo confessed, feeling a bit sheepish about the situation. How could a cultivator not possess their own armament? The massive axe he had used during the assessment had long been returned to the outer sect. Ah, is that all? A trivial matter, Yunyan responded, effortlessly summoning a flying sword from the depths of the courtyard, which gracefully landed before Chen Chumo. Chen Shidi, this is a sword I previously trained with, known as the Silver Peak Sword. It is a low-grade spiritual weapon. Do make do with it for now. Thank you, Shiji. Chen Chumo felt a wave of emotion, a low-grade spiritual sword, and to think of it as merely a temporary measure. Others would cherish such a weapon as a family heirloom. Did one not see that even Li Si was reluctant to part with his damaged low-grade spiritual weapon, desperately seeking to repair it with fallen sand? Very well, you shall spar in this courtyard. Worry not about any damage. The formation here is fortified, and even a cultivator in the refining void stage would find it challenging to harm this place. The two stood poised with their weapons. Bai Yunfei suddenly called out, Chen Shidi, do not resent your elder for employing his strength against you. I am merely venting some pent-up frustration. Not at all, Shixiao. This is a splendid opportunity for you to guide me, Chen Chumo replied with a smile, showing no signs of displeasure. Ah, after this duel, I shall genuinely acknowledge you as my true disciple, Bai Yunfei declared. He wielded a long blade, and with a graceful flourish, a myriad of blade lights erupted toward Chen Chumo. In response, Chen Chumo swung his sword, conjuring streams of sword chi that countered the deluge of blade shadows. He refrained from utilizing sword intent. Its distinct nature would surely reveal his true capabilities. The two exchanged blows, the battle intense and evenly matched, with neither side able to claim victory. Occasionally, the surging blade and sword chi would scatter across the courtyard, falling silently like snowflakes upon the ground. Bai Yunfei resolved to employ the knife techniques imparted by his sect without elevating his cultivation. The Nine Phoenix Blade technique unleashed a radiant blade light, which, under Bai Yunfei's command, coalesced into a colossal 40-meter blade, descending upon Chen Chumo. If we consider the true prowess of Bai Yunfei, it is not an exaggeration to claim that he possesses the ability to unleash a 1,000-mile blade of light. The boundless sword technique manifests an overwhelming aura. Gazing upon the 40-meter arc of blade light, Chen Chumo realized that without employing the boundless sword technique, he would likely be unable to withstand it. Unless he invoked his sword intent, countless streams of sword energy cascaded like raindrops from the heavens, surging toward the long blade. The boundless sword technique? This is indeed the boundless sword technique. Upon witnessing Chen Chumo execute this formidable technique, both Bai Yunfei and Yunyan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. However, Yu'er wore a curious expression. It was merely the boundless sword technique, something she had seen before. After all, didn't senior sister Yunyan master it as well? Why the excessive alarm? The myriad of sword energies descended upon the 40-meter blade aura, consuming it as ants would devour an elephant, before coming to a halt before Bai Yunfei, only to vanish shortly thereafter. What a splendid display of sword energy. I, Bai Yunfei, have indeed succumbed once more. Yet again, I find myself defeated by this boundless sword technique. Chapter 14. The Exquisite Spirit Tool, the Cold Your Sword in the Ancient Courtyard. The once vibrant clash of swords and blades had vanished, and the gazes of several individuals once again converged upon Chen Shimo. Junior brother Chen, how did you come to learn the limitless sword technique? Inquired Yun Yin, who understood better than anyone the formidable difficulty of the technique within the entire sect. If you had managed to master it. In response to senior sister, I discovered this sword technique in the 3rd level of the scripture pavilion. I found it resonated profoundly with me, so I decided to learn it, Chen Shimo replied candidly. The scripture pavilion, indeed. I recall my father mentioning that he had placed the limitless sword technique there. Yet, despite the passage of so many years, no other disciple has managed to learn it. I never anticipated that junior brother Chen would succeed, Yun Yin expressed, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Although access to the 3rd level of the scripture pavilion was restricted to core disciples and those with significant contributions, it was surprising that no one had mastered it over the years. Furthermore, Chen Shimo's demeanor suggested he was no novice. Junior brother, did you not just enter the inner sect yesterday? You visited the scripture pavilion this morning and have already attained such a level? Bai Yunfei felt his mind momentarily stall. While he was aware of Chen Shimo's exceptional aptitude, this was beyond even what Yun Yin had achieved. Could it be that he grasped the technique merely after a single glance? How terrifying. Just one morning? Even Yun Yin was taken aback by Bai Yunfei's words. This level of comprehension was indeed astonishing. Perhaps she should summon her father from seclusion to personally take on disciples. Chen Shimo was originally contemplating Yun Yin's mention of her father, speculating that he was the sect leader. But the reactions of the two startled him. Well, it doesn't seem all that difficult, he stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. However, his comment came across as exceedingly arrogant. Although Yun Yin and Bai Yunfei did not comprehend the term arrogant, they felt an involuntary urge to express their frustration upon hearing his words. Wow, junior brother Chen is so clever, picking it up so quickly. Unlike me, senior sister, who struggles to learn anything, remarked Yue, her face filled with envy. She had attempted to learn it herself, but had found it utterly incomprehensible. Junior brother, I heard you mentioned yesterday in the Elder Hall that you wish to pursue the path of a sword cultivator. Is that correct? After a prolonged silence, Bai Yunfei finally spoke. Yes, senior brother Bai. I have discovered a unique affinity for the way of the sword, which is why I expressed my desire to learn sword techniques to the elders. However, none of them have taken me on as a disciple, Chen Shimo replied, unable to suppress a wave of disappointment. Yet deep within, he understood that there was a 99% chance the elders were waiting for the sect leader to emerge from seclusion to personally accept disciples. Junior brother, do not be disheartened. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of our sect leader's lineage, and I shall be your 3rd senior sister, Yun Yin stated. Unable to restrain herself upon seeing Chen Shimo's despondency, initially drawn to him due to his poetic talent, she now found herself captivated by his ability to master the challenging limitless sword technique in such a short time. Yun Yin shimmy. Might you be acting rather hastily? After all, the sect leader is still in seclusion, Bai Yunfei whispered, cautious not to provoke Yun Yin's displeasure. His opinion matters not. I have already consented, Yun Yin replied disdainfully. Given her understanding of her father, she mused that upon learning of such an extraordinarily gifted swordsmanship prodigy, he would likely emerge from his retreat without hesitation. Thank you, senior sister. Chen Shimo pays his respects to the 3rd senior sister. Chen Shimo disregarded the reservations, immediately bowing deeply to Yun Yin. Wonderful. I am now a senior sister. Yue exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands. Although others occasionally referred to her as senior sister, it was merely a term of endearment within their sect. Now, however, it was a legitimate acknowledgement, as she was indeed a disciple of the same master, thus a rightful junior brother. From this day forth, you shall be the 5th disciple of the sect leader's lineage, subordinate to me, alongside senior sister Yunqing, 2nd senior brother Feng Changming, and your 4th senior sister Yue. Yun Yin succinctly introduced the members of the sect leader's lineage. However, both the senior sister and 2nd senior brother are currently away on their journeys, and they shall not return before the sect leader emerges from seclusion. We will introduce them to you then. Yes, 3rd senior sister, Chen Shimo replied respectfully. Oh, by the way, since you lack a suitable weapon, I happen to possess a spiritual sword used by the sect leader in his youth, which I can bestow upon you. Yun Yin stated, forming a hand gesture that summoned a spiritual sword, which floated before Chen Shimo. The silver peak sword I borrowed earlier is a feminine blade, unsuitable for you. This sword, named Suion Sword, is a superior spiritual artifact, perfectly suited for you. As Chen Shimo gazed at the Suion sword before him, he felt an exhilarating rush, akin to a person earning a meager salary suddenly receiving a luxurious sports car. The delight was palpable. Junior brother. Although this sword is a superior spiritual artifact and a rare weapon, to unleash its full potential, you must establish a bond and nurture it, Yunyan cautioned, concerned that Chinchumo might become overly reliant on such a fine weapon. Thank you for your guidance, third senior sister. I shall heed your advice, Chinchumo stated, then. Before the onlookers, he directly dripped his blood upon the sword to claim it as his own. In that instant, as his blood fell upon the spiritual sword, a buzzing sound resonated, as if the Sui-Aeon sword trembled in excitement. Is this the spiritual sword pledging allegiance? Could it be that junior brother possesses a unique constitution? Bai Yunfei watched in astonishment. It is known that ordinarily, after a person claims a spiritual weapon by blood, they must continually infuse it with their own spiritual energy to nurture it, and the weapon would reciprocate in time. The process for a spiritual weapon to fully recognize its host is lengthy, as spiritual artifacts possess their own consciousness. However, upon reflection, Bai Yunfei found this puzzling. He had previously researched Chinchumo's background and noted that his entrance examination revealed him to be the most inferior with a mixed spiritual root. Surely there could not have been a mistake in the testing? Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to have junior brother Chen retested. Without delving into the intricate thoughts of Bai Yunfei, Chinchumo at this moment felt a profound connection with the cold sword of winter. As if their intentions were in perfect harmony. Even before it was fully refined, he experienced a sensation akin to the effortless movement of his own limbs. It seemed, perhaps, not so difficult after all. Chinchumo mused silently, refraining from voicing his thoughts for fear of retribution. Yunyan observed the entire process of Chinchumo acknowledging the spirit weapon as his own, offering no further commentary, yet her gaze held an inexplicable depth. Junior brother Chen. Let us conclude for today. You should return and consolidate your bond with this spirit weapon. Come back here tomorrow. Yunyan did not elaborate on the purpose of his return, but Chinchumo could surmise that it was likely related to the cultivation of his techniques. Indeed, third senior sister, I shall take my leave. Chinchumo bowed respectfully once more, then turned to Bai Yunfei and Yuer. Senior brother Bai, fourth senior sister, I shall depart first. Throughout the encounter, he dared not mention the contents of the third piece of intelligence, as he could not conjure a plausible reason for doing so. After bidding farewell, and noting that the day was still young, Chinchumo set off towards his final destination for the day. Xinghal, here I come. Chapter 15, The Reappearance of the Sacred Demon Sect, The Punishment Hall. Li Si, holding his low-grade spiritual weapon, found himself momentarily lost in thought. He was not an exceptionally gifted individual. At the age of 100, he had barely managed to break through to the Golden Core realm. This low-grade spiritual weapon was his sole armament. Some people lacked even a spiritual weapon, possessing only magical artifacts instead. This particular weapon was a relic left to him by his deceased master, but unfortunately, it had sustained damage during a mission against an enemy. Li Gu. Someone from the outer sect is looking for you. A disciple from the punishment hall hurriedly approached, rousing Li Si from his reverie. Someone is looking for me? Li Si replied, somewhat bewildered, yet he followed the disciple outside. Upon seeing Chinchumo, he became even more confused. A mere teenager? He had never encountered this youth before, who seemed young enough to be his great-grandson. However, he had no descendants of his own. Are you Li Si, senior brotherly? Chinchumo, noticing the arrival, surmised it must be Li Si and stepped forward to bow respectfully. As long as one was not a steward or elder, they could address him as senior brother. Indeed. It is I. Forgive my lack of recognition, but it appears I am not familiar with you, junior brother. Upon realizing that the young man was indeed seeking him, Li Si felt a wave of confusion wash over him. I am Chinchumo, sent by another to find senior brotherly. However, the person who entrusted me does not wish to reveal their name. They only wish for me to assist in alleviating your concerns regarding your spiritual weapon. Chinchumo spoke smoothly, feeling increasingly adept at weaving his tale. Sent by another? To alleviate my concerns about my spiritual weapon? Li Si's eyes widened in astonishment. He had just returned from a mission and was unaware of who Chinchumo was, but hearing that he was there to address his weapon trouble startled him. Could it be that he had some ancestral figure of significance? It was known that his ancestors had once been a family of cultivators, but their fortunes had waned, leading him to join the Fengxia sect. Indeed, senior brotherly is in urgent need of that fallen sand. A single low-grade spirit stone will suffice to resolve this issue. Here, this is a low-grade spirit stone. Please, bring forth the fallen sand. Without waiting for Chinchumo to finish, Li Si had already placed the spirit stone into Chinchumo's hands. This left Chinchumo feeling somewhat awkward. Had he been too verbose? He hadn't even completed his fabricated story. However, Since Li Si had already presented the spirit stone, Chinchumo decided not to delay further. He retrieved a small cloth bag containing the fallen sand, murmuring softly words only he could hear. Li Si eagerly took it, opened it, and indeed found the fallen sand inside. This is it, but I only require 1 or 2 pieces. The excess can be returned to you, junior brother. After returning the surplus to Chinchumo, Li Si hastily remarked, Junior brother, we shall speak of gratitude another time. I must go and repair this spiritual weapon. Farewell. With that, he swiftly departed, leaving Chinchumo momentarily stunned. This, senior brotherly is indeed quite sincere. Chinchumo chuckled as he exited the punishment hall. Information 1. Li Si's inferior spiritual weapon is damaged and urgently requires 1 or 2 meteorite sands for repair. On Saturday, there happens to be some available for sale at the price of 1 inferior spiritual stone. Transaction completed. Beneficial information for the host has been generated. Please address it promptly. Reward information 2. Outside the entrance of the Inwind Cliff, to the east of the Fengxia sect, there are 3 large willow trees. Beneath the roots of the central willow tree, there lies a storage ring. Inwind Cliff? A storage ring? It seems another treasure has emerged. Although it may not compare to the ancient sword essence, most of my fellow disciples still utilize storage bags, making the storage ring a rare find, indicative of its considerable value. However, the Inwind Cliff is not a place to be trifled with. It is a location designated for punishing errant disciples, akin to the Reflection Cliff. Yet, the Inwind Cliff is far more terrifying, as the ominous winds there can rend flesh daily, subjecting the disciples within to a torturous fate. Fortunately, I only need to approach the entrance, which should not pose much of a challenge. Having determined the direction, Chinchumo swiftly set off, and upon leaving the sect's grounds, summoned the Sui-on sword and took to the skies. Standing atop the Sui-on sword, he felt the exhilarating rush of wind against his ears. This marked his inaugural experience of flying with the sword. Upon reaching the Foundation establishment stage, one may fly, but such flight requires at least a magical artifact. Now, as he soared through the air, Chinchumo realized the velocity was astonishing in mere moments. He was nearing the Inwind Cliff. In the distance, he spotted the 3 willow trees, their leaves dancing in the breeze as if welcoming his arrival. This journey seemed unusually smooth. Upon landing, he followed the indications from the information system and found the storage ring, with no one around to witness this fortunate discovery. Just as he prepared to depart, he sensed a disturbance and immediately harnessed the power of the ancient sword essence, concealing himself amidst the willows. At that moment, a figure donned in a conical hat and clad in a black robe appeared at the entrance of the Inwind Cliff. Shortly thereafter, another individual emerged in haste from within, and upon seeing the figure at the entrance, he quickly reported, Right Protector. 10 disciples within the Inwind Cliff have expressed their willingness to join the Holy Demon sect. Among them, there are 6 at the Golden Core stage, 3 at the Nascent Soul stage, and 1 at the Transformation stage. The figure in the conical hat responded in a hoarse voice, Is that all the strength we have? What a Chao-Wen-Hao. Only by winning him over do we stand a chance of overturning the Fengxia sect. Reporting to the Right Protector. Although Chao-Wen-Hao harbors resentment towards Yun Qianshan, he remains fiercely loyal to the Fengxia sect. The individual replied, his expression a mixture of hesitation and conflict, a bitter smile adorning his face. Loyalty? He is not even in contention for the position of sect master, and yet we speak of loyalty? I shall grant you 1 more year. If you have not succeeded in swaying Chao-Wen-Hao to our cause by then, consider your life forfeit. The Holy Demon sect has no time to squander. With those final words, the figure in the conical hat transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. The individual left behind appeared pallid and devoid of strength, soon shifting to a countenance of fierce determination, as if concocting a grand conspiracy. Before retreating into the depths of the Inwind Cliff, the Holy Demon sect? Chao-Wen-Hao? Throughout the entire ordeal, Chinchumo remained in a state of concealment, seeking to evade the return of that person, yet his heart bore a heavy weight. He had not anticipated the extent of corruption within the Phoenix Cloud sect, with even the overseer of Inwind Cliff being affiliated with the Holy Demon sect. Furthermore, this Chao-Wen-Hao seemed to hold significant importance to the Holy Demon sect. Having even mentioned the position of sect master, was he perhaps of the same caliber as the sect master? Yun Qianshan. Could it be that he is my humble master, the father of senior sister Yu Yin, the esteemed leader of the Phoenix Cloud sect? The revelations witnessed today appeared too perilous to disclose. Should I confide in Brother Bai? Perhaps not. It would be wiser to return and refine this storage ring. Continuing my cultivation. Once my strength is elevated, I shall naturally acquire a voice of authority. Indeed, Strength is the foundation of the immortal cultivation realm. Chapter 16, A New Day, New Intelligence Inside the Core Disciple's Cave. Chinchumo retrieved a storage ring, its exterior unassuming, yet adorned with an intricate carving of a divine dragon, its head prominently positioned at the ring's apex. This was the hidden dragon ring, a name he learned upon acknowledging it with his blood. The ability to recognize a master through blood signifies that its previous owner was either deceased or forcibly severed from the ring's bond. Chinchumo had already inspected the vast interior of the ring, spacious enough to accommodate 2 Phoenix Glory sects, yet it was entirely barren, akin to a place ransacked and discarded like refuse. Nevertheless, he was profoundly pleased. Instead of adorning the ring, he placed it within a pouch of similar design, opting for secrecy. After all, most individuals utilize storage bags, and it would be unseemly for a mere junior to suddenly sport a storage ring. Innocent men can suffer for possessing treasures. The following morning, in the Elder Hall, Assembly Chamber. What are your thoughts on the treasure map from the Bai Shui sect? The Grand Elder convened the other elders to deliberate on the intentions of the Bai Shui sect. Were it not for the sect master's secluded meditation, the Grand Elder would rather not be involved. His desire was to enjoy a tranquil retirement. How do you perceive it? With your eyes, of course, grumbled the 5th Elder, who, while borrowing the power of lightning from the Thunder Mountain to cultivate, felt disgruntled at being summoned for this tedious meeting. Everyone knew he was not one to employ much thought in his endeavors, so it was vexing to be called for discussion. Old 5th, how can you speak to the Grand Elder like that? The sect master is in seclusion, and such a significant matter requires the collective deliberation of us 7. The 2nd Elder interjected before the Grand Elder could express his ire. Grand Elder, Old 5th is rather inflexible. Let him merely listen while we discuss, he added. The Bai Shui sect has always maintained amicable relations with our Phoenix Glory sect. There should be no ulterior motives. I believe we can collaborate, proposed the 4th Elder. The other elders nodded in agreement, reasoning that this was indeed a positive development. After all, would the Bai Shui sect attempt to assassinate our talented disciples? Yet, even if the most gifted of disciples perished, these old geezers would still remain, even if they could not annihilate the Bai Shui sect. They could certainly cast it into despair. Since the proposal involved selecting 10 disciples from each realm below the transformation stage, let Yu Yin lead the expedition. Each realm, a nascent soul. Golden Core, Foundation Establishment, should choose 10 disciples to participate, and we shall have Old 5th accompany them for support. Once everyone concurred, the 2nd Elder suggested the travel plan. What? You want me to accompany them? The 5th Elder was immediately agitated at the thought of needing to provide protection, lamenting that this would leave him with no time to cultivate. Old 5, there is simply no other option. Among the 7 of us, your combat prowess stands unmatched. Those embarking on this expedition are all prodigies of our sect, the future pillars of strength, including the sect master's daughter. Only your presence can ensure their safe return. Wouldn't you agree? You surely wouldn't want any misfortune to befall the master's daughter upon his return, would you? The 2nd Elder spoke with utmost sincerity, while the 1st Elder observed the exchange with a detached amusement. Very well, since Niece Union is participating, I shall join as well. I cannot help but feel uneasy if you all venture forth without me. The 5th Elder could not withstand such persuasive words. He was particularly susceptible to soft tactics. Knowing that Yu Yin would also be present compelled him to comply, as he held the sect master's words in high regard. Thus, it was decided, once I have communicated with the Bai Shui sect and confirmed the timing, I shall notify you all. Now, let us address another matter. The 5th Elder interjected once more. What other business remains? Ah, Old 5, this is merely a notification. The exceptionally talented disciple Chinchumo has already been taken under the sect master's wing, thanks to Union's recommendation. The 1st Elder said with a hint of resignation. So soon? Has something transpired that we are unaware of? The other elders expressed their astonishment, having expected to wait for the sect master's emergence before any decisions were made. To their surprise, just a day had passed, and the decision had already been made. That young man is truly formidable. Within less than a morning, he mastered the sect master's limitless sword technique left in the scripture pavilion. Should he truly be accepted? Indeed, this young lad is nothing short of terrifying. As a new day dawned, fresh intelligence tasks were unveiled. Task 1. A demon of the Golden Core stage has infiltrated Mu Yun Valley, selling for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Task 2. Lu Heir's brother Lu San has encountered a mishap while cultivating and urgently requires Lu Heir's assistance, selling for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Task 3. A disciple has succumbed to demonic influence at Foam Cliff, selling for 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Upon perusing these assignments, Chinchumo noted that the third task pertained to Infeng Cliff, a matter he had fortuitously overheard the previous day. Nevertheless, he lacked a legitimate explanation for his knowledge, as such things could not simply be justified by a mere request. As for the first task, it seemed he would need to seek assistance from senior brother Bai. Chinchumo pondered, realizing that Bai was the most likely to believe him and understood his habits. The following day, he would likely need to investigate at the transmission hall. But for today, he must first find Sister Yuyan. Having organized his plans for the day, Chinchumo set off without further delay. Unlike the previous day, he found that fellow disciples regarded him with expressions of envy or jealousy during his journey. Yet, he did not recognize any of these individuals, and considering his infrequent appearances, it was peculiar that everyone seemed to know him. Something is amiss here. There must be an underlying issue. However, there was no time to dwell on this. He would head to the sect master's residence first. "Third sister, I am entering," he announced as he stepped into the courtyard, discovering that Sister Yunyan awaited him there. Though Sister Yu was conspicuously absent. Is fourth sister not here today? She has a mission to accomplish and will return later, Yunyan replied calmly, her hair gracefully entwined. "Oh, my third senior sister summoned me today. What is the occasion?" Chinchumo inquired, gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, his heart inexplicably racing at the thought of being alone with a woman. "You were summoned today to receive the cultivation technique from the Phoenix Mist sect. The Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. Although I have the authority to admit you as a disciple, I can only impart the first half of the technique. The latter half must await my father's emergence from his seclusion, after which he will personally accept you as a student. However, the first half is sufficient for you to cultivate to the void refinement realm, and I am certain my father will have emerged by then." Yunyan candidly revealed that her father was indeed the sect leader. Perhaps she had never concealed this fact. "Follow me." This technique can only be imparted within the Phoenix Mist Hall, as sharing it externally would prove futile. Chinchumo eagerly trailed behind Yunyan, his excitement palpable. The opportunity to finally grasp a true top-tier cultivation technique was within reach. Chapter 17. The Dance of the Phoenix in the 9 Heavens. The Fengxiao Palace is situated at the innermost sanctum of the sovereign's residence, serving as the sacred ground for generations of sovereigns to cultivate, impart teachings, and enter seclusion. At this moment, the sovereign of the Fengxiao sect is in a secluded retreat within a celestial realm, with the entrance to this cave dwelling located within the Fengxiao Palace. Naturally, aside from the sovereign, only the Supreme Elder and the Grand Elder are privy to this secret, ensuring the sovereign's safety. The Fengxiao Palace is remarkably spacious, adorned with 9 colossal pillars that could be embraced by 6 individuals. Each pillar is intricately carved with soaring phoenixes. Above the center of the hall hangs the portrait of Feng Jiutian, the founding ancestor of the Fengxiao sect. It is said that the founding ancestor possesses the bloodline of an ancient divine phoenix, entirely distinct from that of the demon race's phoenix, and could be considered an arch-nemesis to it. The specifics of this tale remain shrouded in mystery among the sect's elders, who have chosen not to pass down such knowledge. "Junior brother, please sit cross-legged on the meditation cushion in the center," Yunyan instructed, gesturing to the cushion on the floor as they entered the grand hall. "Understood, senior sister," Chinchumo replied. Once he settled into position, Yunyan began to weave a series of hand seals, causing the phoenixes carved on the surrounding pillars to spring to life, soaring forth as ethereal silhouettes and merging into Chinchumo's consciousness. In an instant, Chinchumo found himself in a realm resounding with the cries of divine phoenixes. After completing this ritual, Yunyan stood watch not far away, mindful of any unforeseen occurrences, despite the fact that few would dare intrude upon this sacred space. As Chinchumo became increasingly immersed in this enchanting world, he lost all awareness of the external realm, feeling as though he were one with the divine phoenixes, soaring freely in the skies. The spiritual energy within him began to circulate harmoniously alongside the dance of the phoenixes. As his mastery of the phoenix dance deepened, however, the ancient sword essence within his consciousness stirred with discontent, erupting into a flurry of sword shadows that surged towards the divine phoenixes encircling him. Even Chinchumo's physical form radiated a brilliant golden light, which, rather than shooting skyward, enveloped him in a protective cocoon. Yet, the divine phoenixes, seemingly devoid of intelligence, appeared dazed as they were struck by the ancient sword essence. Instead of vanishing, they began to merge gradually, transforming into exquisitely crafted celestial swords adorned with phoenix engravings. Circling around Chinchumo. "What is this golden light? It seems my junior brother is no ordinary individual. He must possess some hidden secret. And how splendid he looks." enveloped in golden radiance, Yunyan mused, enraptured by the sight. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she murmured, "Age matters not when one holds a golden brick." Meanwhile, in a nearby celestial realm, a strikingly handsome man sat cross-legged in the void, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy surrounding him. Suddenly sensing something, he couldn't help but extend a thread of his consciousness, exclaiming, "Oh, this is an innate sword spirit root, a naturally born sword seed. Where did my precious daughter find such a remarkable talent? This spiritual root resonates deeply within my heart. It seems I must solidify my cultivation and prepare to emerge from seclusion. Such a promising disciple must be nurtured as the heir to the sovereign's mantle." Allowing me to seek out Yenneres' mother. "Lana, wait for me. I shall soon come to find you. I, Yunqianshan, am determined to rescue you from the abyss of darkness." Thereafter, the mystical realm fell into silence once more. Yet the pace at which it absorbed the essence of heaven and earth intensified considerably. Within Chinchimo's consciousness, the image of the divine phoenix had long since vanished, now replaced by a myriad of sword shadows. The phoenix dance in the Nine Heavens technique had been forcibly transformed into the sword dance in the Nine Heavens technique by the ancient sword essence. Even though only the upper half remained, it was sufficient to be assimilated by the ancient sword essence, and while executing the technique, there appeared no flaws whatsoever. Had he truly mastered it? How could this be? It had scarcely been half a day. I had spent 3 days on this initially, with my father lauding my exceptional talent. To achieve mastery in half a day, what an extraordinary gift. At this moment, Yunyan felt her worldview being overturned. Throughout her life, she had been the favored child of her sect, possessing the strongest talent among her peers. She had broken through to the late stage of the nascent soul at the tender age of 18, just a step away from the transformation stage. Even so, it took her 3 days to cultivate the Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens technique, and even with the complete version, it would require at least a day and a half for half of it. Yet now, Chinchimo had achieved success in just half a day, which struck her with immense shock. Could it be that the 4 incense sticks from the Enlightenment vessel were not his limit, but rather the limit of the vessel itself? Taking a deep breath, Chinchimo slowly awakened, feeling remarkably refreshed. Upon noticing his senior sister Yunyan gazing intently at him from a distance, his face flushed crimson. He quickly assessed his condition and asked, "Senior sister, how long have I been cultivating?" He had yet to check the system, fearing he had unknowingly spent several days in practice and would have missed numerous opportunities due to his preoccupation with those intelligence tasks. "Half a day, my dear disciple." "You have spent a full half day," Yunyan replied in a languid tone, tinged with a hint of bitterness. If someone with lesser endurance were to experience this, their heart would likely shatter under the pressure. "Half a day? That is not so bad. I thought I had been away for several days." Chinchimo sighed in relief upon hearing it had only been half a day. "Junior brother, have you not checked your realm?" Yunyan could not help but roll her eyes at Chinchimo's delight over merely half a day. "Realm? Have I truly reached the 9th level of foundation establishment? Is this Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens technique truly that formidable?" Upon realizing his power had surged so dramatically, Chinchimo could not restrain an exclamation of astonishment. "Enough. Let us leave quickly. Your presence is rather bothersome to me." Yunyan urged him to depart. It was not that she disliked Chinchimo. Rather, she felt a pang of jealousy and desired solitude for a moment. Thus, Chinchimo was unceremoniously ushered out, yet his face radiated joy. At this rate of cultivation, would he not be on the verge of forming a golden core in just a few days? In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, power is paramount. No matter how exceptional one's talent may be, others will only envy or even resent you. It is only through formidable strength that one earns the respect of others. With a heart full of joy, Chinchimo inquired about Lu Lao'er's whereabouts under the curious gaze of his senior brothers in the transmission hall. He hastened to fulfill this task, which was the least challenging among the 3. In a mere moment, it was accomplished. After all, Lu Lao'er was quite devoted to his younger brother. Upon hearing of his brother's injury, he immediately seized Chinchimo and rushed to the scene. Once he confirmed the truth of the matter, he hastily tossed a low-grade spirit stone to Chinchimo and hurried to tend to his brother's wounds, scarcely pausing to express his gratitude. Transaction completed. Advantageous information for the host has been generated. Please address it promptly. Reward information 1. The disciple Yu Changfu from the Spirit Tool Pavilion suffered damage to his spirit tool during the refinement process and urgently requires fallen sand for repairs. If the host delivers the fallen sand to Yu Changfu, he will bestow upon the host a low-grade spirit armor as a gift. Chapter 18. The Inferior Spirit Tool, Linglong Armor. Upon discovering the new reward task, Chen Shimo contemplated for a moment before seeking out senior brother Bai and Yu Changfu, ultimately deciding to claim his reward first. This would at least bolster his confidence. Moreover, as senior brother Bai was a disciple of the third elder, and the spirit tool pavilion fell under the third elder's jurisdiction, it was plausible that he might be there as well. The location of the spirit tool pavilion was unmistakable, situated at the pinnacle of Fengxia sect, where the refining tower resided. The base of the tower connected to the earth flames, which expedited the refinement of spirit tools and enhanced their quality. At that moment, Yu Changfu was on the 6th floor of the refining tower, gazing at the spirit tool he had painstakingly crafted over the past few months. He felt a surge of despair. Just as he was nearing completion, an unexpected mishap had rendered the tool defective. Resolving this issue was relatively straightforward. He merely needed to employ meteorite sand, a material endowed with restorative properties, to swiftly mend the tool and continue the forging process. However, after asking around, he found that none of his fellow disciples had any available, as such materials were quite rare. Was he to seek out his master for assistance? That would surely invite a torrent of scolding. Suddenly, amidst his lamentation, a voice resonated within his mind, bringing him unexpected joy. "You've seen your brother. Someone outside the tower seeks you, claiming to possess what you need. What I require. Could it be that a fellow disciple has brought meteorite sand?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Changfu moved swiftly and appeared outside the tower. Who is what I seek?" he inquired eagerly upon arrival. "You've seen your brother. It is this Chen junior brother who is looking for you," replied a disciple waiting outside. "You've seen your brother, junior brother." Upon seeing a burly man adorned with a full beard, Chen Shimo produced the meteorite sand, ready to offer an explanation, only for the small bag in his hand to vanish in an instant. Indeed, it was meteorite sand. "You must be Chen junior brother. Please hold on for a moment. I must attend to this urgent matter first, and I will return to express my gratitude shortly." With that, Yu Changfu grasped the small bag and disappeared in a flash. Why are the disciples of Fengxia sect all in such a hurry? Chen Shimo pondered. It seems that everyone he encounters these days is in a frenzied rush. Is this truly the norm in the world of cultivation? An hour later, Yu Changfu reappeared before Chen Shimo, his face aglow with excitement. "Thank you, Chen junior brother, for the meteorite sand you provided. It has saved my masterpiece." For them, the joy of completing a refinement was one of their greatest pleasures. "I heard that you senior brother was in dire need, and I happened to have some on hand. Since it would serve no purpose for me, it is only right to assist you in your urgent hour of need. After all, we are all disciples of Fengxia sect, and I have had some acquaintance with senior brother Bai," Chen Shimo humbly replied, subtly mentioning Bai Yunfei's name, as he was a core disciple of their master, the third elder. "Oh, I did not realize that Chen junior brother was acquainted with Bai junior brother. It seems that fate has brought us together," Yu Changfu exclaimed, his laughter echoing with delight at this newfound connection. "Ah, brother Yu, this junior brother Chen is truly remarkable. During your years of seclusion and forging, you may not be aware that Chen's reputation as a prodigy has spread throughout the Fengxia sect." A nearby disciple, noticing Yu Changfu's unfamiliarity with Chen Shimo, explained, "Is junior brother Chen that renowned?" Yu Changfu was taken aback, pondering if Chen hailed from a prominent cultivation family. Junior brother Chen is now hailed as the foremost genius of the younger generation, a core disciple in the foundation establishment stage. Many claim that his innate talent surpasses that of any era. The disciple's tone was peculiar, seemingly praising Chen Shimo while also harboring a hint of doubt. Such rumors are merely fabrications. Though I have been fortunate enough to be accepted as a core disciple, I have yet to even meet my master. As for any extraordinary talent, it is likely that someone is deliberately entangling me in falsehoods." Chen Shimo felt a heaviness in his heart. He had interacted with only a handful of people in recent days and had not participated in any competitions to gain fame. This sudden rise to prominence must surely hold some mystery. "Oh, is that so?" Yu Changfu mused. Although he was a direct disciple of Bai Yunfei, his understanding far exceeded that of the surrounding junior disciples, and he could clearly sense that something was amiss. However, since this was ultimately Chen Shimo's private matter, he refrained from intervening further. He then produced a piece of armor from his hand. "Junior brother Chen, this is a low-grade spiritual artifact I forged previously, the Linglong armor. I present it to you as a token of gratitude." Chen Shimo had been waiting for this moment, yet he still feigned humility. "Brother, you are being too courteous. We are all disciples of the Fengxia sect. This is merely a small token, far less valuable than your precious armor. I cannot accept it. I insist you take it. We are all men here. There's no need for such modesty." Forgers are typically straightforward and generous, and Yu Changfu was no exception. Then I shall humbly accept it. Thank you, brother. Chen Shimo graciously accepted the Linglong armor. Though it was a low-grade spiritual artifact, it was one of only 2 spiritual items he possessed at present. Just accept it. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will assist in any way I can, Yu Changfu stated, satisfied upon seeing Chen Shimo accept the gift. By the way, brother Yu, is brother Bai around? After placing the Linglong armor into a bag containing a storage ring, Chen Shimo inquired as he had another task at hand. Brother Bai is not at the forging tower. At this hour, he should be in the eastern pavilion of the Spirit Artifact Hall, reviewing the work of the junior disciples, Yu Changfu replied thoughtfully. Thank you for the information, brother. I shall seek brother Bai now, and I will come to chat again when time permits. Chen Shimo respectfully bid farewell and made his way towards Bai Yunfei's location. Watching Chen Shimo's retreating figure, Yu Changfu stroked his thick beard, his gaze profound. It seems our Fengxia sect is in for quite a spectacle. On his way, Chen Shimo took out the Linglong armor and directly dripped blood to acknowledge its ownership. The exquisite armor seamlessly melded into Chen Shimo's body. Yet it had yet to undergo the necessary acclimatization to unleash its true potential. As he approached the loft, Chen Shimo overheard Bai Yunfei's instructions. You have omitted a couple of mixed gold stones, rendering it ineffective. Junior brother, your forging technique is flawed. You applied 3 layers less force. And, junior brother, you struck too heavily. Be gentler. Bai Shixiang's voice resonated continuously, devoid of any sign of anger, prompting Chen Shimo to reflect. Bai Shixiang possesses quite a temper. Yet why was he so irate with me yesterday? Could it be due to seeing your sister Yunyan? Ah, junior brother Chen, what brings you here? Bai Yunfei, who was in the midst of his lecture, suddenly sensed Chen Shimo's presence and swiftly emerged. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed in astonishment, Junior brother Chen, your strength has surged once again. Have you truly reached the 9th level of Foundation Establishment? Chapter 19. Intelligence on Celestial Artifacts after officially becoming a core disciple. Chen Shimo no longer concealed his cultivation, for the necessity was apparent. In the inner sect, where nascent soul practitioners were as numerous as dogs and golden core cultivators abounded, his Foundation Establishment stage rendered him inconsequential, even a burden to his esteemed title. Brother Bai, this morning, senior sister transmitted to me the Phoenix Dance and the 9 Heavens technique. After successfully mastering the first half, I fortuitously experienced a breakthrough, Chen Shimo said with an air of humility, as if the matter were of little significance. Ah, you young rascal. I always sensed you were extraordinary, but I never anticipated your talent to be so terrifying. This visit is quite fortuitous. I must test your spiritual roots. I refuse to believe you truly possess mixed spiritual roots, Bai Yunfei remarked. Eager to take Chen Shimo for testing, seemingly oblivious to the events of the previous day. Wait, brother Bai, let us discuss the testing later. I have something of great importance to convey, Chen Shimo replied, not particularly concerned about revealing his innate sword spirit root, yet apprehensive about his lack of solid backing. Oh, what important matter do you wish to discuss? Bai Yunfei inquired, puzzled. Brother, I have sensed a faint aura of demonic energy in Muyu Valley, suggesting the presence of demonic creatures. Among the members of Fengxia sect, you are the one I am most familiar with, so I deemed it necessary to inform you. Chen Shimo explained. What? There is demonic energy in Muyu Valley? Let us go, take me there at once. Bai Yunfei exclaimed, seizing Chen Shimo's hand in preparation to depart. Brother, please wait. Regarding this intelligence, you seek a low-grade spirit stone, correct? I truly cannot fathom your motives. Behaving as if you were selling information, what a peculiar habit, Bai Yunfei remarked as he recognized Chen Shimo's intent and promptly tossed him a low-grade spirit stone. Ah, brother Bai, you are unaware of my plight. Throughout my life, I have never encountered a spirit stone. The first time I touched one was due to your generosity. Thus, I have harbored a dream since childhood to earn spirit stones through my own knowledge of intelligence, without resorting to thievery, Chen Shimo lamented, dramatically wiping his eyes as if burdened by endless sorrow. Enough, enough. If you truly wish to sell spirit stones, you would not settle for a mere single piece. I am not foolish, Bai Yunfei replied, entirely unfazed, understanding that Chen Shimo was not disclosing the truth and refraining from further inquiries. As they alighted on the cloud of Fengxia, the two ascended toward the outer sect. Ah, brother Bai, where does this Fengxia cloud originate from? May I also acquire one? Chen Shimo asked, enviously eyeing the cloud beneath them. Acquire one. Huh. Once you break through to Golden Core, you may venture to Xianyun Valley and refine your own. Bai Yunfei chuckled, shaking his head. It was not something one could merely claim. Upon arriving at Muyu Valley, They encountered the pile of rubble from which Chinchumo had previously extracted the fragments of the ancient sword. Where is this demonic energy? Brother, you are not mistaken this time, are you? Bai Yunfei frowned as he descended. With his mid-nascent soul strength, he could not detect any demonic aura. Brother, do you possess any spiritual artifacts or treasures capable of identifying demonic beasts? I vaguely sense that the demonic entities may be residing within the giant tree, Chinchumo said, pointing toward the massive tree ahead, relaying the system S prompt. Previously, I relied on the system's guidance to locate the storage ring. However, the storage ring is an inanimate object and cannot conceal itself, whereas the demon race is a living entity, unlikely to remain docile and allow them to discover its presence. Although there indeed was something there, it had hastily departed, leaving behind no trace. As Bai Yunfei gazed at the tree pointed out by Chinchumo, he felt an unsettling doubt. Was he being toyed with? Or did Chin possess some unique perceptive ability? Are you certain that the demon resides in that tree? The skepticism in Bai Yunfei's eyes intensified. Indeed, it is true, and its power is at the golden core stage. Chinchumo confidently divulged the demon's cultivation level. In that case, I shall directly claim this area, Bai Yunfei declared as he raised his hand, summoning a small tower that instantly expanded to a towering height of 100 feet upon being thrown into the air. A tremendous suction force ensued, drawing in the massive tree and everything within 1,000 meters, leaving behind a colossal pit in the ground. Even the remaining 2 boulders were swept into the tower. A furious roar erupted from within the tower, and Bai Yunfei's expression brightened. Indeed, there was a demon present. He performed a hand gesture, causing the tower to expel some useless items before contracting back into his palm. I am eager to see which demon dares to intrude upon the territory of my Fengxia sect. With a mere thought, Bai Yunfei perceived everything contained within the tower. Oh, it is another shadow ferret. No wonder it evaded my senses. Chinchumo observed the entire event, knowing that, given his own strength, he had no opportunity to intervene. Junior brother, it is settled. Let us depart. After stowing the tower away, Bai Yunfei led Chinchumo back. Along the way, Bai Yunfei recalled the intelligence that Chinchumo had previously disclosed and remarked, by the way, Chin, the matter concerning the demonic sect is exceedingly complex. Please keep it confidential to avoid attracting deadly repercussions. I will heed your counsel, senior brother. Upon landing, the 2 bid farewell, and Chinchumo sought a tranquil spot to examine the new reward information. Information 1. A golden core demon has infiltrated Muyu Valley. Selling price, 1 low-grade spirit stone. Transaction completed. Advantageous intelligence for the host has been generated. Please address it promptly. Reward information 2. The second stall in the sect's marketplace is selling a pair of low-grade magical artifacts, the 9-Dragon Celestial Boots, which are in fact a defective celestial artifact. A celestial artifact? Even a flawed celestial artifact holds immense value. So far, I have only heard that the sect leader wields a celestial sword. I never anticipated that the sect's marketplace would offer a celestial artifact disguised as a high-grade magical item. Can this opportunity be squandered? Chinchumo hastily made his way to the sect's marketplace, unwilling to let the celestial artifact slip away to another. The marketplace is situated in the southeast, nestled between the entrance of Fengxia sect and the human city, thus attracting many cultivators. Even as night approached, numerous individuals continued to shout and sell their wares. Upon arriving at the market of the sect, Chinchumo occasionally caught the attention of a few individuals who recognized him. They merely cast a curious glance in his direction and did not disturb him, much to his delight. After lingering at the first stall for quite some time, he decided to move on, despite the shopkeeper's disapproving gaze. Ah, young friend, have you found any magical artifacts or treasures that pique your interest? I, old Zhang, assure you that all my goods are of the finest quality, and my prices are renowned for their affordability along First Street, the proprietor of the second stall. An elderly man with a shock of white hair and the cultivation level of the 6th stage of Foundation establishment greeted him with a beaming smile. His eager gaze seemed to regard Chinchumo as a plump lamb ready for slaughter. I will take a look first, Chinchumo replied casually, picking up a folding fan. How much for this fan? Oh, young friend, you have a discerning eye. This is the esteemed 10,000 leaf fan, said to have the power to send a person flying a distance of 10,000 miles, utterly obliterating their spirit and form. As for the price, it is merely 50 low-grade spirit stones. What? So expensive? Chapter 20. Wait for me. I'm not on the car yet under the enthusiastic gaze of Boss Zhang. Chinchumo silently set down the exquisite fan, realizing he simply could not afford it. Boss, what about this string of beads? What is its origin? And what is the price? Next to the fan, there lay a string of green beads. Chinchimo picked them up and examined them. They felt quite pleasant to the touch. This is an evil-repelling bead, highly effective in suppressing malevolent spirits. It is also a fine magical artifact. But it is far less expensive than the fan, requiring only 40 inferior spirit stones, Boss Zhang cheerfully elaborated. Still too pricey. What about that ring? That is a medium-grade magical artifact, priced at 20 inferior spirit stones. And this one? Also a medium-grade magical artifact, costing 18 inferior spirit stones. What about this? An inferior magical artifact, priced at 10 inferior spirit stones. And that one? Hey, little friend, are you going to buy anything or not? Boss Zhang asked, somewhat exasperated. Why do you only inquire about the prices without negotiating? I am interested, but everything is either too expensive or unnecessary, Chinchimo replied matter-of-factly. Then pointed to a pair of worn boots intricately carved with 9 dragons. What about these shabby shoes? Those are not just any shoes, they are an inferior magical artifact. And if you want them, they will cost 8 inferior spirit stones. Boss Zhang looked at them with mild irritation. 8? That is too much. I only have 5 spirit stones. If that works, I shall take them. Chinchimo attempted to bargain, producing the 5 spirit stones, ready to purchase if necessary. All right, deal. Little friend, you truly have a discerning eye. This must be your first visit to my stall. Consider this an effort to attract new customers. 5 stones it is. With that, Boss Zhang placed the boots into Chinchimo's arms and deftly pocketed the 5 spirit stones. Hey, Boss Zhang, you finally sold that pair of old shoes. Laughed the young proprietor from the neighboring stall, who had been observing the transaction. I can't believe someone actually bought those shoes that have been sitting around for decades. Look at his attire. He appears to be a disciple from Fengxia sect's inner circle, another remarked. Chinchimo chose to ignore the comments, placing the boots into his storage ring as he departed. What do you know? Clearly, he is a novice, easily deceived. Pretending to be a seasoned customer browsing for goods. I, Boss Zhang, have navigated this market for many years. I have seen all kinds of people. He boasted to the neighboring stall owner, his face creased with delight. Ah, too bad he is a pauper, only possessing such a meager amount of spirit stones. Yet, to spend 5 inferior spirit stones on those old shoes, what a fool. After leaving the sect's market, Chinchimo hurried back to his cave dwelling with great urgency. The exhilaration in his heart surged, uncontrollable at that moment. Haha. A magical artifact for merely 5 inferior spirit stones. That vendor truly is a fool. However, while the boots were indeed a magical artifact, they were currently in a damaged state, and he had no idea how to repair them. He was not a craftsman. Should he consult Brother Bai? It is unwise to divulge matters of such significance concerning the celestial artifact. It is better to set it aside for now and address it when a suitable method arises. Having made this determination, Chinchimo commenced his cultivation. However, before embarking on his training, there was another crucial task at hand, the complete refinement of the inferior quality spiritual artifact, the Linglong armor. Thus, Chinchimo focused his mind and began the meticulous process of refining. Unlike the swift refinement of the Suihan sword, this endeavor unfolded at a languid pace, with time slipping away unnoticed. 3 days later, at the sect square, a gathering of several individuals had assembled. At the forefront stood Yunyan, the foremost prodigy of the Fengxia sect. Yunyan, what is the status of that Chen lad? Why has he yet to arrive? Inquired the 5th elder, his voice deep and resonant, his physique resembling that of a muscular titan. 5th elder, I have already sent a message to junior brother Chen. He may still be engrossed in his cultivation and has not yet seen it. Let us wait a bit longer. If he does not arrive within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, we shall proceed without him, Yunyan replied, her heart tinged with anxiety. For this was a rare opportunity for a treasure-hunting expedition. Did you not inform Chinchimo earlier? Asked the 5th elder, his curiosity piqued. It was not until late that you all conveyed the information to me. By the time I sought out junior brother, he had already returned to his secluded retreat and has remained silent ever since, likely immersed in his training. When the Grand Elder and others notified me, I promptly added Chinchimo's name to the list of foundational disciples. However, after sending a message via the Identity Jade token, it seemed to vanish into the void, with no response whatsoever. Were it not for the knowledge that he had returned to his retreat, I might have feared for his safety. Very well. We shall heed your counsel and wait a while longer. The 5th elder held great affection for Yu Yin, and thus readily acquiesced to her wishes. The others present had no objections, for participation in this treasure-hunting venture rested solely in Yunyan's hands. Yet, they grew increasingly resentful of Chinchimo, who had recently become a core disciple despite only being in the foundational stage. Especially during this period, rampant rumors extolled Shinchumo's exceptional talent, suggesting he surpassed even Yu Yan. A genius of the foundational stage? Such claims seemed dubious. Consequently, discontent brewed among many, who suspected that Shinchumo was merely orchestrating a self-promotional facade. As for his intentions, who could say? Within the confines of his retreat, Shinchumo gradually opened his eyes, having successfully completed the refinement process. He could now nearly communicate with the Linglong armor on an instinctual level. This inferior quality spiritual artifact not only significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities, but could also adapt to his will, leading to an extraordinary transformation within his sanctuary. The first persona he adopted was that of the illustrious superhero, Iron Man. After acclimating to this new form, Shinchumo decided to check how much time had elapsed. Only to observe his identity jade token emitting a series of urgent crimson flashes, as if signaling an overwhelming influx of messages. Hastily connecting his mind to the token, his expression shifted dramatically as he commanded it to whisk him away from his retreat. A treasure-hunting expedition? What on earth was this? Could it be the intelligence mission that was refreshed that day? Shinchumo, with little time to ponder, propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed. Had he not been unable to employ the sword technique, he would have already reached his destination. Time's up. Let us depart, Yun Yin commanded. Her expression cold as she observed the incense had already extinguished. Everyone prepared to board the flying vessel, ready to set forth. The fifth elder waved his hand, and a colossal ship-shaped flying vessel materialized in the sect square. Yun Yin did not enter first. Instead, she allowed others to board before gracefully ascending herself. There was no need for the fifth elder to personally operate the vessel, as he had his own disciples for that task. Second brother, you shall pilot this vessel. Yes, master, the second brother replied reluctantly as he took control of the vessel, lifting it gently into the air. Yun Yin could only helplessly retract her gaze. Opportunities such as these truly seemed to be predestined. Just then, a series of roars echoed from a distance. Wait for me. Wait for me. I haven't boarded yet. Chapter 21. The fellow disciples on the flying boat within the confines of the flying vessel. The curious gazes of all present converged upon the tardy Shinchumo. A mixture of intrigue, scrutiny, and disdain evident in their expressions. The weight of these stares rendered Shinchumo distinctly uncomfortable. Third sister, I apologize for my late arrival. I was engrossed in my cultivation and only just noticed your message, he said, averting his attention from the prying eyes and directing a look of contrition towards Sister Yu Yan. It is of no consequence. You have made it in time, Yun Yan replied with a serene smile, inwardly relieved that he had indeed arrived, lest her goodwill be in vain. However, her smile incited a sense of heartache among all the male disciples present. Their cherished moonlight, the ethereal Yun Yan, was smiling at that insufferable brat. What right did he have? Was it merely because of his handsome appearance? By the way, sister, what is the nature of this sudden expedition? Feeling the intensity of the external scrutiny intensify, Shinchumo resorted to communicating with Sister Yun Yan through mental focus. Noticing his shift from verbal to mental communication, Yun Yan was momentarily taken aback, only to smile knowingly upon observing the expressions of those around her. Little brother, you may not be aware, but one of the 10 great sects, the Water sect, has sent forth the Chishan treasure map, inviting disciples from various sects to join in the expedition. The treasure map leads to a secluded space, said to be a cave paradise established by ancient formidable beings, accessible only to cultivators whose strength is below the transformation stage. Within, there are 3 levels, one for the nascent soul stage, one for the golden core stage, and one for the foundation establishment stage. This space is replete with spiritual herbs, mythical beasts, and various legacies left behind by powerful beings. However, this treasure map has traditionally been a trial for the disciples of the Water sect. It is unclear why they are inviting our Fengxia sect this time. Upon hearing Sister Yun Yan's explanation, a wave of apprehension swept through Shinchumo. He recalled the intelligence report he had previously dismissed, which explicitly mentioned the presence of demonic sects within that very location. Sister, could there be a hidden agenda? He could not help but inquire. It is unlikely. Among the 10 great sects, the Water sect maintains the best relations with our Fengxia sect. They would not suddenly turn against us. Despite her own reservations, Yun Yan did not suspect the intentions of the Water sect. Regardless, sister, it is wise to remain vigilant. Shinchumo insisted, fully aware of the improbability but unable to dismiss the contents of that intelligence report. Could it be that the Water sect has ties to the demonic sect? Fear not, with your sister's strength, even in the nascent soul level, she can certainly ensure her own safety, Yun Yan reassured him, feeling a warmth in her heart at Shinchumo's concern. However, you, dear brother, should exercise caution. The glances of the other disciples towards you seem rather unfriendly, do they not? She teased. Chinchumo's lips twitched at her words. Pondering how he had inadvertently drawn such enmity, he questioned whether it was entirely due to Sister Yunyin's influence. Surely, it must relate to the sudden spread of information about him. Was someone conspiring against him? Chinchumo surveyed his surroundings and realized that aside from Senior Sister Yunyin, he was unfamiliar with everyone else. However, since they were categorized by cultivation levels, it indicated that he was among his fellow Foundation establishment peers, prompting him to introduce himself. A quick glance revealed that the brothers and sisters on the flying boat were divided into 3 groups, with the Foundation establishment group being notably the youngest. Greetings, esteemed junior brothers and sisters. I am Chinchumo, also at the Foundation establishment stage. I have come to make your acquaintance before we form our group. Chinchumo noted that all these disciples of Foundation establishment were younger than him, making him the oldest in this group on the flying boat. The depth of the Fengxia sect was astonishing, a cluster of 12 and 13-year-olds at the Foundation establishment stage, along with 15 and 16-year-olds at the Golden Core stage. And those in their 20s at the Nascent Soul stage, was simply remarkable. Senior Brother Chun, I am Maiyan, 13 years old, Foundation establishment level 8, and a direct disciple of the second elder. Song Yufan, also 13, Foundation establishment level 9, a direct disciple of the Grand Elder. Duan Shireen, 12 years old, Foundation establishment level 8, a direct disciple of the fifth elder. All were direct disciples of the elders. In the Fengxia sect, disciples were categorized into outer disciples, inner disciples, named disciples of elders, direct disciples, and the esteemed core disciples. Chinchumo, 15 years old, Foundation establishment level 9, a direct disciple of the sect master, core disciple. After listening, Chinchumo fell silent for a moment, but eventually shared his information, as it was not a secret. Following Chinchumo's introduction, the group of Foundation establishment youths was taken aback. They had heard of a core disciple at 15 who had only reached Foundation establishment level 9. But they were surprised to discover he was a disciple of the sect master. Senior Brother Chin is indeed a disciple of the sect master. No wonder Senior Sister Yu Yin treats him favorably, remarked Song Yufan, the Grand Elder's direct disciple, with a look of realization. By chance, Song Yufan, what is your relation to Song Yujie? Chinchumo suddenly recalled that Song Yujie was also a disciple of the Grand Elder and shared a similar name with Song Yufan, leading him to a guess. That is my elder brother. Let us not mention him. He is quite bothersome. Song Yufan's expression soured at the mention of Song Yujie, who was known for his incessant chatter. The groups of Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators had also overheard Chinchumo's introduction and cast curious glances at Senior Sister Yuyen. Unlike the younger Foundation establishment disciples, they understood the implications. The sect master had been in seclusion for several years and could not have personally accepted disciples. The only conclusion was that the sect master's daughter, the pride of Fengxia sect, Senior Sister Yunyin, had taken him on as her disciple in her father's stead. What exceptional talent did Chinchumo possess to earn such favor from Senior Sister Yuyin? Was it true, as the rumors suggested, that he was exceptionally gifted? A myriad of emotions swirled within the onlookers, and their gazes toward Chinchumo grew increasingly complex. After all, each of them was also a direct disciple. All were prodigies in their own right, yet even so, few could attain the status of a core disciple. In the foundational stage, the group consisted of children around 12 or 13 years old, their thoughts naturally less intricate than those of others. They quickly became familiar with Chinchumo, especially as he occasionally shared amusing anecdotes and jokes from his past life, which endeared him to the children, who affectionately dubbed him Big Brother. Even the other senior disciples could not help but perk up their ears to listen. After all, they had spent their formative years solely focused on cultivation or venturing out for training, and had never experienced the information explosion characteristic of Chinchumo's previous existence. Even Yunyin found it difficult to suppress a smile that occasionally graced her lips. How delightful it is to be young. The fifth elder, seated alone atop the flying vessel, took a hearty swig from the wine jar he held, filled with nostalgia. Yet, among them, only one person was truly displeased, the second disciple, who had been assigned by the fifth elder to pilot the vessel. Why was I chosen by the master? This is quite the ordeal. Chapter 22. Intelligence regarding the Qishan treasure map. Information 1. Chao Jingqian, the elder leader of the Bishui sect, has been compromised by the Holy Demon sect, with a selling price of 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Information 2. In the first layer of the Qishan treasure map, There are ambushes by demon clan members in the nascent soul stage, with the intent to abduct Sister Yunyan, selling for 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Information 3. After entering the foundational layer of the Qishan treasure map, Song Yufan was ambushed by a green-tailed snake beneath a 9-leaf fruit, resulting in the destruction of his foundation, with a selling price of 1 mid-grade spirit stone. After several hours of flight, the vessel finally arrived at the location of Qishan. At this moment, Chen Chumo activated the intelligence system. He wished to ascertain whether the so-called task refresh occurred at midnight at his location or simply when he opened it. Indeed, it was confirmed that information would only refresh based on his current position upon activation. Upon a cursory glance, he discerned that all the information pertained to the Qishan treasure map, and he understood the implications. However, when he scrutinized the contents of the intelligence, his pupils contracted in shock. There were demon clan infiltrators within the treasure map, intent on capturing Sister Yunyan. A surge of murderous intent nearly emanated from Chen Chumo, but he quickly suppressed it. This matter must be conveyed to Sister Yunyan. Even without a fitting rationale, it was imperative to inform her. Sister, do you trust me? As the vessel descended, Yunyan received a telepathic message from Chen Chumo, momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Why is junior brother Chen suddenly asking this? Of course. I trust you. You are my little junior brother. Despite her confusion, Yunyan responded, albeit with a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Senior sister, I believe I have awakened a special ability. With the sacrifice of 1 spirit stone, I can procure corresponding prophecies of the future. Chen Chumo's telepathic communication was earnest and sincere, nearly revealing the existence of his system. Huh? The bewildering statement almost caused Yunyan's mind to stall. Senior sister, I have a vague feeling that significant events are about to unfold concerning you. Therefore, please believe me. Grant me 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and I shall unveil what is to come. Chen Chumo remained earnest, despite the absurdity of his words, as he pondered no alternative means. With his foundational stage strength, he could not accompany Sister Yunyan to the nascent soul layer, nor could he gain entry. Yunyan scrutinized Chen Chumo, sensing something amiss about him today. Yet she still retrieved a mid-grade spirit stone and placed it in his hands. Take it. I am curious to hear what you have to say. A mere mid-grade spirit stone was inconsequential to Yunyan, the daughter of the sect leader. She possessed several high-grade spirit stones. Senior sister, in the nascent soul layer of the Qishan treasure map, there are demon clan members lying in wait, and their objective is to capture you. After carefully securing the mid-grade spirit stone, Chen Chumo feigned a dramatic gesture before delivering the prepared statement. Demon clan? Capture me? Upon hearing this, Yunyan's expression brightened, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing across her exquisite features. If Chen Chumo were to speak of something else, she might not necessarily believe it. However, if it were the demon clan, she recalled her mother, whom she had never seen, and what her father had told her, that her mother had been captured by the demon clan. Junior brother, should sister know about this matter, regardless of its truth, do not speak of it to anyone else. It would not benefit you. Yunyan's expression grew serious. Understood, sister. Please take care. Noticing that Yunyan seemed to partially believe her, Chen Chumo ceased to elaborate. Yet, she found it somewhat perplexing that she had garnered her sister's trust so readily. Once the flying boat descended, everyone followed Elder Wu off the vessel. Ha ha ha, Brother Kong Yan, so it is you leading the team. As soon as they landed, a hearty laugh resonated through the air. The speaker was a middle-aged man sporting a goatee, with a broad smile as he approached. Elder Wu replied curtly, evidently displeased with the individual before him. Kong Yin was indeed Elder Wu's name. The man, undeterred by the awkwardness, turned to Yun Yin and the others, chuckling. I presume this enchanting individual is the pride of Fingxia sect, the illustrious daughter of the Cloud Master? Yun Yin had met this uncle before. Being younger, she understood the necessity of proper etiquette. Indeed, seeing was believing. Her nephew was undeniably a paragon of beauty and her talent was unparalleled, likely unmatched in her realm. After bestowing further compliments upon Yun Yin, the man continued to lavish praise on the younger generation. Wei Lao Gui, enough with the pleasantries. Let us commence without delay. Elder Wu's displeasure was palpable. What was the purpose of this incessant flattery? Was he attempting to undermine them? Brother Kong Yin, you remain as impatient as ever. At least allow my disciples from Bishui sect to greet one another first. Wei Lao Gui wore an expression of resignation. Very well, expedite the arrangements. I wish to complete the trials promptly and return to my cultivation. Elder Wu Kong Yin remained somewhat irritable. He had not wished to attend, considering it a sheer waste of his training time. All right, It shall be done swiftly. Wei Lao Gui continued to respond with a smile. Then turned to the Bishui sect's group, sternly admonishing, "What? Upon seeing the prodigies of Fengxia sect, you do not come forth to greet them? How have your mentors instructed you?" "Yes, Elder Wei," the disciples of Bishui sect replied in unison upon hearing the reprimand. "I am Miao Jinxuan from Bishui sect. It is a pleasure to meet all esteemed brothers." Clearly the leading disciple in the nascent soul stage, Miao Jinxuan was the first to step forward and offer his salutations. Subsequently, his fellow disciples followed suit, ensuring they had exchanged greetings. The disciples of Fengxia sect, aware of their sect's amicable relations with Bishui sect, had no animosity and quickly engaged in conversation. Amidst the gathering, Chinchumo periodically cast furtive glances at Elder Wei. Could it be that he was the elder under the control of the Holy Demon sect? To be able to stand alongside the 5 elders. Even if one's strength does not quite match theirs, one must not be far behind. If such formidable beings have already fallen under the control of the Holy Demon sect, how many among the various human factions remain untainted? Contemplating this, Chinchumo felt an increasing weight in his heart. However, with his mere foundation establishment strength, he found himself powerless. Ultimately, it is a matter of insufficient strength. Once I acquire sufficient power, I shall surely eradicate these scoundrels. Chinchumo was uncertain why he harbored such sentiments, as if it were an innate animosity of humanity towards foreign races, rendering him unable to suppress it. All right, esteemed disciples. Now that we have grown more acquainted, let us prepare to enter the Qishan treasure map. Remember to assist one another within. Your task is to explore together and seek opportunities as companions, not adversaries. You should be familiar with the rules, yes? One group for the nascent soul stage, another for the golden core stage, and yet another for the foundation establishment stage. Upon entering the Qishan treasure map, you will be randomly dispersed. Now, prepare to enter. After Elder Wei outlined some details, the groups began to enter in succession. Just as Song Yufan was about to step in, Chinchumo seized his arm and inquired, "Junior brother Song, do you possess any mid-grade spirit stones?" "Yes. Do you need some, senior brother Chin?" Yufan replied, somewhat perplexed, instinctively producing a mid-grade spirit stone. Chinchumo swiftly snatched it away and cautioned, "Be wary of the green-tailed serpent beneath the 9-leaf fruit." Chapter 23. As an unlucky individual, I can only rely on the intelligence system to turn my fortunes around. In an abrupt whirl of space, Chinchumo found himself atop a colossal emerald tree. Gazing into the distance, he beheld an expanse of peaks stretching endlessly before him. This landscape was astonishingly vast. Upon further attunement, he discerned that he was utterly alone in this desolate realm. It seemed devoid of any valuable resources. Had he truly been transported to the most barren corner of existence? Resolving to explore further, Chinchumo summoned the Sword of the Winters, taking to the skies on his blade. Meanwhile, in a secluded part of the jungle, Song Yufan, with his modest height of 1.40 meters, maneuvered between towering trees, closely pursued by a formidable wolf demon. The essence of a demon beast lies in its lack of intellect. The demon clan would never acknowledge those with such diminished faculties as their kin. The wolf demon, possessing foundational strength yet with a mind akin to a wild animal, relentlessly chased after Song Yufan. As he fled, Song Yufan produced a divination compass. As he manipulated the incantation, a radiant beam erupted from the compass, causing the great wolf to spiral in place. Subsequently, he executed another incantation, invoking the fire hexagram. Instantly, beneath the wolf's feet, a hexagram appeared, and flames surged forth from the earth, resembling a colossal hand reaching for the immense beast, which measured no less than 50 meters in length. With a resounding explosion, everything within the 1,000-meter radius was reduced to ashes, including the great wolf, which was incinerated to a mere charred remnant. A pang of regret washed over Song Yufan. He lamented his excessive force. Had he known to temper his power, he could have savored a few bites of roasted meat, but now it had all turned to cinders. With no recourse left, he pressed onward in a determined direction. Shortly thereafter, he detected a profound fluctuation of spiritual energy. Before him stood a vine-like plant bearing a fruit with 9 leaves, nestled in a lush and tranquil environment. Is this the 9-leaf fruit? Wait, could it be that the Qingwei snake that senior brother Chen mentioned is indeed real? The instant he beheld the 9-leaf fruit, recognition dawned upon him. Had he not recalled Chinchumo's warning, he might have instinctively rushed to harvest it. Curiously, how did senior brother Chen foresee my encounter with the 9-leaf fruit? Could it be that he possesses the ability to calculate the heavens? Is that not the forte of the Seeking Dao sect? Song Yufan pondered, somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, given Chinchumo's prior admonition, he resolved to exercise caution, regardless of the truth behind it. Thus, he once again gestured towards the divination compass, and an apparition emerged from within its confines. This was the Earth hexagram, capable of crafting beings from soil. With Song Yufan's prowess, he could easily conjure an army of 1,000, though their strength would not exceed the chi refining stage. Now, by summoning but a single clay figure, he could bestow upon it half of his own strength. Go, retrieve the 9-leaf fruit, Song Yufan commanded the clay figure. Without uttering a word, it obeyed, moving swiftly to the vine. As it reached out to grasp the 9-leaf fruit, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Yet, when his hand made contact with the 9-leaf fruit, a fleeting glimmer of elusive green light flashed by, and a horrifyingly potent toxin was instantaneously injected into the body of the earthbound creature. Even with the creature's resilience, it nearly succumbed to paralysis, rendered nearly immobile. Was this truly the green-tailed serpent? Had Brother Chen just saved my life? From a distance, Song Yufan observed the green light, unmistakably the green-tailed serpent. Had he ventured forth in his true form, even if he had survived, he would have been left considerably incapacitated. After all, while the serpent itself might not possess formidable strength, its venom could incapacitate even those at the nascent soul level for a time. However, now that the serpent had been identified, a solution was surely at hand. Meanwhile, Chinchumo was on the brink of despair, standing atop his flying sword. Having soared for quite a while without encountering a single soul, let alone any rare celestial materials, not to mention the fabled legacies of the great powers. The few beasts he encountered were of the lowest tier. Had he truly been forsaken? Surely, he was the only one who could be this unfortunate. Just as Chinchumo felt tears welling up in his eyes, a system notification chimed in. Information 3. Upon entering the first layer of the Qishan treasure map, Song Yufan was ambushed by the green-tailed serpent beneath the 9-leaf fruit. His foundation destroyed. Selling price, 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Transaction completed. Advantageous information for the host generated. Please process in a timely manner. Reward information 1. 800 meters to the east lies a fire spirit monkey, within which resides a legacy token. Ha ha ha, Brother Song actually believed what I said. I must treat him to a splendid meal someday, perhaps even invite his elder brother along. A legacy token? Could it possibly be the legacy of a great power? This might be the most delightful surprise for Chinchumo today. He promptly altered his course and sped towards the direction of the fire spirit monkey. 800 meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. Before him stood a diminutive, fiery red monkey, less than a meter tall, clutching its belly in agony as though it had suffered from a foul meal. Its face contorted in distress, it failed to notice Chinchumo standing right before it. To slay it? Or how to proceed? Chinchumo found himself in a quandary. Gazing at the seemingly harmless fire spirit monkey, an entity of merely the chi refinement stage, what use would there be in its demise? Nevertheless, since the legacy token resided within it, it indicated a bond of favor between them. Hence, I shall spare your life, retrieve the token, and allow you to return. With that, Chinchumo extended his palm. A surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, lifting the fire spirit monkey from the ground. The creature, which had been racked with pain, was suddenly filled with shock, attempting to struggle free, yet was firmly restrained. Soon after, a force extracted the token from within the fire spirit monkey. Upon the token's emergence, the monkey felt an immediate relief in its belly, realizing that the other was not a foe but a savior, thus it ceased its struggles. With a gentle wave of his hand, Chinchumo placed the fire spirit monkey atop a colossal tree, simultaneously cleansing the token of any impurities. Is this what the legacy token truly is? Gazing at the token in his hand, which bore an uncanny resemblance to both gold and wood, Chinchumo felt a surge of curiosity. How does one utilize this object? By shedding blood? He attempted to infuse it with his spiritual energy, but to no avail, leading him to contemplate the method of bloodletting. Why not give it a try? After all, a dead horse is better than a live one when it comes to desperate measures. Resolving to proceed, Chinchumo extended a finger, coaxing a droplet of blood to the surface, which then fell upon the inheritance token. In an instant, the blood permeated the surface, yet the token remained unresponsive. Could it be that bloodletting was ineffective? Perhaps it required fire? Or must one be in a specific location? Just then, a voice imbued with authority resonated from within the token. Innate sword spirit root, exceptional aptitude, meets the criteria, entry into the inheritance space permitted. As the words echoed, the token shattered instantly, forming a vortex that exuded an overwhelming force, drawing the defenseless Chinchumo into its depths, leaving behind only a faint echo of a cordial farewell. Oh dear. Chapter 24. Dialogue with the Immortal? A new trial? Chinchumo felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and in the next moment, he found himself in an ancient and majestic hall. Surrounding the hall were colossal stone statues, depicting dragons, phoenixes, and an array of bizarre creatures. Yet, conspicuously absent were any human figures. The most astonishing aspect of these statues was their seemingly lifelike quality, exuding an aura of vitality. Chinchumo could even sense a terrifying pressure emanating from the stone carvings. Were these truly living beings turned to stone? A thought flickered through Chinchumo's mind. Are you prepared? Suddenly, a voice devoid of emotion reverberated throughout the vast hall, as if echoing from a distant, primordial time to the present. What? Chinchumo was utterly perplexed by the question of readiness. Do you possess the courage to face death? The voice appeared indifferent to Chinchumo's bewilderment and continued unperturbed. Facing death? What do you intend to do? Chinchumo was engulfed in confusion, struggling to comprehend the nature of this so-called inheritance space. The human race shall confront the four tribes, the demons, the devils, the Buddhas, and the ghosts. Will you fight for this? The ancient voice posed a third inquiry, seemingly unconcerned with whether Chinchumo would respond. This is the mission of our race. We shall fight to the bitter end. This time, Chinchumo refrained from questioning further and instead answered resolutely. He had sensed that turmoil in the world of cultivation was drawing ever closer. The human race, pursuing a misguided path, harbors unyielding resentments, transforming into ghosts. The human race, unstable in their practices, covets power, becoming devils. The human race, with wavering minds, encounters the Buddha's guidance, evolving into Buddhas. The human race, in their reckless ambition, indulges in beastly blood, morphing into demons. Can you eradicate them all? The voice continued its monologue, as if oblivious to Chinchumo's responses, carrying an air of both inquiry and despair toward the world. What does that mean? Is the greatest enemy of the human race itself? Chinchumo pondered, bewildered by the intentions of the voice's owner. Can you eradicate them all? The voice reiterated its previous question, as if yearning for Chinchumo's answer. Chinchumo initially contemplated responding with a promise to slay as many as he could. But after careful reflection, he chose not to answer directly. Instead, he posed a counter-question. Are there any benevolent ghosts? Are there any righteous devils? Are there any true Buddhas? Are there any good demons? If they exist, then eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. If not, let them be swept away in a tide of bloodshed. The human race is no different. This is my answer. Once Chinchumo concluded, the ancient voice fell into a profound silence, lingering without reply, as though time itself had come to a standstill. After a considerable interval, Chinchumo, growing impatient, inquired, Then let me ask you this. Is there a cycle of reincarnation? A law of cause and effect in this world? If there exists a celestial realm, then are there not realms for demons, Buddhas, devils, and ghosts as well? After a long while, the voice finally responded, What does it matter if it exists or not? If it does, drive them back with unparalleled strength. If it does not, I shall cultivate to the pinnacle and then divide the four realms. Those who perish enter the realm of the dead, the mad into the realm of demons, the ascetic into the realm of Buddha, and the blood drinkers into the realm of monsters. Let love wander freely, as long as it does not wreak havoc in my realm. Chinchumo's voice resonated throughout the great hall. To be honest, he himself felt uncertain. Yet he was willing to act in accordance with the direction he had proclaimed. All the different races were huddled together. It was no wonder they would clash. However, Chinchumo was aware that without these four clans, the human race would undoubtedly be fragmented, waging war against itself, a true flaw of humanity. After pondering for a moment, he continued, If that is still insufficient, then wait for my ascension to the celestial realm, where I shall establish the heavenly court, govern all realms, and initiate the 6 paths of reincarnation. Would that satisfy you? Regardless of whether it was feasible or not, Chinchumo boldly proclaimed his grand ambitions, inflating his own reputation. After all, no one in this world had ever contemplated such actions. Why not take the lead himself? Success or failure, I shall await you in the celestial realm. That ancient voice echoed once more, startling Chinchumo awake. In his moment of exuberance, he had floated away, not realizing that the esteemed figure originated from the celestial realm. Yet, who was that figure? Before Chinchumo could ponder further, the scene in the great hall transformed into a training room, where 5 young boys and girls stood before him. Among them were 2 disciples from Fengxia sect and 3 from Bishi sect. Brother Chen, have you also received the inheritance token? One of the disciples, none other than the remarkably resilient Song Yufan, inquired. The other was Duan Shuri, the favored disciple of Elder Wu, an exceptionally charming young lady with a physique even more robust than Chinchumo's, standing slightly taller at the age of 12. Truly, she was a disciple of Elder Wu. Junior brother Song, junior sister Duan, and the 3 disciples from Bishi sect. Have you all been here since your arrival? Chinchumo asked, uncertain if they had encountered the celestial being like he did. Yes, brother Chin, did you not arrive directly here? Duan Shurin replied, her bright eyes blinking curiously at Chinchumo. Ha. Of course I arrived directly here too. I was just a bit curious. Chinchumo chuckled awkwardly. Brother Chun, everyone is here. Shall we proceed? Song Yufan said with a smile, his tone imbued with camaraderie. All here? Only 6 of us. Chinchumo questioned, puzzled. Indeed, brother Chun. This training room states that it is meant for 6 fated individuals, Song Yufan explained, gesturing towards the inscription. Chinchumo glanced over and confirmed its truth. In the center of the training room lay 6 cushions. Well, it seems these 6 cushions are meant for us. Let us sit down, Chinchumo declared. Moving forward to choose a cushion at random. The others followed suit and took their seats. Once the 6 individuals settled themselves, they felt the environment around them begin to shift rapidly, their attire transforming in tandem. It seemed as though they had been transported to a battlefield, where practitioners soared through the sky, deftly maneuvering their spiritual artifacts. Quickly, follow Captain Ma to the distant Luoyan Valley, 30 miles away. Senior brother of the Seeking Dao sect has calculated that a small team of the demon clan is about to emerge there. You must intercept and eliminate them. An anxious young practitioner, exuding a menacing aura, shouted urgently before darting off to another location, seemingly to relay further instructions. Could this be a virtual trial? Chinchumo pondered with some confusion, as the sensation felt extraordinarily vivid. Senior brother Chin, where are we? Song Yufan inquired, equally perplexed and unable to grasp the situation. The others also turned their gaze towards the slightly older Chinchumo, seeking clarity. No time to ponder, let's hasten our pace. Chinchumo declared as he summoned his Sui-on sword, propelling himself forward in pursuit of Captain Ma. Observing this, the others promptly summoned their respective spiritual artifacts and followed suit. This must be the work of a powerful being, transporting us into a nearly authentic illusion for training, with the target being the demon clan mentioned by that senior brother. As they soared through the sky, Chinchumo sensed that the others had caught up, and he voiced his speculation. So, this is an illusionary trial? Questioned a disciple of the Bihue sect, who, though previously anxious, felt somewhat reassured by Chinchumo's words. Not necessarily. In any case, treat this as if it were the real world. Do not hold back, and do not presume that you are invulnerable. After all, what if? Chapter 25, Confrontation with the Demon Clan in a Desolate Valley. 7 figures materialized above, surrounded by sparse vegetation, with only a few blades of grass trembling in the chilling wind. The bottom of the valley had an unusual shape, resembling a fallen wild goose, which is the origin of its name, Goose Valley. Is there anyone among you skilled in formations? Asked the tall captain, wielding a 2-meter-long blade. I am proficient in the art of formations, Song Yufan promptly replied. The captain glanced at Song Yufan and then at the others before addressing him again. Have you studied the 4 talents demon binding formation? Yes, I have. Song Yufan nodded eagerly, then added, but the formation requires for individuals to maintain it once established. You have 6 people here, so simply select 4 to sustain the formation. The captain began to organize. That sturdy fellow must be a body cultivator. You need not maintain the formation but rather engage in combat within it. Are you referring to me? Duan Shurin, suddenly singled out, appeared momentarily bewildered. Yes, you. With the most impressive musculature, especially those exaggerated pectorals, the captain affirmed with a nod. But I am a woman, Duan Shurin replied, somewhat exasperated. Can't you see my adorable face? My apologies. By the way, is there anyone among you who specializes in combat? The captain, slightly embarrassed, shifted the topic. I specialize in swordsmanship and have achieved some success, Chinchumo interjected, seizing the moment before the 3 members of the Baishui sect. Senior Chin, although you are older than us, your combat prowess may not necessarily surpass ours. Let me take the lead, a young man from the Baishui sect, also wielding a sword, challenged with a defiant expression. I only require 2 companions to enter the formation and confront that demon squad. You two, discuss amongst yourselves. The captain said, unsure of how to proceed. Junior brother, I see you are also a swordsman. Who do you believe is stronger between us? Chinchumo declared, releasing a wave of sword intent, perceptible only to those who wielded the sword. As this sword intent bore down upon the young swordsman from the Baishui sect, his complexion changed drastically. He realized he was utterly suppressed, losing the courage to even draw his sword in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he understood he could not possibly compare. Senior brother's swordsmanship surpasses mine. I concede, he admitted immediately, feeling no shame in his defeat. As he had surmised that Chinchumo was indeed a sword spirit root, while he merely possessed a gold spirit root, making it impossible to compete with sword intent. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. Time is of the essence. Let us commence immediately. With the captain's command issued, the group swiftly took action. And in no time, the Four Talents demon binding formation was established, with 4 individuals seated at their respective positions. As Chinchumo and Duan Shireen followed Captain Ma, they concealed their figures within the array. Time ticked away, and suddenly, a significant alteration occurred on the ground within the formation. Dark lines surged forth from the earth, ultimately coalescing into a pitch-black zone with a diameter of 50 meters. In the next moment, grotesque figures of the demon race crawled out from this obsidian expanse. Each was hideously deformed, with sharp black teeth protruding from their mouths and tails that swayed incessantly behind them, 20 in total. These are the Black-Tooth demons. Comparable in strength to our Foundation establishment stage, akin to your own, though their intellect leaves much to be desired. You shall handle them shortly. Captain Ma introduced to Chinchumo and Duan Shireen. Immediately after, 3 more demons emerged from the darkened area, each possessing a pair of fleshy wings and eyes the size of fists. These are the Giant Eye demons, equivalent to the Golden Core stage. I shall do my utmost to contend with these 3, Captain Ma admitted, his confidence wavering, his expression somber. He had only just entered the Golden Core stage and felt immense pressure facing 3 foes of equal strength. Do not fret excessively within the Four Talents demon binding formation. The demon's power will be significantly diminished while ours will be augmented. Moreover, our spiritual energy consumption can be rapidly replenished through the array, Captain Ma reassured them, sensing their apprehension about facing such a multitude of adversaries of the same level. Rest assured, Captain Ma, we shall swiftly resolve these demons and come to your aid. Chinchumo replied, devoid of fear, a spark of excitement flickering within him. At last, I can unleash my full potential. Very well, prepare to engage. I shall draw the 3 Giant Eye demons away, Captain Ma declared, his figure flickering as he appeared above the inky abyss. The 3 Giant Eye demons immediately pursued him. Duan Shimi, ensure your safety, Chinchumo urged, charging forward with the Suihan sword, unleashing the sword energy from the infinite sword technique. Boundless sword energy erupted forth, instantly reducing the nearest 2 Black-Tooth demons to mere pulp. Roar. The remaining 18 Black-Tooth demons finally reacted, emitting a feral howl as they lunged at Chinchumo. Brother, be careful. Duan Shireen warned from behind, still processing the swift demise of the 2 demons, yet now faced with the advancing hostiles. She leaped into action, extending her iron fist toward the closest Black-Tooth demon, Mountain River Overlord Fist. Duan Shireen donned a pair of gauntlets, which were undoubtedly formidable spiritual artifacts. With their enhancement, her strike gained immense potency. Boom. The force of her punch struck the Black-Tooth demon with the impact of a missile, driving it further into the ground. A resounding crash echoed as a pit measuring 7 to 8 meters in diameter formed, obliterating the darkened area. This single blow had surely vanquished at least 3 of the Black-Tooth demons. Goodness, that punch from Duan Shimi must have harnessed a century's worth of power. As Chinchumo engaged in a fierce battle with the Black-Tooth demons, he could not help but marvel at the sight before him. Truly, the disciple of Elder Wu was impressive. It would not be long before he ascended to the rank of a core disciple. With the infinite sword technique, he unleashed a strike that spanned the 9 provinces. Not to be outdone, Chinchumo soared into the sky, raising the Suihan sword to release a blade of sword energy that extended 100 meters. This strike vanquished another 5 Black-Tooth demons, leaving only 10 remaining. However, such grand techniques were exhilarating yet drained his energy significantly. Fortunately, the array provided a replenishing effect, allowing his lost spiritual power to recover swiftly. The 2 continued their dance of combat with the remaining Black-Tooth demons, while Captain Ma's situation in the distance grew increasingly dire. Among the 3 Giant Eye demons, one possessed strength nearing the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. At that moment, he found himself overwhelmed by the trio, helpless to counter their assault. Chinchumo recognized the unfavorable predicament Captain Ma faced, yet he knew that his own battle would not conclude swiftly. Junior Sister Duan, what are you waiting for? He inquired, noticing that Duan Shireen was still engaged in a game of restraint with the Black-Tooth demons. I am awaiting a grand move. What about you, senior brother? Coincidentally, I too am waiting for a grand move. Chapter 26, completing the trial and gaining the ultimate legacy, the all-consuming fist and the infinite sword technique. With their powers fully restored, Both combatants unleashed their most formidable strikes simultaneously. A thunderous roar echoed as the ground trembled beneath them, resulting in craters hundreds of meters deep. The remaining 10 Blackfang demons were reduced to mere puddles of flesh, their remnants scattered across the battlefield. The air was thick with the scent of blood, revealing that the blood of demons was red after all. Shinshimo panted slightly. The infinite sword technique represented his most potent attack. Yet at his current foundational level of the 9th stage, he had not fully harnessed its potential. Meanwhile, Duan Shirin had collapsed onto the ground, clearly drained of energy. "Junior sister Duan, how are you holding up?" Shinshimo inquired as he approached her. "Senior brother, I am utterly fatigued and require some time to recuperate. I am unable to assist Captain Ma for now," Duan Shirin replied weakly. She had intended to consume a medicinal pill for recovery, only to realize that aside from the recognized spiritual weapon, she had failed to bring any supplies to this realm. "All right, ensure your safety. I shall go to support Captain Ma," he replied before soaring away on his sword towards Captain Ma's position. At that moment, Captain Ma appeared disheveled, his clothing torn and revealing the armor beneath, his form in disarray with traces of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. 3 giant eye demons surrounded him in a triangular formation, demonstrating far more cunning than their mindless Blackfang counterparts. The trio of giant eye demons left no room for Captain Ma to breathe. As one advanced to feign an attack, the other 2 launched surprise assaults. Particularly, the strongest among them, with its massive claws shrouded in dark mist, lunged menacingly at Captain Ma. Captain Ma found himself unable to evade the strike, knowing that if it landed, it would likely spell his doom or at the very least, cost him half his life. Just then, a radiant golden sword aura descended from above, piercing the ground directly through the unsuspecting giant eye demon. "Kill," came Shinshimo's voice, filled with intent to slay. This marked the first instance in which Shinshimo unleashed the radiant golden sword aura before others. Initially, he had intended to use a standard infinite sword aura, but anticipated it would only serve to hinder the giant eye demon at the golden core stage, making a lethal ambush somewhat challenging. Therefore, he opted to unleash the radiant golden sword aura, imbued with an extraordinarily potent sword intent derived from the ancient sword origin. At his current level, Shinshimo had yet to unleash even a fraction of its true power. With Shinshimo's arrival, Captain Ma momentarily stood in astonishment, surprised that his youthful junior could arrive so swiftly. However, he quickly regained his composure, kicking the other 2 giant eye demons away to create space for his own counterattack. With the most formidable giant eye demon now vanquished, he felt little concern for the remaining 2. Captain Ma hovered in midair, fingers weaving a complex incantation. The Celestial Fire Finger Technique. Infinite Fire Orbs. As Captain Ma extended his hands, a halo with a diameter of 1 meter manifested before him, from which fireballs, each the size of a glass marble, erupted like a Gatling gun, instantly enveloping the 2 giant eye demons. Within mere breaths, they were reduced to a sieve, emitting faint charred scents from their bodies. When the last 2 giant eye demons fell, the surrounding area fell silent, save for the howling winds that continued to wail. "We have won," Captain Ma exclaimed with excitement before promptly losing consciousness. In the next moment, before Shinshimo could react, the environment shifted once more. Surrounding him were dismembered limbs and severed arms, both human and demonic. Was this the battlefield of humans and demons? Shinshimo gazed at the scene before him, profoundly shaken. It was an endless battlefield, littered with countless ancient bones and fresh flesh. The earth resembled a tattered cloth, torn and riddled with gaps. The air was thick with the stench of blood, nearly palpable, inducing a wave of nausea. Not far away, a survivor appeared to be struggling in the sand dunes. Just as Shinshimo intended to approach, the scene abruptly transformed again. This time, he found himself in a frigid, snow-covered world. Human-shaped ice sculptures stood frozen like terracotta warriors, blanketing the ground, while ghostly figures flitted among them. In the distance, a battlefield unfolded where humans and barbarians united against the specters. The sky was darkened by the ghastly king, whose gaping maw devoured the very essence of the earth, while below, the human alliance formed formations in a desperate defense. Have I been transported to the realm of the living and the dead? Shinshimo was astonished. In the central world, humanity thrived in harmony. Yet the borderlands resembled a hellish nightmare. Before Shinshimo could ponder further, the surroundings shifted once more. This time, there was no strife. Everywhere was suffused with peace. The inhabitants here clasped their hands in prayer, their faces adorned with benevolent smiles, offering greetings to every passerby. Lotus flowers bloomed abundantly, brimming with vitality, while temples and statues of kind-eyed Buddhas towered majestically. Is this the Western Buddhist realm? Shinshimo gazed incredulously at the scene. amidst the throngs of people. There was not a trace of malice. Even the gold and silver discarded by the roadside went untouched. Yet, there was an eerily chilling sensation emanating from the smiles of these people, as if they were puppets under some unseen control. What a splendid facade of the Western Buddhist realm, what a deceptive world. As Chun Chumo contemplated this, the serene atmosphere suddenly vanished. The scene reverted to the original training room. Though the meditation cushions remained, he found himself utterly alone. Congratulations, young friend, for passing the trial. You shall receive the complete inheritance of the Honored One. A sudden voice rang out, starkly contrasting the previous celestial tones. Honored One? May I inquire who this esteemed figure is? Although Chun Chumo sensed that these two individuals were not the same person, he pondered whether one might indeed be an immortal. Thus, he respectfully inquired, Esteemed one, I am known as Tianyu. You may simply refer to me as Tianyu Zuns. The voice resonated like thunder, echoing from all directions. Time is of the essence. Focus your mind and prepare for the inheritance. There was an urgency in the tone that made Chun Chumo instinctively alert. In the next moment, a peculiar pressure surged into Chun Chumo's consciousness. The innate sword spirit root, a manifestation of the natural sword seed, elicited a hearty laugh from the voice. Ha! I never expected that after waiting for so many years, I would encounter such an extraordinary body. As that pressure flooded into Chun Chumo's consciousness, it erupted in wild laughter. Hearing this, Chun Chumo's expression changed. Had he indeed encountered a legendary being seizing control? Indeed, the figure began to coalesce, revealing an elderly man with white hair and beard within Chun Chumo's consciousness. Young friend, as a token of my gratitude, regardless of your enemies or unfinished missions, upon my rebirth, I shall fulfill them for you. Consider it a gift for your innate sword spirit root. Ha. Chapter 27, Devouring. The demonic sect strikes with a resounding laugh from the elder. An unfathomably terrifying force of devouring tugged at Chun Chumo's consciousness and soul. Confronted by such a formidable figure, Chun Chumo found himself utterly helpless, unable to even stir a muscle. He could only watch in horror as he was gradually consumed, his awareness beginning to fade into obscurity. Clang! At that moment, a clear sound of a sword echoed throughout the sea of consciousness, followed by a brilliant flash of crimson gold light. It transformed into countless sword intents, sweeping like a tempest towards the elder's position. What is this? The elder emitted a scream, barely managing to utter a question before his entire consciousness was obliterated in an instant. The once terrifying devouring force, now devoid of its master-esque control, began to reverse its flow. The myriad sword intents coalesced once more, forming a radiant column of crimson gold that enveloped Chun Chumo's weakened soul. As the returned energy surged forth, Chun Chumo's soul became increasingly solid. His spiritual power grew stronger, and even his sea of consciousness expanded significantly. Once the sea of consciousness reached a certain threshold, it began to contract, gradually solidifying into a crimson gold sphere. Yet, Chun Chumo remained in a state of unconsciousness, perhaps a protective mechanism to prevent the tearing of his consciousness. As time passed, the golden elixir continued to enlarge, while the devouring force grew increasingly ephemeral and desolate. First layer of the nascent soul. Upon entering, Yunyan employed the sect's secret arts, embarking on a quest for fortune amid the boundless expanse of the nascent soul's first layer, searching for opportunities and her fellow disciples. Whether by sheer fortune or some unseen hand, Yunyan stumbled upon a hidden cave, a cultivation sanctuary left behind by a senior who had transcended tribulations. Inside lay the legacy and spiritual artifacts of that venerable figure. Yunyan successfully retrieved the spiritual tools and elixirs, but as she prepared to enter the domain of inheritance, she was suddenly ambushed. A surge of demonic energy roiled around her, instantaneously forming a formation that ensnared Yunyan within its grasp. Ha, Fairy Yunyan. We have finally awaited your arrival. Upon completing the formation, 3 men cloaked in black robes emerged from the shadows. One of them, bursting into laughter, gazed at Yunyan with eyes full of greed, yet made no further move. I wondered who it could be. Turns out to be traitors of the human race. You demons possess great audacity, daring to appear in the heart of humanity after betraying them? Yunyan displayed no trace of panic, as if she had anticipated this encounter all along. Yet, inwardly, she could not help but murmur. Chinshidi was indeed telling the truth. There are demons lying in wait for me. It seems Chinshidi harbors great secrets, and once this matter is resolved, I must see clarity. What do you narrow-minded individuals understand? Only by embracing the demonic path can one achieve true self-actualization. The man not only remained silent but reveled in Yunyan's rebuke. How dare a self-degraded person utter such words? All day long, you You can only engage in petty thievery and deception. Yunyan displayed a look of disdain, indeed. While the demon tribe was despicable, those who betrayed humanity within the demon sect were even more contemptible. TSK, what do you, a mere girl, understand? Cultivating oneself. Seeking the genuine amidst the falsehoods. How could you, a pretender, possibly grasp this? The man, seemingly unperturbed by Yunyan's confinement, spoke as if he were awaiting something. So, what is your objective? To kill me? Yunyan maintained her composure, though a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in her gaze. Kill you? No. Our aim is to take you to the abyss of demons, the man replied. Take me to the abyss of demons? Huh. Do you truly possess the capability to do so? Yunyan chuckled, acknowledging that while she could not contend against them in direct combat, this formation was no ordinary one. Do you truly believe that this formation can contain me? Yunyan scoffed at the group. Contain? No. This formation cannot be broken by you, nor can it kill you. However, it will gradually siphon your spiritual power, rendering you an ordinary person, instilling despair in one such as you, a lofty immortal. The man spoke with a peculiar tone, akin to a predator toying with its prey. Huh? Are those of the demon sect so blindly confident? Yunyan retorted mockingly, her spiritual energy surging. How is this possible? You can still manipulate your spiritual energy within the formation? The man was struck with shock and disbelief. It should be noted that their combined effort had established the hook and sickle formation, capable of ensnaring even those at the transformation stage, yet this was the outcome? The hook and sickle formation? Are you not aware that this formation only affects real beings? Yunyan continued to mock them. What? A sense of foreboding gripped the man. In an instant, Yunyan within the formation transformed into a blazing fire phoenix, subsequently expanding, a terrifying power poised to erupt. Not good, retreat. The man panicked and attempted to withdraw, but it was too late. Trying to flee? It's too late. Infinite sword formation, activate. Yunyan's voice resonated from all directions as sword shadows darted about, entwined with the ethereal fire phoenix, forming a sword array that obstructed the trio's escape. Boom. The fire phoenix, having reached its zenith, erupted into a sea of flames, encased within the sword array, creating a vast inferno. Ah! 3 wretched cries echoed from within the formation, only to be swiftly extinguished by the flames conjured by the phoenix. Ha! Did you truly think this daughter of the sect master was a pushover? The time is nearly upon us. It should be completed by now. Elder Wei, waiting outside, stroked his beard in speculation. This time, he had made meticulous preparations. Capturing Yunyan of the Phoenix Cloud sect and bringing her to the abyss of demons would enable him to completely sever ties with the Water Blue sect and embrace the great demon god. With this thought, a smile crept upon Elder Wei's lips. In the distance, the 5th elder, Kong Yen, sat cross-legged and observed Elder Wei's demeanor with a cold snort, sensing that the old ghost harbored ill intentions. Beside him, the 2nd elder noticed a sudden change in his master's expression and dared not to breathe, fearing retribution. Before long, figures began to emerge from the entrance of the Qishan treasure map. Some bore expressions of excitement and exhilaration, while others appeared dejected, on the verge of tears. Such treasure-seeking trials are capricious, reliant entirely on fortune. Not only had numerous disciples from the first layer of the nascent soul and golden core emerged, but those from the foundation establishment layer, including Song Yufan, had also made their exit. Master, look at what I've obtained, Duan Shirin exclaimed, proudly showcasing a massive hammer as she approached the 5th elder. Is that a mid-grade spiritual weapon? Quite impressive, my dear girl. Your luck is commendable, the 5th elder replied, his face lighting up at the sight of his beloved disciple's acquisition, much to the envy of the 2nd elder. Among our group. Aside from Brother Chin, who has yet to emerge, my treasure is the finest, Duan Shirin said, a hint of pride in her voice. Her charmingly delicate features paired with her robust physique were truly remarkable. By the way, where are my nephew Yunyan and that Chin fellow? Why haven't they yet appeared? Chapter 28, the treasure map of Qishan. As the trial time came to an end, all disciples of the Bishui sect had emerged, while Yunyan and Qinshu Mo from the Fengxia sect remained inside the Qishan treasure map. Witnessing this, Elder Wei felt a surge of delight within, thinking, it seems they have succeeded, and this Qishan treasure map has more than one exit, though most people are unaware. Elder Wei, what is the matter with this Qishan treasure map? Why have my disciple Yunyan and Young Shen not yet appeared? The 5th elder's tone was harsh, feeling a sense of suspicion towards Elder Wei. Brother Kong, perhaps Yunyan and the disciple you mentioned are currently receiving their inheritance. Regardless, The Qishan treasure map of our Bishui sect opens once every 6 months, and they will emerge when the time comes, Elder Wei replied, stroking his beard in an attempt to reassure. What? We must wait for 6 months? No way. Quickly find a way to bring them out. Upon hearing the 6-month wait, the fifth elder immediately erupted in fury, unleashing his complete power at the fusion stage, which forced Elder Wei to stagger back. Kong Yin, do you wish to incite a war between the two sects? Elder Wei was struck with dread. After 100 years, this reckless man had grown so formidable that, given a little more time, he could transcend tribulation. I tell you, Elder Wei, if anything happens to my disciple Yun Yin, I, Kong Yin, will be the vanguard against your Bishui sect. The anger radiating from the fifth elder intensified the pressure around him. The disciples of the Bishui sect silently lamented, for they stood not far behind Elder Wei, and the fifth elder's aura bore down upon their area. Those of them at the foundation stage had already collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from their mouths, clearly suffering internal injuries. Kong Yin, if you desire battle, my Bishui sect shall not cower before you. Although Elder Wei's cultivation was inferior to Kong Yan's, he was still at the fusion stage and managed to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Moreover, the fate of the Bishui sect was of no concern to him. Very well. Then I shall strike first. With that, the fifth elder swung his iron fist towards Elder Wei. Kong Yin, you dare. Elder Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. While he was indifferent to the fate of the Bishui sect, he was keenly aware of his own life. This reckless man was about to attack him directly. Boom. In a hurried moment, Elder Wei could only defend himself, but he was still sent flying by the fifth elder's terrifying punch, hurtling through the air like a bolt of lightning, causing the mountains in his wake to shatter. He was propelled 10 miles away, as the fifth elder prepared to pursue. A cool, clear voice halted him. Uncle Master, wait. I have emerged. It was Yun Yan's figure, having charged out from the soon-to-close Qishan treasure map. Disciple Yun Yan, you have finally appeared. Upon hearing Yun Yan's voice, the fifth elder immediately quelled his fury, his expression shifting to one of joy as he regarded the troubled Yun Yan. What troubles you, disciple? The fifth elder inquired, puzzled by Yun Yan's visibly burdened demeanor. Uncle Master, let us discuss this upon our return. By the way, has junior brother Chen not yet emerged? Yun Yan scanned the surroundings, only to find that Chen Chimo had yet to emerge. If he remained absent, and you two have not appeared, then Master Uncle would be preparing to confront the Bishui sect. The fifth elder cast an irritable glance towards Elder Wei, oblivious to any wrongdoing on his part. Let us wait a moment longer. If Chen Shidi still does not show himself, I will personally lead the charge to Bishui sect and demand an explanation. As she spoke, a frostiness enveloped Yun Yan's exquisite visage, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. The audacity of Bishui sect to conspire with the demonic sect is utterly despicable. The Qishan treasure map was a trial ground entirely under the dominion of Bishui sect. How could the demonic sect have infiltrated without their collusion? Yun Yan now harbored suspicions that Elder Wei might indeed be in league with the demonic sect. Were Chen Chimo aware of Yun Yan's thoughts, he would likely seek to barter information with her on the spot. Confounded scoundrel, how infuriating. You have emerged? Elder Wei, brandishing a treasured sword, hastily approached, ready to berate Kong Yin, but upon spotting Yun Yan, his heart sank with foreboding. What transpired? How could the 3 Yuaniing cultivators of the demonic sect have lain in ambush and still fail? Did they not encounter the target? Humph. What is this? Is Elder Wei disheartened at the sight of Yun Yan? Yun Yan let out a cold snort, her gaze icy as she regarded him. Nay, how could that be? I am simply overjoyed to see my esteemed disciple Yun Yan emerge. You have no idea, had you delayed your appearance any longer, I might have succumbed to that ruffian Kong Yan's wrath. Elder Wei vehemently denied any discontent, feigning a mix of excitement and indignation. Let us hope so. But why has my Chen Shidi not yet emerged? Could he have encountered some peril within? Yun Yan refrained from probing further, instead posing a pointed inquiry. Your Chen Shidi? He is still absent? The question caught Elder Wei off guard. He was entirely unaware of this Chen disciple's identity, only knowing he was at the foundation establishment stage. However, the Holy Demon sect had not indicated any intent to target this Chen disciple. Could there be matters unbeknownst to him? Humph. Sensing no deception in Elder Wei's demeanor, Yun Yan scoffed softly and turned her gaze towards the entrance of the Qishan treasure map. At that moment, both the Yuaniing and Jindan levels had been sealed, leaving only a narrow opening at the foundation establishment level. Yet, it would not be long before it too closed completely. And indeed, Elder Wei had not lied. The Qishan treasure map only opened once every 6 months. However, to remain and wait was futile, for Chen Shimo had yet to fully awaken. Even if he were to regain consciousness now, he would not reach the exit in time. Yunyan watched helplessly as the entrance began to seal, her heart plummeting into despair. Return to the sect, she commanded coldly, casting a final, frigid glance at Elder Wei before addressing the fifth elder. The entrance is now irrevocably closed. Remaining here serves no purpose. The other disciples, witnessing Yunyan's icy demeanor and the palpable aura of menace surrounding her, dared not utter a word. One by one, they boarded the flying vessel released by the fifth elder, not uttering a single word. Second brother, you take the helm. The fifth elder also wore a grim expression. He called out to his second disciple before taking his seat at the bow of the flying vessel. Yes, master. The second disciple replied with a pained countenance, not daring to refuse, for his role throughout had merely been that of a pilot. Elder Wei, watching the flying vessel of Fengxia sect vanish into the distance, felt a surge of anger within him. He had risked exposure, endured a pointless beating, and still, the plan had unraveled. Incompetent fool, Elder Wei muttered under his breath, then turned to the disciples of Bai Shui's sect, reprimanding them. Why are you still lying around? Return to the sect. Yes, Elder Wei, came the chorus of responses. Once they departed, tranquility returned to Qishan, and the so-called entrance vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, Chen Shumo, still within the treasure map of Qishan, opened his eyes at that moment. Chapter 29. Unable to exit? I have exited in a secluded training chamber. The moment Chen Shumo opened his eyes, he sensed a profound transformation in both his body and mind. Not only had his strength and realm ascended significantly, but his comprehension had also surged dramatically. It is essential to understand that the path of cultivation requires not only the elevation of one's cultivation level, but also the enhancement of one's mental state. From the first level of Qi refinement to the ninth level of foundation establishment, Chen Shumo had practically soared upwards, yet his mental state had barely improved. If this continued, he might easily fall prey to the temptations of the demonic realm, straying into darkness. However, after having devoured the essence of the celestial domain sovereign, his mental state had instantaneously elevated, relieving him of concerns regarding his mental fortitude, at least until he faced the tribulations ahead. Moreover, his strength had now advanced to the late stage of the Golden Core realm, marking another leap that spanned 2 minor realms. At the age of 15, his prowess in the Golden Core stage had already positioned him among the elite disciples of Fengxia sect, with his advanced cultivation establishing him as a standout at this tier. In other tales, Golden Core cultivators are typically ancient beings with centuries of experience, while nascent soul practitioners often boast millennia of cultivation. So why is it that in the grand sects of the Xiantian realm, a Golden Core cultivator of this age is regarded as a prodigy? Is it due to an excessively high starting point, or perhaps the abundance of spiritual energy in this world? Chen Shumo remained uncertain. He only knew that it would not be long before he could form his nascent soul, becoming the true prodigy, as rumored. As for the celestial domain sovereign, he left no memories behind, merely his realm and strength. In truth, Chen Shumo was unaware that the sovereign's memories had been eradicated by the ancient sword Yuan. Had those memories been absorbed by him, would he still be the same? Were it not for his physical body still being unable to withstand a stronger realm, he might have already attained the nascent soul stage by now. The excess energy had been absorbed by the ancient sword Yuan, with part of it nourishing Chen Shumo's spiritual root, while the rest was sealed away. It was time to leave. Chen Shumo sensed the exit but found nothing there, which filled him with anxiety. What was happening? Had he been left behind? Before entering, he was aware that the so-called exit would be connected to him in some manner. Whenever he desired to leave, he could establish a connection and be transported out. As time approached, it would also remind him that it was time to exit. Yet, what was his current situation? He felt no indication of time having passed, so why could he not exit? Had he exceeded the time limit? It seemed he truly had exceeded it. Upon careful examination, he realized that the entrance was most likely closed. He attempted to contact Yunyan with his identity jade token, but the message was dispatched without response. Was there no signal? Or was he out of range? Chen Shumo stared blankly at the jade token in his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. This is it. I cannot get out. Deflated, Chen Shumo sat back down, only to suddenly straighten up, a look of joy illuminating his face. The intelligence transaction he had sold to his senior sister had indeed been completed. At the moment the task was accomplished, Chen Shumo found himself in a state of unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he did not immediately check the situation. However, when he finally did, a wave of joy washed over him. Yet, the next instant, a sense of apprehension crept in. Since the transaction with his senior sister had been completed, it implied that she had already encountered those 3 individuals from the Demon Gate. Had she managed to evade them, or had she not? This concern gnawed at Chinchimo. For the requirements of the intelligence system transaction stated that the mere activation of the information sufficed for the transaction to be deemed successful. It was akin to the previous incident with Lu Lao-san, where the information regarding his practice mishap only required Lu Lao to arrive at the location. Confirmed that Lu Lao-san was indeed injured, and commenced treatment for the transaction to be successful. The outcome of whether he recovered or not was irrelevant to the system. Resigned, Chinchimo realized that he was currently trapped within the Chishan treasure map and had no knowledge of how to exit. Pondering further would yield no benefit. He might as well examine the advantageous intelligence. Intelligence 2, within the Chishan treasure map, at the first layer of the nascent soul. There are ambushes from the demon clan aiming to abduct Yunyan, priced at 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Transaction completed. Beneficial intelligence for the host has been generated. Please process it promptly. Reward intelligence 2. In the grand hall adjacent to the practice room, there exists a random teleportation array that can transport the host to a certain prison in Tianlan City, where rescuing the imprisoned individual will yield a loyal companion at the integration stage. Goodness, the system's reward intelligence is rather convoluted. Moreover, a cultivator at the integration stage is imprisoned? Is this something a mere golden core practitioner like myself can rescue? An integration stage expert, no less, is confined in a dungeon? The prospect of rescuing him seems perilous at best. Nevertheless, the system has never provided him with adverse intelligence. Given that he cannot escape anyway, it might be worth a try. Not only could he find a way out, but he might also acquire an SR. Tianlan City felt strangely familiar. It was as if he had heard the name before. After ruminating for a moment, Chinchimo could not recall the source. Resolutely, he stood up and made his way toward the adjacent grand hall. He also took the opportunity to search the surroundings for any valuable items, but after a thorough exploration, he found nothing of worth. Could it be that he truly was devoid of luck? Why else, since entering the Chishan treasure map, had he failed to collect anything? Chinchimo's heart felt heavy with this realization. It seemed that with the acquisition of the intelligence system, he was gradually distancing himself from other opportunities. Since he had found nothing, it was best to expedite his exit. The reward intelligence was awaiting him. Following the system's guidance, he soon located the teleportation array. A rare artifact indeed. Within Fengxiao sect, only the Grand Elder possessed the knowledge to create such legendary devices, and they were exceedingly material-intensive to construct. Far more challenging than crafting spatial rings. Standing upon the teleportation array, Chinchimo discovered it unresponsive. Did it require a spirit stone? He retrieved a low-grade spirit stone and placed it beneath his feet. In the next instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from his original location. In the shadowy depths of Tianlan City, within a grim dungeon, lay an elderly man, his body filthy and ravaged, with severed veins and shattered bones, resembling a soul on the brink of departure. The stench was overwhelming, and the ground was littered with the decaying corpses of various animals, while rats scurried about, occasionally darting past the old man, only to be seized and devoured by him. This expansive dungeon held but a solitary prisoner, devoid of any guards. As if allowing the old man to wither away in solitude, the surroundings bore witness to years of neglect and abandonment. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the space, and the figure of Chinchimo appeared in an instant. In the following moment, he shielded himself from the foul odors of the dungeon and levitated gracefully above the ground. The elderly man, who had not encountered another soul for an eternity, widened his eyes in astonishment upon seeing Chinchimo. "Who are you?" he rasped, his voice hoarse yet filled with curiosity. A mere glance was sufficient for him to discern that Chinchimo was not his adversary. "You may find it hard to believe, but I am here to rescue you. I believe you." Chapter 30. The Strange Old Man, Yuyed Tavern within the dim confines of a dungeon. An elderly man and a young lad exchanged incredulous glances. "Do you believe?" The elder mused, pondering how he would react if someone suddenly appeared, claiming to offer salvation. "I was once a disciple of the Seeking Tao sect, possessing some knowledge of the art of calculation. Even in my current state of helplessness, I can discern that you, young sir, are my fortune." His voice was steady, devoid of any bitterness or anguish from his imprisonment. "And how might I facilitate your escape?" Chinchimo inquired after a moment of contemplation. Though he had never studied the art of calculation, he was aware of the Seeking Tao sect, having witnessed their prowess during the trial in the illusionary realm when disciples had predicted the ambush against the demonic clan. "It has been 50 years since anyone has known of my confinement. Those who once guarded me have long since vanished. You need only lend me a modicum of your spiritual energy, to walk free. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is as simple as that. Then why do you not escape yourself? Without spiritual energy to restore my being, I would surely perish outside. Chinchumo was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. With a determined gesture, he raised his right hand, unleashing a surge of pure spiritual power that flowed into the elder. In an instant, the old man's shattered meridians began to mend, transforming him in mere breaths. Though he remained frail and unclothed, his essence had undeniably shifted, regaining strength only to the level of chi refinement. Contemplating further, Chinchumo retrieved a set of unblemished garments from his storage ring and offered them to the elder. Fortunately, the old man's gaunt frame allowed him to don the clothing with relative ease. Thank you, young sir. After you, the elder gestured graciously, leading the way forward. Navigating through a labyrinth of alleyways, they finally emerged from a dilapidated building onto a broad thoroughfare. It was Yuya Street in Tianan City, a property of the Zhou family. The bustling atmosphere persisted, thriving as it had years before his captivity. The elder bore no trace of resentment for his imprisonment. Rather, he felt a poignant nostalgia for the chance to once again inhale the fresh air of the world. Let us find a place to rest, Chinchumo suggested. Aware of his unfamiliarity with the surroundings, not just here, but throughout the realm of cultivation, he deemed it prudent to secure a temporary refuge before delving into further matters. There lies the Yuya Tavern, also a Zhou family establishment. I wonder if it remains operational. Their Yuya wine was a true delight, the elder reminisced, lost in thoughts of his past revelries within tavern walls. Then let us heed your advice and take shelter at the Yuya Tavern, Chinchumo acquiesced, eager to witness the world beyond the confines of the cultivation sect and discern how it differed from the ancient memories he held dear. Although the evening hour was approaching, the streets remained bustling with activity. Vendors lined the sidewalks, vocally promoting their wares, while a few naked children frolicked and played in the streets. This lively scene left Chinchumo momentarily dazed. This was the realm of mortals, so distinctly different from the illusory landscapes of the Western Buddhist realms. Here, there was a palpable sense of humanity. Perhaps this was the world that those valiant predecessors, who bravely charged into battle, sought to protect. Neither of the two employed their spiritual powers. Instead, they walked leisurely as ordinary people would. The elderly man observed Chinchumo, who appeared lost in contemplation, and chose to remain silent, carefully scanning their surroundings to ensure that no one disturbed him. Yet, even by mortal standards, they soon found themselves at the entrance of the Yuya Tavern. Ah, esteemed guests, are you here for a meal or a room? The eager attendant at the tavern's entrance, upon catching sight of Chinchumo, instantly recognized that he was no ordinary individual and immediately approached with a broad smile. The elderly man was naturally regarded as Chinchumo's servant. Startled from his reverie by the attendant's call, Chinchumo realized they had indeed arrived at the Yuya Tavern. Gazing at the tavern's grand decor, particularly the stately 5-story ancient structure, he couldn't help but admire its beauty, far surpassing the architecture seen in his previous life as period dramas. We would like a room, and also some of your signature dishes and fine wines. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please step inside. Which tier of accommodation would you prefer? The attendant bowed as he led Chinchumo and his companion towards the tavern's front desk. Oh, please enlighten me. Having spent so long in the sect, I have forgotten much about worldly matters. Chinchumo revealed his origins from a cultivation sect, leaving the specifics for the attendant to speculate. Upon hearing of Chinchumo's sect affiliation, the attendant immediately recognized him as a formidable cultivator and thus bypassed the mundane accommodations. Proceeding to explain, for your information, our Yuya Tavern offers 2 categories of lodgings, one for mortals and one for cultivators. While I won't elaborate on the mortal accommodations, the cultivator lodgings are classified into inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite tiers, each corresponding to the amount of spirit stones required. These cultivator lodgings are imbued with rich spiritual energy, constructed by the esteemed experts of the Zhou clan, and are designed to shield against external probing, ensuring a secure stay for our guests. The attendant gazed at Chinchumo with eager anticipation, knowing that the commission he would receive differed greatly depending on whether they booked a room for a mortal or a cultivator. I shall take an inferior room. Chinchumo chose not to feign grandeur by opting for the best, as he possessed no exquisite spirit stones. He lacked even superior ones, having only a single medium-grade spirit stone, which he was yet to warm up to. Greetings, esteemed guest. Please present your spiritual stones to receive your room key. Regarding meals, would you prefer them delivered to your room, or would you like to dine here? Deliver them to my room, please. Chinchumo thought it best to converse with the elderly gentleman while enjoying his meal, as it was rather inconvenient outside. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please keep your room key safe. There is a dedicated attendant for your accommodation, and you may summon him at any time for your needs. As Chinchimo accepted the room key, he noted its auspicious number, 8. Dear guests, I am the designated attendant for room 8 of the inferior grade of the immortal character. Allow me to escort you to your quarters. Following the attendant's lead, they soon arrived at the entrance of the inferior grade room 8. The abode stood independently, resembling a quaint villa, surrounded by a lush array of flowers and trees, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The attendant approached the entrance, gesturing towards a square recess. Esteemed guests, please place your room key into this recess to activate the residence. Only then will the spiritual energy within converge for your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chinchimo experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After placing the room key into the recess, 3 green lights illuminated above the door, which then swung open automatically, revealing luxurious interiors that captivated the eyes of Chinchimo and his companion. Chapter 31. The Tale of Yushuzi in the Grand Hall of the Residence. Chinchimo and the elder sat, savoring the exquisite delicacies and fine wine provided by the Jade Leaf Tavern. Ah, this Jade Leaf wine, after all these years, still retains its authentic flavor, the elder remarked with delight after taking a sip. In truth, this Jade Leaf wine was but a mortal brew, far less potent than the spiritual elixirs. Yet, in the absence of spiritual energy, a single sip of this wine offered a unique and pleasurable experience. May I inquire about your esteemed self, old sir? Chinchimo ventured, noticing the elder's contentment as he indulged in the feast. The elder, known as Yushuzi, had once been a direct disciple of the sect master of the Seeking Tao sect, but due to certain transgressions, he was expelled from the sect. As Yushuzi's gaze drifted into reminiscence, it seemed he was recounting a tale from long ago. He refrained from detailing the circumstances of his expulsion, instead beginning with the story of his imprisonment in the celestial dungeon. After his expulsion, Yushuzi wandered through the mortal realm and, a century ago, was invited by one of the 3 prominent families of Tianlong City, the Wang family, to serve as a guest elder. However, despite his position, he was unwilling to utilize the sect's secret technique, innate divination, to assist the Wang family, which left them harboring grievances. Eventually, under duress, he performed a divination for them, which resulted in a backlash that caused him to spit blood. Instead of offering aid, the Wang family incapacitated him, severing his meridians and breaking his pipa bones, yet refraining from destroying his cultivation. Their intent was to imprison Yushuzi without killing him, all to coerce him into revealing the innate divination of the Seeking Tao sect. Naturally, Yushuzi refused, leading to his confinement in the dungeon. It was not until 50 years ago, amidst some unknown turmoil within the Wang family, that his captors vanished, and it was only today that Chinchimo liberated him. This imprisonment lasted for over 80 years. The Wang family, the one in Tianlong City? Is that the same Wang family whose disciple practices at Fengxia sect? Upon hearing the name Wang family, Chinchimo recalled what Wang Zhili had said during his visit. The Wang family had long been affiliated with Fengxia sect, sending a few promising disciples to the sect each generation. Yushuzi explained that this was no secret. Nearly everyone in Tianlong City was aware of the Wang family's allegiance to Fengxia sect. Moreover, the city lord of Tianlong was a disciple of Fengxia sect. Upon confirming the identity of the Wang family, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Chinchimo's eyes, though it quickly dissipated. His current cultivation level was merely at the late Golden Core stage, insufficient to contend with such a formidable clan of cultivators. To address the Wang family, he would either need to hasten his own cultivation or establish his own influence. After all, the Wang family had been under the protection of Fengxia sect for many years. The sect would undoubtedly not take action to eradicate the Wang family for his sake. However, the system had indicated that the rescued Yushuzi could be advantageous to him. Though the pinnacle of his power was during the fusion phase, he has only recently returned to the chi refining stage. To truly reclaim his former glory may require a significant amount of time. Could it be that the system is merely deceiving him? Old sir, your strength has been compromised. Do you possess any means to expedite your recovery? Chinchimo inquired of Yushuzi, pondering whether the solution might lie within Yushuzi himself. Ah, young brother. I have just consulted the divination, and the opportunity for recovery lies entirely within you. Should I regain even 70 or 80% of my former prowess, I shall henceforth defer to you. Yushuzi replied cryptically, his demeanor remaining nonchalant. Even when discussing the Wang family, there was no trace of malice upon his face, as if recounting merely a tale of another, assuming the role of a mere storyteller. Within me, Chinchimo felt a moment of confusion. Could it be that he possessed some extraordinary treasure? Yet, he was indeed quite impoverished. Wait, could it be that the celestial domain sovereign, who sought to take control of him, was the answer, though he had ascended to the golden core stage after reversing the devouring process? What had become of the surplus energy? Old sir, have you heard of the celestial domain sovereign? Chinchumo voiced his curiosity. If he were indeed a sovereign, it was certain that his cultivation would be extraordinary. Even in death, he would be incomparable to someone at the golden core stage. The celestial domain sovereign? That old fellow has been dead for millennia. How would you know of this name, young brother? Yuxuzi expressed his surprise. By chance, I once heard that name. Since you are aware of it, could you perhaps enlighten me further? Chinchumo spoke ambiguously. The celestial domain sovereign was a perfected practitioner of the great ascension stage, said to be a supreme elder of the Bu sect, one of the 10 great sections. The title sovereign refers to those formidable beings of the great ascension stage. The circumstances surrounding the sovereign's demise are rather enigmatic. With his level of power, unless a celestial descended, no one could have slain him. At the very least, a being of that caliber would not easily engage in conflict, as they would focus on consolidating their strength for ascension to the celestial realm. Yuxuzi discerned that Chinchumo was not being entirely truthful, but he chose not to press further, having already resolved to follow him. Such matters were secondary. A perfected great ascension stage practitioner? Chinchumo was astonished to possess such prowess, although the cause of death was unknown. It was evident that the energy amassed posthumously would surpass that of the tribulation stage. So, where had that residual energy vanished to? Could it have been entirely consumed by the system? Yet that seemed implausible, as the system was solely aware of daily tasks and rewards, providing almost no feedback. Were it not for the tangible rewards he had received, he might have believed he was merely experiencing delusions. Old sir, are you certain that your opportunity lies within me? Chinchumo pressed once more. Indeed, this old man's innate divination has never erred, Yuxuzi affirmed. Yuxuzi was utterly convinced. So what exactly do I possess? A cultivation level of the golden core stage? An innate sword spirit root? Wait, could it be the ancient sword essence? At that moment, Chinchumo was in a state of consciousness oblivion, unaware that his safety was entirely due to the ancient sword essence. Ever since the ancient sword essence first entered his body, it had resided within his sea of consciousness. Not only did it transform his body into an innate sword spirit root, but it also continuously enhanced his sword intent, with the crimson golden sword intent emanating from this ancient sword essence. However, he had never utilized the ancient sword essence, and one could even say he was incapable of doing so, as it seemed to possess its own will. When Chinchumo projected his consciousness onto the ancient sword essence radiating with a crimson golden glow, he was immediately met with a response. A vast energy was sealed within the ancient sword essence, contained like a sphere. It seemed as if the ancient sword essence had consciousness of its own, sending back a message: step aside, you cannot consume this. Chinchumo was momentarily speechless, but soon he was filled with astonishment. Wow, this ancient sword essence is incredible. Such immense energy can be effortlessly sealed. Could this be the so-called opportunity? Chapter 32, The Opportunity of Yuxuzi Old Sir. I believe I have discovered the opportunity you mentioned. Chinchumo gazed earnestly at Yuxuzi, his conviction growing ever stronger. Oh, has the young brother found it so swiftly? Yuxuzi expressed mild astonishment, but soon regained his composure. The innate divination is no jest. If one possesses sufficient strength, even immortals dare to engage in it. I shall give it a try. If successful, you may restore your peak tonight, or perhaps even surpass it. Upon finishing his words, Chinchumo once again immersed his consciousness into the primordial sword essence, disregarding whether it possessed true awareness, and directly conveyed his thoughts. As long as he did not intend to wield it himself, the primordial sword essence should acquiesce. Indeed, after transmitting his intentions to the primordial sword essence, though it did not provide feedback, it emitted a strand of sword intent, accompanied by the compressed energy sphere, which then found its way into Chinchumo's grasp. Is this an agreement? Can it truly comprehend? A wave of excitement surged within Chinchumo, but he refrained from trembling his hands, fearing that an explosion within the tavern could potentially devastate Tianlong City. How should I utilize it? Observing the energy sphere bound by the primordial sword essence in his hands, Chinchumo felt at a loss. This is, my goodness, such a potent fluctuation of spiritual power. Yuxuzi's face reflected awe, shedding the previous air of nonchalance. This must be your opportunity. Yet, how shall it be employed? Chinchumo turned to Yuxuzi and suggested, why not swallow it whole? Gazing at the energy sphere the size of a human head, Yuxuzi momentarily found himself speechless. How could one possibly ingest something of that magnitude? No, absolutely not. I would be overwhelmed. Yu Shuzi shook his head vigorously, considering that such an immense energy could indeed prove fatal if consumed in its entirety. Furthermore, due to the constraints imposed by the primordial sword essence, direct absorption was unfeasible. Primordial sword essence, perhaps you could assist? Shinshimo tentatively inquired, recognizing that this entity had conjured the energy sphere and might possess a solution. As if understanding Shinshimo's intent, the primordial sword essence propelled the compressed energy sphere toward Yushuzi. No. Before Yushuzi could utter a protest, the primordial sword essence penetrated his form, appearing directly within his sea of consciousness. Subsequently, the colossal energy expanded within Yushuzi's mind, cascading throughout his body, initiating a continuous process of restoration. The strand of sword intent enveloped Yushuzi entirely, seemingly to shield him from potential explosion due to the overwhelming force. Yet, more likely, it served to protect Yushuzi, facilitating the smooth absorption of this immense energy. Observing Yushuzi, now encased in a golden hue resembling a giant egg, Shinshimo could not help but marvel and wonder. It is likely that only the once integrated Yuksuzi could absorb such formidable energy. Were it me, I would have likely exploded from the pressure. No wonder the ancient sword's spirit forbade my touch. It truly demonstrates thoughtfulness. Shinshimo observed that Yuksuzi's current endeavor would not conclude swiftly, and he realized he had neglected to contact senior sister Yunyan. Thus, he promptly retrieved his identity jade tablet and sent a message, Senior Sister. I have emerged and am currently in Tianlan City. I have been delayed by certain matters, but I shall return once they are resolved. Do not worry. At that moment, Yunyan had just returned to Yunxia sect via a flying vessel and was preparing to discuss matters regarding the Baishui sect with the Grand Elder when she suddenly received a message from Shinshimo. A wave of joy surged through her, for the Chishan treasure map had rendered communication with the outside world impossible. The receipt of Shinshimo's message indicated his successful emergence. Indeed, upon reading Shinshimo's words, the anxiety that had burdened Yunyan dissipated. Tianlan City? How did junior brother Chen arrive there? It is over 3,000 miles from the sect. Puzzled, she inquired, Junior brother, what transpired within? How did you manage to exit and arrive in Tianlan City? Senior sister. I encountered a fortuitous event and broke through to the Golden Core stage. However, I discovered that the entrance had closed after my breakthrough. Fortunately, I stumbled upon a teleportation array that transported me directly to Tianlan City, Shinshimo recounted, focusing on the essentials and omitting the fact that he had advanced to the late Golden Core stage, fearing it might alarm his sister. Wait a moment. You say you broke through to the Golden Core stage? You achieved this in merely half a day's time? Are you jesting with me? Yunyan found it hard to believe, as it typically took at least a week, if not a month, for a normal person to ascend from the 9th level of Foundation establishment to the Golden Core stage. With her own exceptional talent, she had taken 5 days to break through, a feat that had earned her the title of the first in Fingxia sect's history. Yet here was Chun Shimo claiming to have achieved it in less than half a day. Yunyan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Could it be that she had merely practiced a false form of immortality? Indeed, less than half a day. At this point, Shinshimo refrained from elaborating further, aware that he had not merely reached the early Golden Core stage. If Senior Sister were to learn that he had directly advanced to the late Golden Core stage, she might very well summon her father in shock. All right, Senior Sister knows now. Try not to linger outside. Return soon. Yunyan set aside her jade tablet, feeling somewhat fatigued. Consulting the Grand Elder? Perhaps I shall defer that until tomorrow. I am exhausted. Understood, Senior Sister, Shinshimo replied before stowing away the jade tablet. He cast a glance at the resplendent golden egg, shook his head, and, after disposing of the remaining food, retreated to his room to rest. After enduring such a day, he felt no inclination for cultivation and opted for an early slumber. Left Protector, it is precisely as I have described. You must believe that I have not betrayed Lord Demon God. In a dimly lit cave, a middle-aged man with a goatee knelt before a figure clad in black robes, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. The cave reverberated with the sounds of impact and the rhythmic drips of water falling to the ground. The 3 disciples of the sacred demon sect have vanished without a trace. How do you intend to absolve yourself of suspicion? The left guardian's voice was cold, emanating a palpable aura of menace. It pierced the air like a series of sharp blades, inflicting anguish upon the goateed man. Left guardian. Those 3 disciples were entrusted to me personally. It is inconceivable that I would deceive you. However, the Chishan treasure map only opens once every 6 months, and I am powerless in this regard. The goateed man was none other than Elder Wei of the Bihui sect. Yet, in this moment of despair, he appeared far removed from the formidable presence he once possessed. 6 months? Ah, you wretched fool, unable to accomplish even such a simple task. Yet you dare speak of a half-year hence? Very well, since you insist on 6 months, you shall endure the torment of this heart-devouring pain for that duration. If, after 6 months, you can substantiate your claims, I shall grant you the antidote. With that, the left guardian implanted a parasitic insect into Elder Wei's heart, where it immediately coiled itself around the organ. Ah, heart, devouring insect. Chapter 33. Encounter with the 3 young masters of the Wang family. The following morning, Chinchumo stretched languidly, feeling utterly refreshed. Cultivating immortality, it seemed, could not compare to the comfort of sleep. He mused inwardly after countless nights and days spent in meditation. Nothing could rival the exhilaration of a good rest. First, he decided to check today's intelligence missions. With a mere thought, the exceedingly simple system interface materialized before his eyes. Intelligence 1. Zhou Ziyu, sister of Zhou Zimo, is trapped in the Dazhou mountain range and urgently requires rescue. Selling price, 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Intelligence 2. El Qing urgently needs a leaving fire pill, available at the stall of the old man on Yuye Street. Selling price, 1 low-grade spirit stone. Intelligence 3. The Zhong Xuelan family has been annihilated by the Wang family, and she remains unaware of her predicament in the Dazhou mountain range. Selling price, 1 mid-grade spirit stone. The first and third pieces of intelligence suggest that Zhou Ziyu and Zhong Xuelan are perhaps trapped together in the Dazhou mountain range. Zhou Zimo must belong to the Zhou family, one of the 3 prominent families of Tianlan City, while El Cheng likely hails from the El family, also among the 3 great families. As Chinchumo contemplated these 3 intelligence tasks, he fell into deep thought. In this unfamiliar place, should he take the initiative to introduce himself? But how should he approach them? Would it suffice to present his identity jade tablet? Oh, it seems that might indeed be a viable option. He promptly retrieved his identity jade tablet, recalling that senior brother Song had mentioned its status as a symbol of identity even outside the sect. As a core disciple, meeting with members of these 2 families should not pose a significant challenge. Since it was still early, he decided to venture out and gather some information. He wondered whether Yuxuzi had finished his business yet. Oh, why is Yuxuzi still occupied? Chinchumo felt a twinge of impatience. Although he longed to complete today's tasks swiftly and return to Fengxia sect, it appeared he was momentarily unable to leave. A stroll outside would allow him to appreciate the beauty of Tianlan City. With that thought, Chinchumo rose and made his way outside. Ah, esteemed guest, you have emerged. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me. If you wish to explore, I can serve as your guide, greeted a young attendant, specifically assigned to attend to Chinchumo's room. Since I intend to take a stroll, I shall rely on you to lead the way. By the way, do I need to retrieve the room sign? I have a friend still inside, Chinchumo inquired, pointing to the sign. Esteemed guest, there is no need to remove the sign, as we have registered the auras of both you and the elder. Currently, only the 2 of you may enter freely. Others cannot gain entry without your consent, the attendant patiently explained, accustomed to such inquiries. Very well, lead on. And kindly enlighten me about the affairs of Tianlan City along the way. Chinchumo nodded, signaling the attendant to proceed. Although Tianlan City may not be the finest, it ranks among the top 10 cities within the jurisdiction of the Yunxia sect, the attendant replied. The permanent population hovers around 50 million, with numerous cultivation families flourishing. Among them, the most powerful are the 3 prominent cultivation clans, the Zhou family, the El family, and the Wang family. Our Jade Leaf Tavern is a property of the Zhou family. As the attendant elucidated, Chinchumo gained a general understanding of Tianlan City. Not to mention, the lord of the city, a registered disciple of the 2nd elder of Fengxia sect, possesses strength at the transformation stage, having practiced for 5 centuries. Due to limited aptitude, he was assigned to govern Tianlan City. The 3 major cultivation families also have some members who have entered other sects, as there are no restrictions preventing individuals within Fengxia sect's jurisdiction from joining other sections. Likewise, some within the domains of other sects have joined Fengxia sect, a tacit agreement among the major sections. Among the 3 families, the Zhou family is the most powerful, while the Wang family ranks last. This is primarily linked to the Wang family's conduct. After all, the incident involving the Yuxuzi has somewhat circulated among the upper echelons. Consequently, fewer individuals are inclined to pledge loyalty to the Wang family. Nevertheless, being a cultivation family with a history spanning over 1,000 years, They remain one of the three prominent families in Tianan City. As for the Wang family's specific strength, the attendant was unaware, given his position. He had yet to reach that level of understanding. Get lost. Do not disturb my enjoyment. Ha ha ha. Beauty, don't run away. As Chen Shumo passed along a street bordering the Wang and Zhou families, a drunken man's curses echoed from a nearby alley. The voice sounded familiar. Chen Shumo turned to investigate and recognized a man missing an arm, his face flushed, reeking of alcohol, as he clutched a young girl's hand tightly, uttering lewd remarks. Is that Wang Jihong from the outer sect? Chen Shumo recognized him, albeit in disbelief. How could he have fallen to such a state in just a few days? At that moment, the drunken Wang Jihong noticed Chen Shumo standing nearby, and all traces of inebriation vanished, replaced by a flicker of murderous intent. Chen Shumo, you worthless servant. How dare you appear before me? Die. Wang Jihong hurled a wine jar at Chen Shumo with his only arm, his thoughts solely focused on him. The young girl, startled, quickly fled the scene under the urging of an OL. Chen Shumo was acutely aware that departing today would not be a simple task. Thus, he addressed the trembling young servant beside him. This young man before you is the third son of the Wang family, the servant cautioned, his voice quivering. If matters take a turn for the worse, I implore you to leave swiftly. I shall take my leave first. With that, the servant hurried away. Not long after the servant's departure, a group of 10 emerged at Wang Jihong's side. Third young master, how do you fare? What audacity to attempt an assassination on the third son of the Wang family in Tianlan City. You shall not escape with your life today. One imposing figure from the group lifted the fallen Wang Jihong and directed a fierce threat towards Chen Shumo. The accompanying individuals immediately brandished their weapons, encircling Chen Shumo. Kill him. Wang Jihong commanded without hesitation, showing no regard for Chen Shumo's status as a core disciple. Once he was dead, who would dare to speak on his behalf? Chapter 34. The demise of the Wang family. Wang Jihong held immense confidence in his newly arrived subordinates, led by a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, with the rest being uniformly at the Foundation Establishment stage. He refused to believe that Chen Shumo could escape under such encirclement. Kill. With a single command, the group charged towards Chen Shumo. Within the territory of the Wang family in Tianan City, they paid no heed to the identities of others. They were solely bound to obey the orders of the Wang family. Truly worthy of the Wang family of Tianlan City, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation? Chen Shumo raised 2 fingers, and in an instant, the Suihan's sword shot forth, transforming into a streak of flowing light. In the blink of an eye, the next moment, the 9 Foundation Establishment cultivators were pierced through their sea of consciousness by this sword, collapsing to the ground like deflated puppets. Golden Core? The leader's heart raced. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful boy had already attained the Golden Core stage. To slay 9 Foundation Establishment cultivators in an instant was something even he could not guarantee. What? Golden Core? Impossible. Just days ago, you were at the Foundation Establishment stage. How could you have ascended to the Golden Core stage? Absolutely impossible. Wang Jihong, supported by others, was taken aback by the leader's words. How could this worthless servant's cultivation elevate so rapidly? Even the foremost prodigy of Fengxia sect, Yunyao, would likely struggle to progress from Qi refinement to Foundation Establishment. And now to Golden Core in such a brief span. How can an ant like you comprehend the vastness of the stars? Chen Shumo coldly regarded Wang Jihong, recalling how he had been subjected to various humiliations by him in the past. Though those were the memories of his former self, he was now Chen Shumo. Go. Kill him. Wang Jihong's eyes widened in fury. He had always been the one to humiliate others, and had never been treated in such a manner. Third young master. What shall we do? The leader felt the situation with Chen Shumo becoming increasingly precarious and hesitated to take action. Kill him. And the Wang family will grant you an additional 50% of resources. Wang Jihong was consumed with the desire to eliminate Chen Shumo, knowing that his arm had been sacrificed to appease the latter. The intention was to quell tensions within the Fengxia sect, but outside the sect, the Wang family would undoubtedly support his actions. Very well, boy, prepare to meet your end. The man's expression hardened, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes as he brandished his sword and charged at Chen Shumo. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Chen Shumo retorted, as the Suihan sword, suspended in midair, suddenly radiated a brilliant red light, transforming into a phoenix silhouette that intercepted the advancing man. Before he could close the distance, the man was repelled hundreds of meters back by the phoenix image, his heart sinking as he realized he was no match for Chen Shumo. Casting a glance at the fallen Wang Jihong, the man gritted his teeth and turned to flee. The Wang family? It was best to distance oneself. At this moment, Chinchimo was equally astonished. The Wang family had indeed fallen from grace. Ha ha ha, Wang Jihong, is this truly the extent of the Wang family's intimidation in Tianlan City? Chinchimo looked at Wang Jihong with derision, his heart swelling with satisfaction. A radiant golden light, intricately carved with the image of a fire phoenix, surged forth, swiftly aiming towards the fleeing individual. Wang Jihong, I possess a peculiar penchant. I take delight in ensuring that families remain intact. Whether it be you, your elder brother, or the Wang clan, they shall all descend into the abyss alongside you. With a subtle movement of his hand, Chinchimo conjured a spell, and in an instant, the air was filled with a miniature fire phoenix. No, you cannot kill me. I am the third young master of the Wang family. I can grant you anything you desire. Just spare my life. Upon witnessing the form of the fire phoenix, Wang Jihong felt as though his heart was being shattered. This was the Phoenix Dance of 9 Heavens, a technique reserved solely for the lineage of the Yunxia sect's leader. While he may have been unaware of many things, the esteemed elders of his family had imparted this knowledge to him since childhood. He never anticipated that Chinchimo could master the Phoenix Dance of 9 Heavens. Did this not imply that Chinchimo had become a disciple of the leader of the Fengxia sect? What then did the Wang family amount to? However, before he could ponder further, darkness enveloped his consciousness. In that instant, as the fire phoenix lunged towards him, he, who had yet to even establish his foundation, was reduced to mere ashes. Faster, I must hasten. With my golden core strength, even without allegiance to the Wang family, I can seek refuge in another sect's territory. The world is vast. Where can I not find sanctuary? As long as I live, there remains hope. The fleeing leader exerted all his might to escape, nearly pushing his spiritual power to its limits. He swiftly approached the outskirts of Tian'an City, casting a glance over his shoulder to confirm that he was not being pursued. Allowing himself a moment of relief. Just as he relaxed his expression, a sudden flash of red light appeared ahead, and a sword silhouette, etched with the image of a fire phoenix, pierced into his consciousness, instantly shattering him. Those of higher cultivation within the city naturally sensed the unfolding events, however. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the city. Upon realizing it bore no relevance to them, they chose to disregard it. For the officials beneath the city lord's estate, as long as the situation did not endanger a significant number of ordinary citizens, it was preferable to avoid unnecessary troubles. The intricate relationships within the city rendered them hesitant to intervene recklessly. Through extensive inquiries, Chinchimo had gathered intelligence regarding the Zhou and El families. El Qing was a direct descendant of the El clan, currently the second grandson of the clan's leader, aged 20, with a cultivation level in the mid-golden core stage. He possessed a foundation-establishing spirit pet, a fire cloud sparrow, which he doted upon immensely. It was rumored that the fire cloud sparrow had recently been shedding fur excessively, nearing baldness, and thus, after consulting with a sage, it was advised that a Li Huadan would suffice. However, the Li Huadan was quite obscure. Even if there were alchemists within the city capable of crafting it, the necessary materials were scarce, as it was not intended for human consumption. Presently, he was found in the Fengyue building, drowning his sorrows in drink. May I inquire if this esteemed young gentleman is El Chong, the young master of the El family? Chinchimo asked as he approached, having finally encountered the subject of his intelligence mission. There sat young Master El, his eyes glazed with intoxication, clutching a wine jar, gazing at the elegant dancers in the hall. Yet, there was not the slightest hint of lewdness in his eyes. It seemed he had not come merely for revelry, but rather to solace his sorrows with wine. What is this child doing here? Do not disturb me while I drink. El Chung squinted, casting a glance at Chinchimo, and promptly dismissed him. Well, little one? Chinchimo found himself both amused and exasperated. Although his stature was indeed modest, barely reaching 1.70 meters, he hardly thought of himself as a mere child. However, upon observing El Cheng's towering figure, which loomed at least 2 heads above him, he couldn't help but feel like a child in his presence. Is it true that you are troubled over the Li Huadan? He inquired. Do you possess it? El Cheng's narrowed eyes suddenly widened in astonishment, fixating intently on Chinchimo. El Cheng, a young master of the El family, one of the 3 prominent families in Tianlan City, preferred to nurture small pets rather than indulge in frivolous pursuits. His beloved Huiyun Ke was dear to his heart, yet it faced impending demise due to the absence of the Li Huadan. I do not have it, Chinchimo replied with a shake of his head. Why inquire if you lack it? How dare you jest with me, El Cheng? Given your youth, be on your way. El Cheng was not a malicious individual, yet he was no stranger to the harsher realities of life, choosing not to quibble with one so young. Elching, while I may not possess it, I do know where to find it. Chapter 35. The Liu family and the Zhou family. Li Huadan has been procured. Within the confines of Fengwei Tower, the atmosphere is one of revelry, filled with the melodious sounds of song and dance. Surrounding the scene are women clad in scant attire, inadvertently revealing glimpses of alabaster skin, inciting raucous cheers from the inebriated patrons nearby. Yet, the area where Lu Qing resides stands in stark contrast to the surroundings. A young attendant, garbed in humble attire, hurriedly approached Lu Qing, respectfully presenting an antiquated jade vial. Inside, it contained the elusive Li Huadan. Ah, splendid. Indeed, it is the Li Huadan. Brother Chun, here are 10 inferior spirit stones. Consider it compensation for my earlier ungracious remarks. Upon confirming the contents, the heavy sin of alcohol dissipated from Lu Qing, his eyes clearing from the haze of drunkenness. Many thanks, Brother Lu, Qin Shimo replied, accepting the offering without hesitation. For he understood that Lu Qing was not one to be deterred by monetary concerns. To refuse would only serve to diminish Lu Qing's dignity. Brother Qin, I shall attend to my beloved pet now. Please indulge yourself here, and should you fancy any of the ladies, feel free to call upon them. Charging everything to my account, Lu Qing instructed the attendant before bidding farewell to Qin Shimo. Instead of summoning any ladies to join him, Qin Shimo poured himself a glass and savored it lightly. Information 2. Lu Qing urgently requires Li Huadan. It is available at the stall of the old man on Yuye Street, priced at 1 inferior spirit stone each. Transaction complete. Advantageous information has been generated for the host. Please process it promptly. Reward information 1. There exists a millennium-old monkey wine in the Heart Monkey Valley of the Great Zhou Mountains. The Great Zhou Mountains again. It seems I must make the journey. Contemplating the reward information, Qin Shimo resolved to find Zhou Zimo and embark together. With that thought, he raised his glass and drained it in one gulp before rising to depart. At the Zhou family estate, in the training grounds, Zhou Zimo was leisurely practicing with his spear, his demeanor indicating a lack of earnestness in his training. Young master, word from outside indicates that a core disciple from Fengxia sect is here to visit. A guard, carrying a longsword, whispered as he approached Zhou Zimo. Who? A core disciple from Fengxia sect? Quickly, allow them entry. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Zimo swiftly sheathed his spear and hastened towards the entrance. May I inquire the name of this young brother? Which elder of Fengxia sect do you serve as a core disciple? Please, enter the estate. Upon arrival at the entrance, Zhou Zimo beheld a strikingly handsome young man, standing with an air of nobility, clearly possessing formidable strength, undoubtedly at the Golden Core stage. As he invited Qin Shimo in, he reprimanded the guards at the door. Have your eyes failed you? Knowing that it is a core disciple from Fengxia sect, you dare to keep our esteemed guest waiting outside. You shall face the 3 penalties immediately. Ignoring the dismal expressions of the guards, he respectfully ushered Qin Shimo inside. I am Qin Shimo, the 5th disciple under the sect master. Qin Shimo introduced himself. Qin Shimo produced his identity jade token and presented it before the other party, who, taken aback, watched as he retrieved it. It turned out he was a disciple of the sect leader. No wonder he felt an intangible pressure upon meeting the young brother. I am Zhou Zimo, the legitimate grandson of the Zhou family. Currently, due to pressing matters, the affairs of the family are temporarily entrusted to me. May I inquire? Young brother Qin, if your visit today bears any urgent matters? Zhou Zimo escorted Qin Shimo into the reception hall and personally brewed a pot of exquisite spiritual tea. Brother Zhou, I find myself rather unoccupied. However, there is a matter concerning you that I must convey. With a gentle sip of the tea, its rich aroma enveloped his throat, and a profound spiritual essence flowed into his being, instilling a sense of complete comfort. What an exceptional tea! Zhou Zimo exclaimed. Pray tell, what news do you wish to share with me, young brother Qin? I have received intelligence that your sister, Zhou Ziyu, is trapped in the Great Zhou mountain range. The situation is somewhat urgent. Qin Shimo's tone was calm, yet it struck Zhou Zimo's ears like a thunderclap. What? My sister Zhou Ziyu is trapped in the Great Zhou mountain range? Young brother Qin, is this information absolutely reliable? Zhou Zimo sprang to his feet, a flicker of panic crossing his face. The dangers of the Great Zhou mountain range were well known to the Zhou family, for it was named after their ancestors, famed for their might. The intelligence is indeed credible. If you have any doubts, you may immediately dispatch a powerful clan member to verify. Qin Shimo wished to accompany them but refrained from suggesting it outright. Please wait a moment, young brother Qin. I will first verify my sister's condition using the clan's secret methods. With that, Zhou Zimo hastily departed. Moments later, he returned, urgency evident in his demeanor. Young brother Chen, I am setting off for the Great Zhou mountain range immediately. I cannot entertain you at this moment. Brother Zhou, allow me to accompany you. I have been entrusted with the task to locate Zhong Xuelon, who is also in the Great Zhou mountain range. Observing the urgency in Zhou Zimo, Chen Chumo seized the opportunity to voice his request. Very well, I have summoned a senior from our clan in the transformation stage to guide us. We shall arrive shortly. The Zhou family was not far from the Great Zhou mountain range, and with Chen Chumo's speed, he estimated they would reach it in about an hour. The expert in the transformation stage would likely require even less time. Did you sense something, Brother Zhou? Chen Chumo was intrigued by this family secret. As he was still a novice in the ways of cultivation with much to learn, I employed the clan's secret methods to probe and discovered that my sister's life hangs by a thread. Zhou Zimo candidly disclosed the grim news. Brother Chen, once my sister is rescued, the Zhou family will owe you a favor and will surely reward you handsomely. There is no need for extravagant rewards. I prefer not to have such debts. A mid-grade spirit stone will suffice to settle the matter. For Chen Chumo, no matter how exceptional the item might be, it holds no value. What the system demands is the designated pricing. There may be an abundance, but it cannot be absent. How could a single medium-grade spirit stone suffice? Zhou Zimo was somewhat perplexed. Is there truly someone who would negotiate in reverse? It matters not. For me, this is sufficient. Brother Zhou, let us first rescue your sister before discussing anything further. Chen Chumo interrupted Zhou Zimo, as the latter had yet to verify the authenticity of the intelligence task, rendering further dialogue futile. At this moment, within the vast Dazhou mountain range, at the periphery of the Heart Monkey Valley, two women in the Golden Core stage found themselves ensnared within a bell. Rather than being trapped, they were more accurately being protected. Among the two, one lay on the ground, drenched in blood, while the other continuously channeled spiritual energy into the bell. Outside this bell stood a colossal ape, towering at 50 meters, relentlessly swinging a massive club and striking the bell time and again, producing a thunderous clamor with each blow. Sister Ziyu, hold on. We shall surely escape this peril. The woman expending her spiritual energy, her complexion growing increasingly pallid, encouraged the injured woman on the ground. Is it truly possible? The latter clutched a shattered communication talisman, her eyes filled with despair. Chapter 36. Rescuing the two maidens and conveying intelligence. The resonating sound grew increasingly intense, echoing even from dozens of kilometers away. A crack suddenly appeared on the protective bell, rapidly expanding. It was over. The woman channeling spiritual energy coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her eyes filled with despair as she gazed at the ever-widening fissure. This was a mid-grade spiritual artifact, the Heavenly Bell, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. Yet it was being ruthlessly shattered by the colossal ape. The giant ape, noticing the fracture on the bell, revealed a bloodthirsty grin and raised its massive club once more, intensifying its assault to deliver a final blow. In that precarious moment, a flash of crimson golden light erupted, instantly shattering the club in the ape's grasp. It was Chen Chumo and his companions, who, despite being a short distance away, acted swiftly, in a moment of desperation. Chen Chumo drew upon a fragment of ancient sword essence, unleashing a strike that surpassed the power of golden core cultivation. However, most of its might had been expended in hastening their arrival. Otherwise, that blow could have easily claimed the ape's life. Yet, even the destruction of the ape's weapon sufficed for the nearby expert from the Zhou family in the transformation stage to close in. This adept immediately summoned their spiritual artifact, sending the giant ape flying, and the two soon became embroiled in a chaotic battle. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Bell stood on the brink of shattering. Within, the two maidens, whose once dim eyes sparkled with renewed hope upon witnessing the sudden turn of events. Yue, how are you? Brother is here to save you. Zhou Zimo cried out as he descended, but with the bell still intact, he was barred from entry. He then shouted to the other maiden, quickly, put away this artifact. I must rescue my sister, brother. Upon hearing Zhou Zimo's voice, Zhou Ziyu rolled her eyes and fainted. The other maiden, though weary, managed to retract the bell. Yet its surface was marred with cracks. Without timely restoration by a craftsman, it would soon be rendered useless. As the bell was stowed away, Zhou Zimo appeared beside Zhou Ziyu, lifting her and administering a pill while channeling spiritual energy to sustain her life. The other maiden's injuries were not as severe as Zhou Ziyu's. She had merely exhausted herself and was already consuming a healing pill. Chen Chumo stood silently nearby, casting a glance at the recovering maiden, contemplating, could she be Zhong Xuelon? I wonder if she can withstand the news of her family's demise when the time comes. However, this was his system's intelligence mission. If he did not disclose it today, it would become obsolete. a matter of knowing a day earlier or later. Very well. At least I can take her along when I eradicate the Wang family in the future, he thought, resolving that no one should suffer more than himself. The commotion from the transcendent expert nearby was considerable, yet it remained in a state of suppression, for the formidable giant ape was only at the late golden core stage. Its resilience stemmed from its demon bloodline, granting it remarkable endurance. Indeed, it did not take long for the battle to gradually subside. On the other hand, Zhou Zimo had completed his initial healing and presented a mid-grade spirit stone to Chen Shumo. Brother Chen, please accept this spirit stone for now. Once my sister recovers, I shall personally bring her to Fengxia sect to express our gratitude. I hope you will not refuse at that time. Zhou Zimo stood, channeling his spiritual energy to support the still unconscious Zhou Ziyu. When we arrive, I shall treat you to the spiritual tea of Fengxia sect. With the spirit stone in hand, the task was accomplished, and Chen Shumo, not one to be obstinate, chose to accept it. Besides, he was in no position to decline. Very well, Brother Zhou. However, my sister's injuries are quite severe. While I have stabilized her condition, we must return to the clan promptly for her treatment. I must take my leave now. As for the young lady still recovering, she is the one you seek, Zhang Xuelan, a close friend of my sister. I entrust her care to you. Farewell. With that, Zhou Zimo swiftly departed under the guidance of the transcendent expert, heading back to the Zhou family. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuelan remained in a meditative state, healing, and Chen Shumo positioned himself nearby to protect her from any potential beast attacks. Information 1. Zhou Zimo's sister, Zhou Ziyu, is trapped in the Dazhou mountain range and urgently requires rescue. Selling price, 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Transaction completed. Beneficial information generated for the host. Please process it promptly. Reward information 2. In the Union Pool outside the Dazhou mountain range, there exists a celestial spirit pearl lotus, which will prove invaluable once acquired. What does that mean? It will prove invaluable? Does that imply it is not of use at the moment? Could it be that the system has already calculated that this task would require it later? Just as Chen Shumo pondered this, he noticed Zhang Xuelan's spiritual energy fluctuating rapidly before it was fully reined in, and she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. At that moment, Chen Shumo finally discerned her features. She appeared to be 18 years old, akin to Sister Yunyan, possessing beauty that, while slightly inferior, was still remarkable. Her cultivation was at the mid-golden core stage, not quite matching Sister Yunyan's prowess. In summary, she fell short in every aspect compared to his esteemed Yunyan. It was no wonder Chen Shumo remained indifferent. For ever since encountering Sister Yunyan, other women had appeared merely average in comparison. Did you save me? I recall the young master of the Zhou family was also present just now. Upon awakening, Zhang Xuelan noticed Chen Shumo gazing at her. His expression was neutral, devoid of any ulterior motives, which spared her from any displeasure. Zhou Ziyu's injuries are too grave. Brother Zhou has taken her back. Chen Shumo replied succinctly, contemplating how to convey the information he had received. Oh, I see. I am Zhang Xuelan. Thank you, young master, for your rescue and vigil. May I ask how I should address you? Zhang Xuelan instantly comprehended the unfolding events and realized that the other party had deliberately stayed behind to protect her. In gratitude, she offered a gesture of thanks. No need for formality. I am Chen Shumo from Fengxia sect. The reason I remained is that I was entrusted by someone to seek you out. After much contemplation, Chen Shumo decided to be forthright, for the truth would need to be confronted eventually. So, you are a junior disciple of Fengxia sect. By whom were you entrusted, and for what purpose? Zhang Xuelan inquired, her eyes brimming with confusion, astonished to discover such a layer of connection. The person who entrusted me did not disclose their identity clearly, only stating that upon meeting you, I was to receive a mid-grade spiritual stone from you before revealing any information. Chen Shumo continued to weave his deceit, feeling less awkward as the conversation progressed. Is that so? Zhang Xuelan replied, perplexed, yet she handed over a mid-grade spiritual stone, recognizing that the individual had guarded her during her recovery, thus deeming the stone worthy. Before I disclose anything further, I implore you to remain calm, Chen Shumo said solemnly after accepting the stone. Upon hearing this, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within Zhang Xuelan. Please, go on, she urged. The Zhong family has been annihilated by the Wang family. Chapter 37. Intelligence on 2 major rewards in the outskirts of the Xinyuan Valley, nestled within the majestic Dazhou mountain range. A palpable aura of murderous intent surged through the forest, leaving the surrounding trees riddled with wounds. You say my family, the Zhong clan, has been annihilated by the Wang clan? Zhang Xuelan's eyes brimmed with disbelief, her voice laced with a fierce intent as she uttered each word. Indeed, Chinchimo replied gravely. Nodding, he understood the gravity of the situation, yet he felt compelled to reveal the truth. How dare the Wang clan? Upon receiving confirmation, Zhong Xuelan let out a furious roar, collapsing into unconsciousness. This may well be the brain's protective mechanism to prevent her from succumbing to madness. As Zhong Xuelan teetered on the brink of collapse, Chinchimo channeled a surge of spiritual energy to support her, all the while exhaling a heavy sigh. He could not claim to empathize, having been an orphan since birth. Yet, after enduring the torment of familial obliteration, she, like him, had become a solitary soul. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the trees, pierced by the murderous energy, to succumb one after another to the ground. The surrounding wildlife had long since fled, leaving the area a desolate remnant of the previous battle. Time passed, and eventually, Zhong Xuelan stirred back to consciousness, her demeanor markedly altered. The murderous intent in her eyes now barely concealed. She stared blankly in a particular direction, perhaps toward her home. I must return to my clan to ascertain the truth, she finally declared, rising to depart. The Wang clan is also my enemy. If you seek vengeance, come to the Yuye Tavern, room number 8 on the Shinzi ship. Tomorrow morning. Do not seek revenge alone. Not only will you fail, but it may also lead to the complete destruction of your Zhong clan. As long as you are alive, the Wang clan will eventually meet its demise. Chinchimo could not restrain himself from offering further counsel. Hearing this, Zhong Xuelan paused momentarily, turning her face to regard Chinchimo with earnestness before finally uttering 2 words. Thank you. With that, she soared skyward, heading towards her familial home. Witnessing her departure, Chinchimo felt uncertain of the impact of his words, yet he remained powerless in the face of such profound loss. Few could resist the urge for immediate retribution against the annihilation of their family. Never mind, I shall first retrieve the 1,000-year-old monkey wine. The monkey was situated within the heart of Xinyuan Valley, and the mightiest of its inhabitants, the recently slain Monkey King, was now gone, causing the remaining monkeys to scatter in every direction. As Chinchimo entered to claim the 1,000-year-old monkey wine, he encountered no hindrance whatsoever. Is this truly the 1,000-year-old monkey wine? The rich aroma of fruitiness wafted from the bottle, suggesting it was crafted from the finest spiritual fruits. Just taking a simple whiff, Chinchimo felt a slight enhancement in his own strength. Indeed, a remarkable treasure. Once I return to Fengxia sect, I shall let my senior sister taste it. As for my senior brother, he can wait. The next destination, the Cloud Pool, the spirit pearl lotus of heaven and earth. In Tianlan City, within the confines of the Wang family estate. What? You say my third brother's soul plate has shattered? Wang Huaichuan, the current head of the Wang family, was momentarily paralyzed with disbelief upon hearing the news relayed by the Ancestral Hall guards. My third brother has been residing within the clan. How could he possibly have died so suddenly? Wang Zhisheng, the eldest son of the Wang family, took over his father's inquiry and directed his question towards the Ancestral Hall guards. Returning to the clan leader and the eldest son, we are solely responsible for safeguarding the Ancestral Hall's soul plates. As for the demise of the third young master, you must inquire with his attendants, replied the guards with a dignified demeanor, unperturbed by the presence of the clan leader and the eldest son, for their loyalty lay with the family's revered elders. Enough. Zhisheng, Wang Ren, the captain, is correct. They are merely tasked with guarding the Ancestral Hall's soul plates, and other matters are beyond their purview. Wang Huaichuan interrupted his son reproachfully, then addressed Captain Wang Ren. Thank you for your timely report. You may return now. I shall devise a plan for the ensuing matters. Understood, clan leader. Please accept my condolences. I take my leave. Father, ever since my third brother lost an arm, he has remained within the clan. How could his soul plate shatter without reason? After the Ancestral Hall guards had departed, Wang Zhisheng once again inquired. Summon the attendants of my third brother. Understood. Before long, Wang Zhihong's attendant was brought forth, resembling a lifeless dog. Speak, where has your young master gone? Wang Zhisheng demanded sharply. Replying to the eldest son, the third young master mentioned he would merely stroll within the Zhou family's territory and instructed me not to follow. The attendant knelt, weeping bitterly. He had just been lying in the garden, indulging in a nap, when he was abruptly seized and jostled along, nearly losing his life in the process. What? My third brother's temperament has drastically changed since losing his arm, and you dare allow him to wander alone? Father, there is no need to retain such incompetent attendants. Useless wretches. Go, summon the guards of my third brother. Wang Huaichuan chose not to respond to Wang Zhisheng's words, but instead directed a subordinate to fetch Wang Zhihong's guards. Clan leader. All of the third young master's guards had gone out previously, and now there is no news of them. The subordinate quickly returned with this report, which only served to ignite Wang Huaichuan's fury. Go, dispatch everyone to search for them. Even if we must scour the entirety of Tianlan City, we shall find them, alive or dead. Understood. Once the subordinate departed, Wang Huaichuan turned to Wang Zhixing and commanded, Go and invite Master Feng Yitong. Let him employ the soul summoning technique to bring back my third brother's spirit. Yes, father. Wang Zhixing complied immediately, heading towards the Wang family shrine. Ever since the events of several decades ago, the reputation of the Wang family had plummeted, leading to the departure of many esteemed practitioners, leaving behind only those lacking in strength or adhering to dubious paths. Chen Shimo was blissfully unaware of the machinations of the Wang family. Even if he were to learn of them, it would matter little. Not only had he thoroughly cleansed the scene, but what of the soul summoning? With the souls already shattered, what was there left to summon? Certainly, there were 3 individuals privy to the knowledge, yet it would take some time before they could be traced. The flowing cloud pool indeed embodied the essence of flowing clouds and waters. Before him lay the flowing cloud pool, where mist swirled upon the water's surface, resembling a celestial paradise, although situated on the periphery of the Great Zhou mountain range. This secluded spot remained elusive and undiscovered, thus rendering it an unclaimed gem for the time being. Was the celestial spirit pearl lotus truly nestled within this pool? Chen Shimo caught a fleeting glimpse of a lotus flower, intermittently revealing itself amidst the tumultuous mists. That must be the celestial spirit pearl lotus. Yet, he wondered if any spirit beasts were guarding it. Nevertheless, the intelligence rewards provided by the system had, thus far, never indicated any peril. Still, caution was prudent. Hence, Chen Shimo summoned forth the Fire Phoenix avatar from the Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens technique. This ability had also been wielded by Yunyan in the Qishan treasure map. However, Chen Shimo's avatar was distinctly different from Yunyan's, as his vessel was a manifestation of sword intent. Chapter 38. The reward task arriving a day late as Chen Shimo executed his incantation, a figure almost indistinguishable from him materialized out of thin air. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a distinctive sword mark between the brows of this doppelganger, observing his clone floating aimlessly. Chen Shimo watched as it soared towards the celestial spiritual pearl lotus. Remarkably, there were no spiritual beasts or demonic creatures to impede its journey. Could it truly be devoid of peril? Upon reaching the vicinity of the celestial spiritual pearl lotus, the clone effortlessly plucked it from the ground. Throughout this process, no threats emerged. Even after the doppelganger secured the lotus, danger remained conspicuously absent. How foolishly I have frightened myself, Chen Shimo mused with a wry smile. After storing the celestial spiritual pearl lotus in his spatial ring, he mounted his sword and flew towards the Jade Leaf Tavern. Moments later, he arrived at the entrance of the tavern, just in time to catch sight of the young attendant who had guided him that morning. Sir, you have returned. The attendant stammered, momentarily dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that this man, who had embroiled himself with the third young master of the Wang family, would return unscathed. Surprised to see me? Chen Shimo countered, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes as he pondered whether he should eliminate the witness. After all, he had yet to reach the point of indiscriminately shedding innocent blood. And no, it's just that I am delighted to see you back, sir, the attendant replied, trembling slightly, nearly collapsing in fear. Enough of that. Has the elderly gentleman who accompanied me come out? Chen Shimo suppressed his murderous thoughts and inquired about the fate of Yushuzi. Since returning to the tavern, I have periodically checked outside, but the old gentleman has neither emerged nor ordered any meals, the attendant reported, his nervous heart beginning to settle. Very well, continue with your duties. I shall take my leave, Chen Shimo stated, making his way towards his lodgings. The young attendant nodded vigorously, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Within room 8 of the lower grade, celestial designation, Chen Shimo gazed at the gradually dimming light of Yushuzi and speculated. Tonight should mark the conclusion of this matter. Resigning himself, he decided it was time to resume his cultivation. Returning to his chamber, he retrieved a bottle of Millennium Monkey wine from his spatial ring and poured himself a cup. Ah, delightful aroma, he breathed, feeling tipsy even from the scent alone. A sip left a lingering sweetness on his palate, devoid of the acrid bite of strong spirits, truly exquisite. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Shimo indulged in 3 large bowls of the heavenly brew. He had intended to practice his cultivation that evening, but instead, he succumbed to slumber. Thus, the day passed in tranquility. Ah, what a wonderfully refreshing sleep, he mused. It was unlikely that many at the Golden Core stage shared his fondness for sleep. In the realm of immortality, practitioners often engage in relentless meditation and cultivation, eager to devote every waking moment to their spiritual advancement. This millennium-aged monkey wine is truly a remarkable elixir. Not only does it spare me from headaches, but it has also subtly enhanced my cultivation. Shinchumo discovered that his cultivation, at the late stage of the Golden Core, was gradually approaching perfection. To think that a mere sip of wine followed by a restful slumber could yield such effects. Why bother with arduous training when one could simply immerse oneself in a vat of this divine brew? Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. For this precious monkey wine was limited to just one jar. After indulging in 3 large bowls, only 4/5 remained. It seemed prudent to conserve it, especially since senior sister Union had yet to savor its flavor. Casting aside these trivial musings, Shinchumo turned his attention to today's intelligence tasks. To his surprise, yesterday's mission had been completed, and new intelligence tasks had refreshed, allowing him to peruse the rewards. Did this imply that as long as daily tasks were fulfilled, the rewards could be claimed even the following day? Or was it the case that daily rewards were limited to 3? This was a novel circumstance for Shinchumo, and he resolved to complete today's tasks to ascertain whether he could unlock a 4th reward. He began by claiming the reward information, which promptly appeared before him. Information 3. The Zhong family has been annihilated by the Wang family, and Zhang Xuelan remains trapped in the Great Zhou Mountains, unaware of her predicament. Selling price: 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Transaction completed. Beneficial information for the host has been generated. Please address it promptly. Reward information 1. At the 15th stall on Street 2 of the market, a low-grade magical artifact, the Ink Feather Staff, contains a golden yuan dan. Administering it to Zhang Xuelan will yield a loyal subordinate. Was this reward intended for Zhang Xuelan? Shinchumo recognized the golden yuan dan, which could be administered to those at the initial and mid stages of the Golden Core, directly elevating their cultivation by a minor realm. Given that Zhang Xuelan was at the mid stage of the Golden Core, was this golden yuan dan not crafted for her? The system, it seemed, was not merely bestowing rewards upon him, but was instead facilitating the establishment of a faction. Shinchumo found himself momentarily speechless. Before he resumed his examination of the daily intelligence tasks. Information 1. Zhou Zimo's sister, Zhou Ziyu, is gravely injured and in a coma. In urgent need of a lotus seed from the heaven and earth spirit pearl for salvation. The host possesses it. Selling price: 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Information 2. Lin Yeyu's missing unclaimed spiritual artifact has been stolen by Yu Yang. Selling price: 1 low-grade spirit stone. Information 3. Zhang Xuelan has a half-brother who is currently apprenticing at the Elf family's forge. Selling price: 1 low-grade spirit stone. Why do the first and third intelligence tasks resemble interconnected quests from a game? Would completing them lead to further related tasks appearing tomorrow? And as for the second task, who is Lin Yeyu? The Lin family is numerous in Tianan City, yet none are particularly prominent. How would one go about locating them? 3 tasks, one of which has been rendered futile. It seems imperative to establish a power of my own. Upon leaving the room, I glanced towards the direction of Yushuzi, noting the absence of any signs of awakening. However, the radiant golden aura enveloping him had vanished, suggesting that it would not be long before he regained consciousness. I shall first attend to the initial reward intelligence before making a visit to the Zhou family. The marketplace in Tianlan City is vast, at least 5 times larger than that of Fingxia sect. Yet, the quality of goods on either side remains incomparable. How much for these items? Shinchumo inquired as he approached the stall for reward intelligence, casually pointing at 4 items. The 3 inferior spirit stones are sold separately. Or you may acquire all 4 items as a package for 10 inferior spirit stones, the stall owner. A burly middle-aged man with a cultivation level at the 9th stage of foundation establishment replied after a cursory glance at the items Shinchumo indicated. He seemed indifferent to whether Shinchumo would make a purchase, preoccupied with tinkering with a particular magical artifact. Among the 4 items Shinchumo had pointed out, the inferior magical artifact, the Mo Ling staff, was included. The other 3 items were of little value and held no utility for him. Very well, I shall purchase that black staff, he declared. Chapter 39. Rescuing Zhou Ziyu and the Awakening of Yuk Suzi in the city of Tianlan, within the Zhou family estate. Zhou Zimo paced anxiously in his chamber, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Emor, what is happening? Why has Ware not yet awakened? A robust voice resonated from outside the door. Father, you have returned. My sister has sustained grave injuries. Master Chu has already rendered treatment. Yet there are no signs of her awakening. Upon recognizing his father's voice, Zhou Zimo hastened to recount the events that had transpired. Could it be that her essence has been harmed? Zhou Zimo's father pondered aloud. Logically, even if a cultivator suffers the loss of limbs, as long as there are sufficient resources, they can regenerate. The only scenario that could lead to her not awakening would be damage to her fundamental spirit. Master Chu harbored a similar suspicion, yet after examining the young lady's spirit, he found it intact, leaving him perplexed. Zhou Zimo had already confirmed his father's assertion. Not only was the spirit examination normal, but even after consuming a restorative elixir for the spirit, there was still no response. Let me first check on where. For now, we must keep this from your mother. It would be unwise for her to learn of this. With that, he swiftly vanished from sight. Inform mother? How could I dare? He knew full well that his mother cherished her daughter above all else. Should she discover that he had failed to care for his sister, he would likely face her wrath. Young master, yesterday, young Master Chen visited. We have invited him to the reception hall and are entertaining him with fine tea. Just as Zhou Zimo was consumed by worry, one of his attendants rushed in with the report. Young Master Chen has arrived? Zhou Zimo exclaimed in surprise. And in the next moment, he vanished, appearing in the reception hall. Brother Chen, your timing is impeccable. My father is present today within the clan, and I wish to express my gratitude for yesterday's events. Zhou Zimo forced a smile, acknowledging that, regardless of whether Yue would awaken, her life had been genuinely saved. Thanks to Chen Shimo's intelligence. Brother Zhou, let us set gratitude aside for the moment. I have come specifically for your sister, Chen Shimo interjected directly, wishing to expedite matters as he had other engagements with Zhang Xuelan. For Yue? Are you aware that she is yet to awaken and have brought a life-saving remedy? Zhou Zimo's eyes widened in anticipation as he gazed at Chen Shimo. Although Chen Shimo appeared youthful, he was a core disciple of Fengxia sect, a status beyond ordinary comparison. As per our usual arrangement, one mid-grade spirit stone in exchange for a piece of information, Chen Shimo stated succinctly. Zhou Zimo promptly retrieved a mid-grade spirit stone and presented it. Brother Chen, please share. The reason for your sister's condition is rather complex and not easily resolved. However, all that is needed is a seed from the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lotus to completely remedy her ailment. The seed of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lotus? This. Brother Chen, forgive my ignorance, but what exactly is this Heaven and Earth Spirit Lotus? Where might one procure such a rare treasure? Brother Zhou, what a coincidence. I just happen to have one. Zhou Zimo said. You can take it and give it a try. All right, Brother Chen, I shall try it immediately. At this moment, Zhou Zimo felt considerable confidence in Chen Shimo. Since the latter claimed that the lotus seeds of the Earth Spirit Lotus were useful, it was worth a shot. Surely, the situation could not become any worse. With a polite farewell to Chen Shimo, Zhou Zimo hastened towards Zhou Ziyu's room. Meanwhile, Chen Shimo departed directly. As he held firm faith in the system, if it said it was useful, then it undoubtedly was. Chen Shimo decided to return to the Yuye Tavern and await the arrival of Zhang Xuelan. After all, if he truly set out to find her, he would likely be unsuccessful, yet he was certain that she would seek him out. Indeed, upon his return to the tavern, a young attendant rushed forward to inform him that a beautiful lady was in search of him. Has she arrived? Chen Shimo raised an eyebrow. Almost certain it was Zhang Xuelan. He strode purposefully towards room number 8 of the immortal vessel, where a slender, desolate figure stood waiting at the door. Miss Zhang, you have come, Chen Shimo greeted her. Yes, young Master Chen, I have already visited the clan grounds, Zhang Xuelan replied, her complexion pale, devoid of any color. She resembled a soulless shell, with only a flicker of murderous intent in her eyes, as if that was the sole force propelling her to this place. Miss Zhang, it is not suitable to converse here. Let us proceed inside, Chen Shimo suggested, opening the door and leading her into the room. Young Master Chen, you have returned? As soon as they entered, an elderly voice resonated. The old man appeared devoid of any imposing aura, resembling an ordinary mortal. Ah, you have awakened, old sir. By the way, you may call me Chumo. Referring to me as young Master Chen feels rather odd, Chen Chumo replied, recognizing the voice of Yuxuzi, who had regained consciousness. However, he found the title somewhat disconcerting. Haha, I still prefer to call you young Master Chen, after all. We agreed that as long as you could rescue me and restore my cultivation, I would acknowledge you as my master. Moreover, not only has my cultivation been fully restored, but I have also made a breakthrough. Yuxuzi stroked his graying beard, chuckling. Given his power, he could naturally regain his youth, yet after all he had endured, Yuxuzi no longer clung to superficial appearances. In fact, he found that his current visage was more in harmony with his path of immortality. Very well. I shall abide by your wishes, old sir. However, I have no rigid customs. If you wish to leave, you may do so at any moment. But when you mention a breakthrough, do you mean to suggest a transition to the next realm? Qin Shumo inquired with curiosity, as Suzi had already reached the integration stage. A further breakthrough would imply the onset of tribulation. Indeed, it shall be but a few days hence. Suzi nodded, smiling, for this outcome had been within his calculations. May I ask who this is? Suzi turned his gaze towards the somewhat disheartened Zhang Xuelan beside Qin Shumo, inquiring aloud. The moment he laid eyes on Zhang Xuelan, he faintly sensed that a connection between her and himself would inevitably unfold. Esteemed elder, this is Zhang Xuelan, a descendant of the Zhang family from Tianan City. Qin Shumo introduced. It is worth noting that the enemies of Yushuzi are also the Wang family, regardless of whether Yushuzi seeks vengeance. The antagonists of these few individuals remain the same. Oh, the Zhang family? What is your relation to Zhang Wanyan? Upon hearing the name of the Zhang family, a subtle warmth stirred within Yushuzi's heart. He is my great-grandfather. Are you acquainted with him? Zhang Xuelan, her eyes tinged with a sense of despondency, was suddenly roused by the mention of that name and immediately pressed for further information. Could it be that this elder had some prior acquaintance with her great-grandfather? Indeed. I know him well. In fact, it was a century ago when the old man first arrived in Tianlan City and took him as his inaugural disciple. As Yushuzi's mind drifted into memories, he recalled his arrival here 100 years prior, the acceptance of a disciple, and his subsequent ties to the Wang family. Alas, the good times were fleeting. After merely a decade, he fell victim to treachery and was imprisoned in a dark, sunless dungeon for years. Are you the revered Yushuzi? Chapter 40. Assembling forces at Listening Rain Tower within the humble confines of Room 8 on the Shenzi ship, Zhang Xuelan knelt before Yushuzi, her face streaked with tears, resembling a frail and desolate blade of grass. Yushuzi had come to realize the tragic fate that befell the Zhang family. Only Zhang Xuelan remained, eliciting a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. In the past, during his imprisonment, he had harbored a relentless desire to annihilate the entire Wang family in a fit of rage. However, he had since adopted a more detached perspective. Regarding the Wang family's fate as inconsequential. Upon encountering Qin Shumo, he recognized that the path to immortality he sought had finally revealed itself. Please, ancestor, avenge my Zhang family. Zhang Xuelan implored after a spell of weeping, bowing her head repeatedly in fervent supplication. In contrast to Yushuzi, the 18-year-old Zhang Xuelan was consumed solely by thoughts of vengeance. As long as the Wang family remained unvanquished, she could find no peace. Foolish girl. The fate of the Wang family rests solely in the hands of young Master Chun. I now serve him, Yushuzi remarked, alluding to the fact that while he could not foresee Qin Shumo's future, he sensed the necessity for Qin to establish a formidable force in the hazy path to immortality that lay ahead. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Qin Shumo's innate sword spirit, especially the terrifying crimson golden sword intent, which surpassed even the innate sword spirit in its ferocity. Yushuzi understood that even the great ascension stage could not withstand the onslaught of this sword intent, and perhaps even the celestial beings of the immortal realm would struggle to endure it. Young Master Qin, I beseech you to allow the ancestor to intervene. Should the Wang family be destroyed, I, Zhang Xuelan, would willingly become a servant or maid, regardless of the cost. Upon hearing Yushuzi's statement, Zhang Xuelan recognized the sincerity in his words and immediately turned to kneel before Qin Shumo. Yet, as she bowed, an unseen force halted her. Miss Zhang, please rise and speak, Qin Shumo said, using his spiritual power to lift her up. Why are you kneeling before I have even rewarded you with information? Nevertheless, he understood that this gesture did not signify her true allegiance. Young Master Qin, does this mean you agree with me? Zhang Xuelan's face lit up with hope, akin to seeing a ray of life in the darkness. I assure you, the Wang family will be eradicated, but not at this moment, Qin Shumo replied, promising that their downfall was merely a matter of time, but not imminent. Young Master Qin, why is that? Zhang Xuelan asked anxiously, perplexed by his reasoning. Foolish girl. The Wang family is one of the 3 great clans of Tianlan City, with numerous descendants. If we were to strike now, how many could we truly eliminate? Yushuzi interjected, having understood Qin Shumo's intent. To eradicate the roots, one must not act prematurely. A hasty assault would only claim a few lives among the clan members residing in their ancestral lands, while many more remained outside. Indeed, it is not prudent to act recklessly. In a month's time, the Wang family will hold a family memorial, at which point all the external disciples will return. Even those who do not come back will mostly be distant branches of the family, with diluted bloodlines or even mere outsiders granted the family name. What we desire is to eliminate all core members of the Wang family. As Chen Shimo spoke, an inexplicable aura of intimidation emanated from him. Very well. Let the Wang family survive for another month. Zhang Xuelan gritted her teeth, filled with resentment. After all, her Zhang family was merely a small cultivating clan. Their numbers pale in comparison to the Wang families. By the way, Miss Zhang, I possess a golden yuan pill. Consume it, and your strength will elevate to the late golden core stage. When the time comes to eradicate the Wang family, you will possess greater power to personally slay some of their descendants. Noticing Zhang Xuelan's emotions stabilizing, Chen Shimo produced the golden yuan pill he had taken from the inferior grade artifact, the Mo Ling staff, and handed it to her. This. Thank you, Chen. Young Master Chen, from this day forth, I, Zhang Xuelan, shall serve you as my master, unwavering for all time. Should I betray you, may my soul be obliterated. Zhang Xuelan, filled with excitement, accepted the golden yuan pill and knelt to swear her allegiance. While the old master is present, you should consume the golden yuan pill promptly. This time, Chen Shimo did not prevent Zhang Xuelan from kneeling. He accepted her loyalty with grace. Without hesitation, Zhang Xuelan sat cross-legged and ingested the golden yuan pill. Witnessing this, Chen Shimo moved aside with Yushuzi to discuss some crucial matters. Old master, to be candid, I need to establish a power and require your assistance. Chen Shimo gazed solemnly at Yushuzi, articulating his thoughts. To consistently complete the intelligence for fresh tasks, one must possess a robust network of connections. It is impossible to know everyone across the vast world by relying solely on oneself. If I had my own organization and network, I could delegate tasks to my subordinates, as the system does not mandate my personal involvement each time. Young Master Chen, what kind of power do you intend to establish? Yushuzi stroked his wispy white beard, inquiring with a smile. An organization that can gather intelligence from across the realm and also sell information, aptly named Listening to the Rain Pavilion. Old Master, you shall serve as the master of this pavilion. Yushuzi is the most suitable candidate to establish the Listening to the Rain Pavilion, for he is well-versed in the path-seeking sect's innate transformation calculation, and his strength is on the verge of breaking through to the tribulation crossing stage. Many matters do not even require the use of innate transformation calculation for him to discern. Naturally, Yushuzi would not refuse Chen Shimo's request and readily agreed. After meticulously discussing various details, the two finalized their plans. By the way, Old Master, how many days until you cross the tribulation? After their discussion concluded, Chen Shimo suddenly inquired. Although the integration stage represents the pinnacle for some aristocratic families, only the tribulation crossing stage can be deemed truly formidable. After all, those at the Great Ascension stage are preoccupied with preparations for ascending to the immortal realm. They have little time for mundane affairs. Calculating the time, I shall be crossing the tribulation the day after tomorrow. Upon absorbing that immense energy, Yushuzi, with the aid of the crimson gold sword intent, unveiled the veil of the tribulation crossing stage. Only after successfully crossing the tribulation can one genuinely step into that realm. Are you confident in overcoming this heavenly tribulation? Chen Shimo felt a sense of unease, for countless individuals had failed in their tribulations. If Yushuzi were to falter, his meticulously crafted plans would be rendered futile. He needed absolute certainty. Yushuzi cast a profound glance at Chen Shimo, aware that the latter remained oblivious to the formidable power of the crimson golden sword intent residing within him. Yet, even having merely experienced a glimpse of its might, Yushuzi had come to realize that as long as this sword intent persisted, the tribulation would be a trifling matter. However, he refrained from stating this explicitly, uncertain if the sword intent might turn upon him the moment he uttered those words. Very well. It seems that young man should be preemptively congratulated for stepping into the tribulation phase, Chen Shimo remarked, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. The two cast a glance towards Zhang Xuelan, noting that she would not conclude her endeavors anytime soon. Thus, Yushuzi chose to remain behind to guard, while Chen Shimo retreated to his chamber to rest. As for the second intelligence mission, he decided to abandon it. Was he to scour the streets in search of leads? The third intelligence mission would also have to wait until Zhang Xuelan awakened. If she did not revive today, it would have to be set aside as well. At that moment, a notification from the intelligence system chimed in, indicating that Zhou Ziyu's task had been successfully completed. Chapter 41. The High-End Tactics of the Seeking Dao Sect. Information 1. Zhou Zimo's sister, Zhou Ziyu, is gravely injured and in a coma, urgently requiring a lotus seed from the Heaven and Earth Spirit Pearl for salvation. The host possesses it. Selling price, 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Transaction completed. Beneficial information for the host has been generated. Please process it promptly. Reward information 2. The head of the elf family, El Tianha, is besieged by the demon sect in the Red Leaf Valley, located north of the Dajo mountain range. Accompanying Yuxuzi to provide assistance could earn the friendship of the elf family. Once again, the demon sect. How infuriating that they seem to be everywhere. Shinchumo had no time to ponder, urgency pressing upon him. He had barely settled when he hastily departed. Old sir, let us go save them. He believed that nothing severe would befall Zhang Xuelan, for the medicinal properties of the Jin Yuan Dan were gentle, and with the door securely shut, no one could intrude. Yuxuzi asked no further questions, his fingers deftly moving as he comprehended the situation in an instant. Upon exiting, Yuxuzi led Shinchumo swiftly to their designated destination. Patriarch, hurry. We shall hold them off. In the Red Leaf Valley, the ground was strewn with fallen red leaves, resembling a river of blood that was particularly glaring. Several men wielding sharp swords formed a formation, shielding a middle-aged man clad in elegant robes behind them. Before them, a relentless assault came from a group of individuals cloaked in black robes, adorned with sinister masks. Run? Do you truly believe you can escape? El Tianha. If your elf family is willing to submit to the holy demon sect and embrace the demon god, you may yet avoid death. The leader of the black-robed figures spoke, his voice chillingly ominous. Such delusions. You traitors of the human race shall be met with death. Even if I, El Tianha, perish today, I will never submit to your demon sect. With those words, El Tianha summoned his spirit weapon. Since escape was no longer an option, he chose to fight. Boom. The scene erupted into chaos, spiritual energy surging forth, expanding the confines of the Red Leaf Valley. The sky and earth bore the marks of battle, each combatant exerting their utmost. Puff. Caught off guard by the overwhelming numbers of the demon sect, El Tianha was struck by one of their members, spewing forth a mouthful of blood as the spiritual energy within him spiraled into disarray. What is this? The heavenly demon palm? El Tianha felt his spiritual energy raging uncontrollably. Sensing a dire predicament, Patriarch, the 4 guards, witnessing El Tianha's injury, disregarded the enemy and swiftly encircled him, forming a defensive formation. How does it feel? El Tianha? The taste of the heavenly demon palm is surely unpleasant. The group of demon sect members surrounded those within the formation, their leader brandishing a demonic blade. A mocking grin upon his face. Cough, cough. El Tianha attempted to respond, but the turmoil of his spiritual energy rendered him speechless. He chose to ignore the taunts, focusing instead on healing his injuries. The Diamond Body Protection Formation? A commendable formation, though it consumes vast amounts of spiritual energy. Even with 4 void refinement experts working in unison, how long can it endure? The indestructible protective formation, impervious to all but the most adept at transcending tribulations, compelled the demonic sect members to merely encircle it. For breaching it was deemed unnecessary. However, this formation possessed a significant flaw. It consumed spiritual energy at an alarming rate, and it would not be long before it collapsed under its own weight. At that moment, not far away, Yuxuzi had led Shinchumo to the heights above the Red Leaf Valley. Shinchumo, unable to discern the prowess of those assembled below, recognized that they were all formidable beings who surpassed him by several major realms, all at the void refinement stage, posing no threat. With Yuxuzi nearing the tribulation stage, he merely cast a glance and perceived the true strength of these individuals. Even from above, none below were aware of their presence. The members of the demonic sect were all doomed. As Shinchumo gazed at the throng of demonic sect practitioners, an inexplicable surge of murderous intent coursed through him. Yuxuzi, upon hearing this, did not need to make a move. An intricate formation materialized on the ground, ensnaring each of the demonic disciples at various points. Alarmed at this sudden turn of events, the leader of the demonic sect attempted to flee, only to find himself utterly immobilized. Even more disturbingly, they were all being inexorably drawn downward by an overwhelming force, specifically the pull of the formation. Master, what manner of formation is this? Shinchumo, lacking in experience, could not fathom the intricacies of such a construct and could not restrain himself from inquiring. Merely the momentary formation of the Seeking Tao sect, a trivial technique, suitable for eliminating the feeble. It is ineffective against those of equal standing or those who possess prior awareness, Yuxuzi replied with nonchalance, unperturbed by the startling effectiveness of this strike. As the mysterious formation enveloped the demonic sect members, profound runes inscribed themselves upon their forms, gradually sinking into the ground as if water were being absorbed. Upon the completion of this process, the enigmatic formation vanished without a trace. Indeed, The methods of the Seeking Tao sect are truly sophisticated. I find myself at a loss, Chinchumo remarked, feeling his own understanding woefully inadequate in the face of Yushuzi's deft maneuvering. Shortly thereafter, the two descended to the ground, addressing those within the formation. Chief Liu. The members of the demonic sect have all perished. You are safe now. The individuals within the formation had witnessed the entire annihilation of the demonic sect, yet were momentarily uncertain of the identities of Chinchumo and Yushuzi. Nevertheless, they expressed their gratitude. Thank you both for saving our lives. May I inquire as to which esteemed individuals you are? Lu Tianhe, having quelled the tumult within his own spiritual energy, was now able to speak, though he remained unable to utilize his powers for the time being. I am Chinchumo, a core disciple of the Fengxia sect. Only yesterday, I shared a few cups of fine wine with your young master, Lu Qing, Chinchumo declared, revealing his identity and acknowledging his acquaintance with Lu Qing, while displaying his identity token. After all, one cannot expect others to accept one's identity without substantial proof. Ah, so you are a core disciple of the Fengxia sect. My apologies for the oversight. Upon seeing the identity jade token, Lu Tianhe realized that the other party was not lying, and thus instructed his subordinates to dismantle the protective array. However, it would not have lasted much longer even if they had chosen not to. Elder Yu, let us first escort the head of the Lu family back home. Chinchumo directly addressed Yushuzi, using this formal title in the presence of outsiders. After all, Yushuzi had grown up in the Sikh Tao sect and had no secular name. Indeed, young Master Chin, Yushuzi replied with a nod, waving his hand to summon everyone as they soared towards the direction of the Lu family estate. Lu Tian had discerned that Yushuzi possessed extraordinary strength, at least a formidable master at the integration stage. However, he was astonished that such an individual referred to the Golden Core stage Chinchumo as young Master Chin. Could it be that Chinchumo hails from some illustrious lineage? Yet, I have never heard of a prominent clan with the surname Chun possessing such depth, capable of commanding integration stage experts as servants. Lu Tian had dared not speculate about those at the tribulation stage, knowing that within his sect, they were regarded as the venerable elders, far too exalted to serve as mere attendants. Particularly when Lu Tian had gazed at Yushuzi, he was struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him somewhere before, yet he could not recall where. Yushuzi's speed was nothing short of remarkable, and in a mere moment, they arrived at the Lu family estate. Amidst the grateful gazes of those wishing to express their thanks, the two departed. Chapter 42. Assisting Zhang Xuelan in finding her brother not long after the two returned to the tavern, Zhang Xuelan awakened. Her strength had ascended from the mid-stage of the Golden Core to the late stage. Young Master Chin, I have reached the late stage of the Golden Core. As soon as she opened her eyes, she spotted Chinchumo and the others, prompting her to excitedly approach them. The tumultuous events of the past few days had significantly tempered her character, and thus, her newfound strength, gained through the Golden Yuan pill, remained untainted by her emotional state. Subtly approaching perfection, Chinchumo, having rescued her, provided her with critical information, pledged to assist in her revenge, and gifted her the precious Golden Yuan pill to enhance her power. Her loyalty soared to unprecedented heights. If loyalty could be measured, Zhang Xuelan would have reached the maximum level at that moment. Indeed, it was not in vain that I bestowed my only Golden Yuan pill. Chinchumo marveled, then continued. In exchange, present me with a low-grade spirit stone, and I shall deliver a piece of good news. What good news? Zhang Xuelan inquired with curiosity. Yet she still handed over a low-grade spirit stone. You have a half-brother who is currently an apprentice at the elf family's blacksmith workshop. Without any preamble, Chinchumo divulged the information. What? Young Master Chin, are you serious? As the last orphan of the Zhong family, the revelation of her half-brother caused Zhang Xuelan's eyes to brighten with disbelief and wonder. Indeed, I can personally take you to find him. But you must first have the old gentleman conceal your identity. The Wang family is surely aware that Zhang Xuelan is still alive. They simply have not located her yet. If you were to boldly appear on the streets, it would be certain that you would be discovered. After some preparations, the two set out, leaving Yushuzi behind. Although Tianlan's city was vast, should any misfortune befall Chinchumo and Zhang Xuelan, Yushuzi would reach them swiftly with his formidable strength. Inside the elf family's blacksmith workshop, a 13-year-old boy was diligently hammering an iron block with a steady rhythm. Chinchumo and Zhang Xuelan observed the boy quietly, accompanied by El Chang, the young master of the elf family. Brother Chin, you say this lad is your friend's brother? El Chang inquired, somewhat puzzled. He seldom involved himself in family matters, particularly those pertaining to the blacksmith workshop, which were typically managed by subordinates. The reason for his personal accompaniment was twofold. First, out of gratitude for Chen Chumo's previous kindness. And second, due to the old gentleman's explicit orders, especially since Chen Chumo and his formidable companion had rescued the old gentleman from the clutches of the demonic sect. Indeed. Brother, please call him over. My friend can verify his identity through a bloodline method. Chen Chumo was certain that the boy was indeed Zhong Xuelan's half-brother, yet others might not share his conviction. The bloodline method was a commonly employed verification technique in the realm of cultivation. It required drawing blood from both individuals and merging it, with a higher degree of fusion indicating a deeper bloodline connection. Master Tai, please summon that boy, requested Lu Cheng. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng did not inquire further and instructed the steward of the workshop to fetch the boy. Yes, young master, the steward replied respectfully. Bending slightly before calling out, Tainyo, come here. Oh, all right, the boy responded, wiping the sweat from his brow. Upon hearing his name, he set down the iron hammer in his hand and ran towards the voice. Tainyo questioned the previously silent Zhong Xuelan, pondering if her brother had been wandering alone all this time. Indeed, miss, the steward replied. This lad was entrusted to me by his mother before her passing several years ago. I took pity on him and brought him to this workshop as an apprentice. However, he has been rather taciturn. He does not disclose his name when asked, yet he works with the vigor of an ox. Thus, I took the liberty of giving him my surname and named him Yo. As the steward reminisced about the moment of Tainyo's mother's death, a soft sigh escaped his lips. When Tainyo arrived, he looked perplexed, unsure of why he had been summoned. You, extend your hand, Zhong Xuelan instructed, her voice trembling slightly, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing the boy. Tainyo shared this sentiment. Upon seeing Zhong Xuelan, an overwhelming warmth enveloped him, prompting him to obediently extend his hand. At 13, he was as sturdy as an ox, living up to his name, and he towered over Chen Chumo. Witnessing this, Chen Chumo silently vowed to grow taller. As Tainyo reached out, Zhong Xuelan waved her hand, and 2 droplets of blood emerged from their palms. Under the influence of bloodline magic, the 2 droplets merged seamlessly. It was a bond of kinship. Lu Qing remarked that the most perfect bloodline fusion occurs among twins, followed by parent-child and sibling connections, then half-siblings, and lastly, a generational gap of 3 between grandparents and grandchildren. Clearly, Zhang Xuelan's connection fell into the 3rd category. Tears suddenly welled in Zhang Xuelan's eyes, her lips trembling with emotion. Although Tainyu was unaware of the significance of the moment, the sight of her tears inexplicably pained him. Subsequently, the group escorted Tainyu away from the workshop. The once obstinate boy now followed Zhong Xuelan quietly. Resembling a docile child, a sense of comfort he had only ever felt in the presence of his deceased mother. After bidding farewell to Lu Qing, Chen Chumo and the others returned to the Ye Tavern, only to find that the attendant who had served them in room 8 was absent, replaced by a new servant. What happened to the previous servant? Chen Chumo inquired curiously. Returning to the guest, the previous attendant, a certain A, has mysteriously vanished. So the steward assigned me to take his place, the new servant replied, bowing respectfully. Vanished? Chen Chumo was taken aback, pondering whether the Wang family had discovered something. However, if the Wang family had indeed found out, why had they not come seeking trouble? He could hardly believe that the young servant would remain tight-lipped. Moreover, those who practiced the art of cultivation possessed numerous methods to extract information from others. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Wang family was remarkably oppressive. The dispatched personnel not only failed to uncover any traces, but even the soul-calling technique employed by Feng He had proven futile. Only a few claimed to have sensed the remnants of a battle. However, upon closer inspection, no clues emerged. The failure of the soul-calling technique could indicate 3 possibilities, the first being that Wang Jihong was still alive, which seemed implausible given that the soul token had shattered. The second possibility was that Wang Jihong's spirit was bound, rendering him unable to respond. The third, and most distressing possibility, was that Wang Jihong's spirit had been obliterated and ceased to exist. Quan, have you discerned any causal connections? Wang Huaichuan inquired solemnly of a blind man who was currently engaged in divination. The mysteries of heaven are chaotic and difficult to interpret. The individual's fate is extraordinary. I barely managed to glean a rough idea and nearly sustained serious injuries. All I could ascertain was that the 3rd young master met his demise due to enmity. The man replied, still trembling from the experience. He had been proficient in divination for centuries, yet this was the first time he encountered such a scenario. The 3rd son perished due to enmity? Chapter 43. Phoenix Root. Old sir, Are you not going out for a stroll? After escorting Zhong Xuelan and her brother back to their abode, Chen Shimo noticed Yu Shuzi seated in the hall, sipping tea with an air of contentment. He had just returned from a brief outing, having attended to some minor affairs. After taking a sip, Yu Shuzi spoke with a hint of suggestion. Yet Chen Shimo paid it little heed, merely nodding and encouraging Yu Shuzi to venture outside more often, considering he had spent so many years in the dungeon. Room number 8 comprised 4 chambers and a spacious parlor. Following their courteous greetings to Yu Shuzi, Zhong Xuelan led her brother into one of the rooms, seemingly eager to exchange words. Meanwhile, Chen Shimo began to peruse the reward information. Information 3. Zhong Xuelan has a half-brother who currently apprentices at the Liu family's workshop, selling for the price of a low-grade spirit stone. Transaction completed. Favorable information for the host has been generated. Please address it promptly. Reward information 3. Within the Baixing Pharmacy, there exists a superior heavenly treasure, the Phoenix Root, being sold as an ordinary century-old ginseng. Phoenix Root? A superior heavenly treasure? Chen Shimo found himself in a realm of unfamiliar knowledge and approached Yu Shuzi for enlightenment. Phoenix Root? Such heavenly treasures are rare indeed. Its primary efficacy lies in enhancing the purity of the Phoenix lineage. For instance, descendants of Feng Jiutian, the founder of your Fengxia sect, would find their ancient divine Phoenix bloodline further refined upon consuming this Phoenix Root. Yu Shuzi was somewhat taken aback by Chen Shimo's inquiry, for few were aware that this treasure specifically benefited bloodlines. Moreover, from his observations, Chen Shimo did not possess a divine Phoenix bloodline, nor any remarkable lineage for that matter. Having received his answer, Chen Shimo hastily made his way to Baixing Pharmacy. Although he had consistently acquired reward information with ease, he pondered the possibility of someone else arriving first. The Phoenix Root may hold no use for him, but what did the term favorable imply? Was he on the verge of encountering someone with a divine Phoenix bloodline? Or perhaps that elusive second senior brother? When Yin introduced the second senior brother, Feng Changming, Chen Shimo had speculated whether he might be a descendant of the founding ancestor, for it was uncommon for an ordinary person to bear the surname Feng. Never mind. Since the system declared it beneficial to him, it would soon find its purpose, much like the heavenly spirit lotus, from which he had already utilized a seed upon acquisition. The Baixing Pharmacy was somewhat secluded and modest in size, its inventory lacking in variety, suggesting it was operated by an ordinary individual with some medical knowledge. Shopkeeper. Do you have any ginseng for sale? The shopkeeper, an elderly man in his 70s, was engrossed in a medical tome. Yes. I happen to have a century-old ginseng that has been passed down through generations. You may take a look. Upon hearing the arrival of a customer, the old man eagerly set aside his book and approached with warmth. The pharmacy was deserted, with only the elderly man and Chen Shimo present. This one will suffice. How much do you sell it for, shopkeeper? Chen Shimo inquired, nodding at the ginseng the old man had displayed. Esteemed guest, this is the treasured gem of my humble shop, priced at 30 taels of gold, the old man remarked, his face brimming with hope as he gazed at Chen Shimo, having discerned his extraordinary nature and surmising that he was not short of wealth. However, the old man's words left Chen Shimo in a rather awkward predicament, for he lacked any gold. After all, which cultivator carries gold? Did they not all utilize spirit stones instead? Clearing his throat, Chen Shimo hesitantly replied, shopkeeper, I don't have any gold on me. Would spirit stones suffice? His embarrassment made it difficult for him to voice his thoughts, contemplating whether he should procure some gold for his storage ring to prevent such an incident from occurring again. His storage ring was rather empty, containing only a few trivial items. What? Spirit stones? Esteemed immortal, I cannot provide change for that, the shopkeeper stammered, startled by Chen Shimo's suggestion. Spirit stones, used by cultivators, were far beyond the mundane value of gold. How about this, dear shopkeeper? I shall give you a low-grade spirit stone without requiring any change in return, and you can sell me the other medicinal herbs as well. What do you think? Chen Shimo proposed a compromise, noting that the shopkeeper's business was not particularly flourishing. Very well, I shall agree to your proposal, esteemed immortal. But this single spirit stone could purchase all the medicinal herbs in my shop, the shopkeeper replied, both excited and anxious. Agreed, then. Chen Shimo handed over the low-grade spirit stone, and with a flick of his hand, all the herbs flew into his storage ring, including the prized Fengling ginseng. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Shimo departed. Once he left, the shopkeeper hurriedly closed the shop door and cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring his safety. He then retreated to a concealed spot, trembling as he examined the low-grade spirit stone Chen Shimo had given him. A low-grade spirit stone, indeed. Though my hopes of cultivating are slim, I can ensure that my great-grandson, following the methods in the nurturing spirit scriptures, will possess the aptitude for cultivation from birth. Unbeknownst to Chinchumo, the happenings at the shop were of no concern to him. The world was vast, teeming with countless mortals. And individuals like the shopkeeper were not rare. In a realm of cultivation, who does not yearn to ascend? After leaving the apothecary, Chinchumo made his way back to the Jade Leaf Tavern. However, as he traversed a narrow alley, he encountered a disheartened youth searching aimlessly for something. "Good sir, have you perhaps lost something?" Chinchumo inquired, his curiosity piqued as he offered a respectful bow. The youth merely cast a vacant glance at Chinchumo before brushing past him, continuing his aimless search. This left Chinchumo somewhat perplexed, yet he bore no ill will. Noticing the young man possessed cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, yet appeared utterly despondent, Chinchumo could not help but voice his concern. The young man. Do not pay him any heed. He is quite mad, claiming to be an immortal cultivator. He has lost a spiritual artifact and has been wandering back and forth in this area for many days in search of it. Pray tell, where would one find such a cultivator? Moreover, he claims to have misplaced a spiritual artifact. The previous leader of the Xiaoyu gang, reputed to possess the 9th level of foundation establishment, merely wields a magical tool. Yet this individual asserts he has lost a spiritual artifact? How utterly laughable. The speaker is the proprietor of a nearby blacksmith shop, where he sells an array of mundane weapons such as swords and spears. Although he only forges ordinary armaments, he possesses some knowledge regarding magical tools and spiritual artifacts. Lost a spiritual artifact? Good sir, do you know the name of this individual? Upon hearing the mention of a lost spiritual artifact, Chinchumo's interest was piqued, prompting him to inquire hastily. A name? I truly do not know, the shopkeeper replied, shaking his head. His willingness to converse further stemmed from his perception that Chinchumo was no ordinary person. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in dialogue at all. I did see this man at an inn some time ago. I believe his name was something like you. A voice chimed in from the adjacent shop. Lin Yayu? Yes. Indeed. That is the name. Oh, do you know him, young man? Chapter 44. Fourth reward intelligence. Upon confirming the name, Chinchumo vanished from his location. At that moment, a surge of excitement coursed through him. He had unexpectedly encountered the intelligence task he had initially deemed hopeless. Lin Yayu. Observing the still-dazed man, Chinchumo shouted with fervor, Who is it? Lin Yayu instantly regained his senses, turning towards the voice to find a youth he had never met before. Who are you? How do you know me? I am Chinchumo, he replied. Not that I am acquainted with Brother Lin, but I happen to possess information that you desperately seek. Do you know the whereabouts of my spiritual weapon? Lin Yayu's demeanor shifted, his spirit invigorated. The information he needed most was indeed the location of his spiritual weapon. Precisely, I am referring to the location of your spiritual weapon. Quickly, reveal to me where it is. I am a disciple of the third elder of the Yang sect. This weapon was a gift from my master. I have yet to acknowledge it as my own before it went missing. Please, young brother, tell me where it is, and I shall reward you handsomely. Lin Yayu spoke with palpable urgency, even invoking his sect to emphasize the significance of the weapon to him. For a mere low-grade spirit stone, I shall disclose this information to you. Chinchumo raised a finger. The system's asking price was modest, and he could not demand more. Though should the other party wish to offer additional compensation, that would be a different matter altogether. Here, quickly tell me. Lin Yayu promptly tossed a low-grade spirit stone. His gaze fixed intently on Chinchumo. The spiritual weapon you lost, which you had not yet acknowledged, was stolen by a man named Yu Yang. Chinchumo stated matter-of-factly as he accepted the spirit stone. What? Him? Lin Yayu's expression turned incredulous. It was evident he recognized this Yu Yang. No. It is very likely him. If he had not invited me here for drinks to celebrate my acquisition of the spiritual weapon, how could I have lost it? He even deceived me into believing that his own artifact had gone missing. So that is how it is. Yu Yang, I treated you like a brother, and yet you dared to betray me. I, Lin Yayu, shall ensure your demise. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yayu dashed off in a particular direction, a palpable aura of vengeance radiating from him. Chinchumo refrained from stopping his departure. Such events were commonplace in the realm of cultivation. However, he did not hasten to leave either. Instead, he found a picturesque tea house nearby and settled down to await the completion of his task. Though the tea house was somewhat secluded, its surroundings exuded a serene elegance, attracting not only ordinary folk, but also cultivators who would come to enjoy a pot of tea. After savoring a pot of tea, a notification signaled the completion of his intelligence task. Information 2. The unclaimed spiritual artifact lost by Lin Yu was stolen by Yu Yang and sold for a low-grade spirit stone. The transaction has been completed, and beneficial information for the host has been generated. Please address it promptly. Reward information 4. A vendor is located 100 meters ahead, named Tong Qifeng, age 13. An orphan from the Tong family, which was annihilated by the Wang family. He possesses exceptional talent and could be taken to apprentice under Yu Shuzi, potentially becoming a formidable warrior in the future. Am I truly seeing the fourth piece of information? Chen Shimo pondered. Does this imply that as long as the task is completed within the day, the reward information can accumulate without immediate collection? After all, daily information tasks refresh only when one chooses to unlock them. Could it be that reward information also refreshes based on the moment of unlocking? Uncertain. Chen Shimo realized that this system lacked a manual, and such matters mirrored SCHR Dinger's cat. One would never know what would happen unless one opened the box. No. I could complete the task here and then unlock it elsewhere, similar to refreshing the information. I shall test this when I return to Fengxiao sect. For now, I must first take that young lad away. Although only 13, Tong Qifeng's visage bore no trace of childhood innocence. Since the annihilation of his family, he had concealed his identity and even set up a stall for livelihood. The harshness of life had matured his appearance. A bowl of plain noodles. After taking a seat, Chen Shimo meticulously observed Tong Qifeng, only to find him an ordinary mortal, his clothes faded and patched. Could there be a concealed artifact? Chen Shimo speculated, believing the sensation of a spiritual artifact stemmed from the ineffectiveness of magical tools against such a low realm. Dear customer, your noodles, please be cautious. They are hot. Tong Qifeng carefully placed the bowl of noodles before Chen Shimo. Thank you. As it was not mealtime, patrons were few at this hour. Particularly, an individual of Chen Shimo's extraordinary demeanor was unlikely to dine at such a humble stall. However, Tong Qifeng could not discern the depth of Chen Shimo's nature and assumed he was merely a young master seeking to experience life. After tasting a mouthful of noodles and finding them quite palatable, Chen Shimo inquired, "Do you wish to annihilate the Wang family?" Utilizing his spiritual sense for communication. Only Tong Qifeng could hear him. Tong Qifeng trembled, his hands faltering, nearly dropping the bowl. Do I wish to destroy the Wang family? More than merely wishing. I yearn to obliterate them immediately, yet I am powerless. But who is this esteemed person communicating? If you seek vengeance, come to the Yuye Tavern, Immortal Class, Building 8. Chen Shimo keenly noted Tong Qifeng's slight reaction and understood. After finishing his noodles, he stood up and said, "Apologies, young brother, I forgot my money. You may come to Yuye Tavern to collect it." Upon hearing this, Tong Qifeng's eyes widened in astonishment, yet he made no attempt to stop Chen Shimo from departing. Within his heart, a fierce battle raged as he grappled with the decision of whether to go or stay. Chen Shimo remained indifferent. Whether he came or went depended entirely on the other party's fortune. Having settled all matters, Chen Shimo hastened his pace and, moments later, returned to room 8. "Young Master Chen, did you acquire anything of note during your outing?" Yu Shuzi, who continued to sip his tea, inquired. Although he had voluntarily acknowledged Chen Shimo as his superior, there was no need for him to adopt a servile demeanor. There may be gains, or perhaps none at all. Chen Shimo took a seat directly across from Yu Shuzi, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip. "Oh, it seems you are aware of this potential gain. Yet its arrival remains uncertain. Am I correct, old man?" Yu Shuzi pondered for a moment before asking. "Old sir, have you once again resorted to preliminary destiny calculation to cheat? How could you guess so accurately?" Chen Shimo replied, somewhat irked. The preliminary destiny calculation indeed was a remarkable tool for deception, leaving nothing concealed. Haha. Such trifles do not require preliminary destiny calculation on my part. Merely observing your countenance has revealed much to me. Yu Shuzi chuckled heartily, pouring more tea for Chen Shimo before serving himself. All right, I concede your prowess. Then tell me, when will this gain come knocking at the door?" Chen Shimo pressed once more, skeptical that anything could be discerned without the aid of preliminary destiny calculation. At that moment, the old man's predictions proved accurate. Knock, knock, knock. "Esteemed guest, a young man has come seeking you, claiming you summoned him." Chapter 45. Returning to the sect early in the modest abode numbered 8 of the lower grade celestial designation, Tong Qifeng knelt before Yu Shuzi, prostrating himself with 9 resounding bows, causing his forehead to become a crimson spectacle. Yu Shuzi, seated regally before him, set down his recently finished cup of tea and with a casual wave of his hand, instantaneously healed Tong Chifeng's injury. From this day forth, you shall be my 13th disciple, albeit temporarily as a registered disciple. Once you achieve the golden core stage, I shall accept you as my direct disciple, Yushuzi declared, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Tong Chifeng. This was not merely a gain for Chinchumo, but also a significant acquisition for Yushuzi himself. Thank you, master, Tong Chifeng exclaimed, his entire being trembling with excitement. He had successfully taken a master, one who had attained full mastery in the fusion stage. The most formidable member of the Wang family was merely at the initial phase of the fusion stage. And yet here he was, blessed with such an opportunity. All of this he owed to Chinchumo. Hence he wholeheartedly aligned himself with Master Yushuzi and recognized Chinchumo as his leader. It is truly unexpected that your Tong family possesses the ancient Qilin bloodline. Albeit regrettably diminished, Chinchumo mused, reflecting on Yushuzi's revelation of Tong Chifeng's lineage. He could not help but lament his own lack of any noble bloodline. The annihilation of the Tong family by the Wang family stemmed from their covetous desire for this ancient Qilin bloodline. However, the Tong family had always been a solitary line, resulting in a sparse population. Possessing such a bloodline did not guarantee one would ascend to the heights of immortal cultivation. It merely provided a superior foundation and potential compared to the ordinary. Tong Chifeng was the sole survivor of the Tong family, and his safety was attributed to the Qilin blood jade left by his ancestors. This artifact not only concealed his foundational cultivation at the first stage, but also masked his Qilin bloodline, rendering him akin to an ordinary mortal. Young Master Chun, having now become a disciple of my master, I am certain that in the near future, I shall elevate the Tong family to greatness. Some hardships are but trifles. Tong Chifeng responded, displaying a refreshing outlook towards Chinchumo's lamentations. His singular aspiration was to obliterate the Wang family. All other matters seemed trivial in comparison. Such ambition is commendable, Chinchumo praised before taking his leave to return to his quarters. As for where Tong Chifeng would sleep, it would be a miracle if he could find rest at night. Another day passed, and Chinchumo awoke from his slumber. As before, he did not engage in meditation or cultivation. However, upon waking this time, he did not immediately access the intelligence system, for he noticed that his identity jade token had reacted. Junior brother, have you been ensnared by the alluring world outside, unable to return? This was a message from senior sister Yunyan, imbued with a hint of resentment. Senior sister, I have yet to resolve some matters. I shall return as soon as they are settled, Chinchumo replied, feeling somewhat sheepish, as if he were being chided by his spouse while away from home. No worries, junior brother. If the matters are of great importance, do not rush back, senior sister promptly responded. Not returning? If I don't return, it will truly be disastrous. It seems I must depart earlier than planned. I initially intended to stay and wait for Yushuzi to complete his tribulation, but it appears I must set off ahead of schedule. After all, one should never take a woman's words too seriously. Senior sister, I just realized that matters here are nearly resolved, so I shall commence my journey back now. Very well, senior sister will await you at the sect leader's estate. Discarding his identity token, Chinchumo had no intention of checking any intel or tasks. Otherwise, he would indeed be unable to leave. Upon stepping outside, he discovered that Zhong Xuelan and the others were actually following Yushuzi in his cultivation practice. What is this? After young Master Chen retired last night, the two siblings, Zhong and her brother, came to seek the old man as their master, and now, like Tong Chifeng, they are both registered disciples of mine. Yushuzi said with a smile. Although he had been expelled from his sect due to certain circumstances, it did not mean he could not accept disciples. Moreover, he merely had to refrain from imparting the techniques of the Xuandao sect. I see. Congratulations to you, old sir, Chinchumo exclaimed in realization, promptly offering his congratulations to Yushuzi. Young Master Chen, are you about to return? Yushuzi accepted Chinchumo's congratulations with a smile, then posed a counter-question. Indeed. The sect calls, and I must return swiftly, Chinchumo replied, somewhat helpless, but with no other option. Well, a fair maiden awaits. It is indeed time to return. Yushuzi directly pierced through Chinchumo's excuse, his tone laden with significance. You old trickster, once again using the innate transformation calculation to tease me. Chinchumo shot him a glare, responding with irritation. No, not at all. Young Master Chen, your face reveals everything, no calculation required. In the sky, Chinchumo stood atop the Sui-on sword, urging the flying sword to soar swiftly. However, Tianlan City was too distant from Fengxia sect, with his current capabilities. He could not fly there in one breath. The mountains and rivers below appeared to retreat at an astonishing speed, as if played in reverse. After half a day's flight, he was nearly thrown off balance by a wave of residual energy from a battle. What is happening? Are powerful cultivators engaged in combat? Chinchumo's heart raced with alarm, an unsettling feeling washing over him. In his haste, he had inadvertently entered the vicinity of a fierce confrontation. It would be wise to avoid involvement in such matters. Even the residual energy nearly dislodged him from his flying sword. If he were present at the scene, it would surely mean certain death. This place is ill-suited for lingering. I must withdraw and change course. Resolving this, Chinchumo promptly altered his direction, deciding it was better to take a detour. After all, his life was paramount. After flying a considerable distance in the new direction, the sense of foreboding finally dissipated. Had Yushuzi been accompanying him, Chinchumo might have ventured to investigate. But as a late-stage golden core cultivator, he would merely be a burden. After a brief rest to restore his spiritual energy, Chinchumo continued his journey and finally arrived at Fengxia sect before nightfall. However, upon his arrival, he spotted a familiar figure. Elder Qin? Chinchumo was pleasantly surprised to encounter Elder Qin, the very benefactor who had facilitated his entry into the Fengxia sect. Ah, it is young Chumo. Have you just returned from outside? Elder Qin, passing through the area, maintained a composed demeanor, yet internally, he was taken aback, pondering, has this lad's strength risen so swiftly? Has he truly reached the golden core stage? Furthermore, upon entering the inner sect, he had become a figure of great renown, even accepted as a core disciple. Had his earlier concerns been in vain? Indeed, Elder Qin, I have just returned after attending to some matters, Chumo replied, nodding. Glancing at the sky, he continued, Elder, I must find my senior sister to report on the situation. I shall visit you again when time permits to reminisce. After bidding farewell, Chumo proceeded deeper into the sect. Elder Qin observed his departing figure, lost in thought. Senior sister? Could it truly be Yunyan? Is it possible that the rumors of this lad being taken as a disciple by Yunyan in place of her father are genuine? He mused. This young man is indeed blessed with abundant fortune. As for the Wang family, they pose no significant threat. Chapter 46, Sister, please allow me to explain as dusk approached. The sky gradually donned a shade of slate blue, the luminous moon resembling a bashful maiden reluctant to reveal herself. Within the confines of the sect leader's abode, Yunyan held a fine brush, inscribing something upon rice paper. Junior brother, you still have the heart to return? Without lifting her gaze, Yunyan already sensed Chinchumo's presence. Her voice tinged with a hint of frost. Sister, how could you say such a thing? I rushed back as soon as I resolved the matter at hand. And on the way, I was nearly caught in the tumult of a powerful battle. Chinchumo chuckled awkwardly, attempting to steer the conversation while venting his frustrations. Such was the nature of the cultivation world. When one's strength was lacking, it was wise to tread carefully. Upon hearing that Chinchumo had nearly failed to return, Yunyan felt a pang of concern, and then spoke earnestly. Indeed, thus I have resolved that I shall not venture out until I break through to the nascent soul stage. Chinchumo nodded obediently, for he was now in the late golden core stage. How far could the nascent soul be? That is well, but junior brother, are you not going to discuss with your sister the predictions you mentioned? Yunyan's tone was languid, clearly skeptical of Chinchumo's earlier justifications. Yet, within the Qishan treasure map, they had indeed encountered individuals from the demonic sect. Sister, I merely awakened a special ability that allows me to predict relevant information by consuming spirit stones. Chinchumo stubbornly clung to his excuse. Oh, is that so? Then how is it that I heard brother by only provided you spirit stones after receiving the information you offered? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Yunyan's eyes. After her return, she had discreetly inquired about Chinchumo's activities upon entering the inner sect, and had even summoned by Yunfei to discuss the details. Ah, haha, sister. Let me explain. Oh no, he had been caught red-handed. He hadn't anticipated that his sister had already uncovered the truth. Very well, as the moon rises. You shall explain yourself thoroughly. Tonight, I shall lend an ear to your justifications. With that, Yunyan resumed her writing, as if composing a poem. Chinchumo pondered for a moment, deciding to shift the blame to the heavenly Tao. Sister, I believe I possess a form of celestial resonance. Each day, I receive 3 divine revelations from the heavenly Tao. If I sell these revelations at the appropriate price to those in need and ensure their accuracy, I can receive rewards from the heavenly Tao. Sister, do you think I might be a child of the heavenly Tao? Otherwise, why would the Tao only bestow these revelations upon me? Chinchumo rated his excuse highly, deducting a point only out of fear of arrogance. You? A child of the heavenly Tao? Yunyan was taken aback by Chun Chumo's bold assertion. Who among cultivators would dare to claim such a title? Were they courting death? Indeed. Sister, to speak candidly, prior to receiving the revelations, my strength was merely at the chi refining stage. Now, thanks to the insights, I have achieved the golden core stage. Do you not think I could be a child of the heavenly Tao? Chen Chumo grew more animated as he spoke, nearly convincing himself of his own fabrication. Upon hearing these words, Yunyan did not immediately retort. Instead, she recalled the information Bai Yunfei had shared regarding Chen Chumo, a mere outer sect servant. Born with a mixed spiritual root, had only achieved the first level of chi refinement after 8 years of cultivation. Yet, on the day of the outer sect assessment, he had unexpectedly surged in strength and reached the golden core stage, a fact only known to Yunyan. Could it be that junior brother Chun is indeed the son of heaven? No, even if he is not this so-called son of heaven, he is undeniably a person of extraordinary fortune. Otherwise, how could he have found a teleportation array to leave after the closure of the Qishan treasure map? Junior brother, regardless of the truth behind these matters, you must not mention them to anyone but me. Otherwise, dire consequences will ensue. At this moment, Yunyan's expression was exceedingly grave. The pressure of the sect master's daughter emanating from her. Yes, senior sister, from now on, I shall share my secrets only with you. Chen Chumo immediately raised his hand, ready to swear an oath, but Yunyan halted him. In that case, accompany me to the inner hall. I must reassess your spiritual root qualifications. For some reason, upon hearing Chen Chumo's words, Yunyan felt a sweetness in her heart akin to consuming honey, making her somewhat dizzy with delight. As you command, senior sister. Chen Chumo readily agreed, yet internally grappled with whether to conceal his innate sword spirit root. Thanks to the existence of the ancient sword Yuan, he could not only shroud his form and cultivation but also his spiritual root. However, considering senior sister's goodwill towards him, he ultimately decided to reveal it, as his greatest secret remained the system and the ancient sword Yuan. The innate sword spirit root was merely a byproduct of the ancient sword Yuan. Unbeknownst to Yunyan, Chen Chumo harbored his own thoughts as she led him to the inner hall, where a spirit testing stone awaited. Junior brother, I trust you know how to use it without needing your senior sister's guidance? Yunyan pointed at the pristine white stone, her face beaming with anticipation as she gazed at Chen Chumo. Tonight, she was determined to uncover the true extent of Chen Chumo's qualifications. I understand. Chen Chumo inhaled deeply. If so, let him astonish his senior sister once more. Placing his right hand upon the spirit testing stone, Chen Chumo felt a strange force enter his body, subsequently surging towards the stone. Almost instantly, the stone emitted a radiant golden hue, and a terrifying sword intent surged within it. The stone, unable to contain the sword intent any longer, shattered into pieces, and the sword intent erupted forth, enveloping the entire Fengxia sect before being swiftly quelled by the protective mountain array, vanishing from sight. In that fleeting moment, everyone within Fengxia sect sensed a chilling presence that flickered momentarily. Those who practiced the sword felt their hearts tremble, their swords emitting mournful cries, as if the spiritual weapons themselves were gripped by fear. Innate sword spirit root? The Grand Elder rose abruptly, hastening towards the sect master's residence, while the other elders were conveniently away on errands. Sword spirit root? Yunyan recognized it as a sword spirit root, yet at her current level, she could not fathom the significance of the radiant golden hue. Nevertheless, this revelation left Yunyan profoundly astonished as she mused. No wonder my junior brother possesses such an extraordinary comprehension of the sword. He is, after all, endowed with a rare sword spirit root. It is worth noting that within the entirety of Fengxia sect, aside from her own father, there existed no other sword spirit roots. Even she herself lacked such a root, although her spiritual root was not inferior to that of a sword spirit root. Furthermore, those endowed with talent for the sword had all been taken by the Sacred Sword sect, one of the 10 major sections. Yet, within the Sacred Sword sect, there were no fewer than 10 individuals possessing the exceedingly rare sword spirit root. Junior brother, I never imagined you possessed a sword spirit root. It is no wonder you are so in harmony with the sword. As Yunyan gazed at the shattered spirit testing stone, she felt a flicker of confusion, yet could only lament. Logically speaking, even a sword spirit root should not cause the spirit testing stone to disintegrate. Could there be some unknown factor at play? However, before Chen Chumo could respond, an urgent voice resonated through the air. It is an innate sword spirit root, truly an innate sword spirit root. Chapter 47, Sister Yunyan and the guiding mission within the Grand Hall of the Fengxia sect's Lord Residence. The Grand Elder gazed at the merely 15-year-old Chinchumo with a complex expression, his heart tumultuous. He never anticipated that the innate sword spirit root, which he and his companions had sought for so long, lay right beneath his nose, embodied in his very own core disciple. Even more astonishing was the fact that this young lad, who had recently been in the Qi refinement stage, had now ascended directly to the Golden Core stage. Was this truly the path of cultivation? Such an occurrence seemed rather extraordinary. However, considering the innate sword spirit root coupled with his extraordinary comprehension, it began to make sense. Ah, Qin, how fortunate Fengxia sect is to have a disciple like you, the Grand Elder finally exclaimed after a prolonged silence. In all his years, both counting upward and downward, he had never encountered such an exceptionally gifted disciple. He had thought Yunyan was unmatched, yet this youth surpassed even her. Given time, it would not be long before he reached the pinnacle of his path. The road to immortality appeared to be a smooth one for him. And, if memory served, this lad was indeed accepted as a disciple of the sect leader. Surely, he was destined to become the next leader of Fengxia sect. The Grand Elder's words carried weight. Being accepted into the Fengxia sect was a privilege for any disciple. Chinchumo dared not accept such praise, maintaining a humble demeanor. Ha ha ha, enough of that. I shall take my leave now. You should follow Yunyan closely. Once the sect leader emerges from seclusion, we shall hold a grand ceremony to formalize your apprenticeship. With a hearty laugh, the Grand Elder departed, his mood as sweet as honey. Ah, so it is the innate sword spirit root. No wonder he exudes such confidence. Yunyan remarked after the Grand Elder had left. However, upon hearing this, Chinchumo felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Sister, regardless of the type of spirit root, I am still your little junior brother, am I not? So this innate sword spirit root is what you refer to as the reward from the Tao of Heaven? Seeing Chinchumo's reaction, Yunyan ceased her teasing and spoke earnestly. Indeed, this is the reward bestowed upon me by the old man of the Tao. Chinchumo nodded vigorously in affirmation. Thus, your 2 days stay in Tianlan City was also due to this Taoist revelation? Yunyan continued to inquire, pondering if there truly existed such an unheard of phenomenon as a revelation from the Tao. Yes, sister, and today I have yet to review my Taoist revelation. Would you like me to share it with you once I have finished? Remembering that his information task for the day had not yet refreshed, Chinchumo asked. Certainly. I am eager to witness how you execute this Taoist revelation and the rewards it brings, Yunyan responded with keen curiosity. With that, Chinchumo opened the system to review the day's information task. Although he could see the details, Yunyan could perceive nothing, leaving her to wait for Chinchumo to speak. Information 1. Yunyan's second senior brother, Feng Changming, is severely injured, his bloodline depleted, and urgently requires Fengling ginseng. The host has it available for sale at the price of 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Information 2. Yuan Jingchen's spirit beast is undergoing a transformation and is being fed medicinal pills under the pretense of illness, at risk of dying at any moment. The selling price is 1 low-grade spirit stone. Information 3. Song Yuje's younger brother, Song Yufan, is secretly cultivating the techniques obtained from the Qishan treasure map. On the verge of going into a frenzy. The selling price is 1 medium-grade spirit stone. All 3 pieces of information represent urgent tasks. Consequently, Chinchumo promptly conveyed the details to Yunyan, allowing her to decide which task to tackle first. Let us proceed to rescue the second senior brother. Upon hearing the 3 messages, Yunyan chose the first without the slightest hesitation. It is not that she lacked affection for her fellow disciples. Rather, the first task pertained to her own second senior brother, a descendant of the founding ancestor of Fengxia sect. Very well. Chinchumo, too, did not hesitate and followed Yunyan as they soared down to the foot of the sect's mountain, riding upon the ethereal Fengxia cloud. It seems I must find time to acquire a Fengxia cloud for myself. Otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient within the sect. Under Yunyan's adept control, the Fengxia cloud glided swiftly, and they soon arrived at the designated location beneath the Fengxia sect. However, upon their arrival, there was no sign of the second senior brother. Only a conspicuously concealed fiery red egg the size of a human head lying on the ground. Could this be the second senior brother? Chinchumo could not help but inquire, for the second senior brother was a descendant of the ancient divine phoenix, and it seemed plausible for him to have transformed into an egg. Let us return. Yunyan, without further ado, recognized the egg as her second senior brother upon sighting it. She enveloped it with spiritual energy and, together with Chinchumo, soared towards the residence of the sect leader. Before long, Yunyan led Chinchumo to a hidden chamber within the sect leader's estate. Junior disciple, please take out the Fengling ginseng. Upon seeing the egg that had transformed from her second senior brother, Yunyan felt somewhat reassured by Chen Shimo's words. Responding to her request, Chen Shimo instinctively produced the Fengling ginseng and handed it over, though he was curious about how it was to be administered. Should they make the egg open its mouth? However, Yunyan's subsequent actions abruptly interrupted his musings. She took the Fengling ginseng and, in a straightforward manner, tossed it onto the egg. Immediately, radiant red light shimmered across the surface of the fiery egg, drawing the Fengling ginseng inside. Is this all it takes? Chen Shimo was left in a state of confusion. It was his first encounter with such unconventional use of precious materials. That will suffice. Let us depart. No one can enter this place except for me. Yunyan remained remarkably composed about her actions, finding nothing amiss in her approach. Shall we now continue to fulfill the heavenly Tao's revelation? Chen Shimo inquired softly, noticing that whenever Yunyan was devoid of a smile, her aura became considerably formidable, rendering him somewhat subdued. Seek out Senior Brother Song. And once you have completed the 3 revelations, you may then regard the rewards you mentioned. Yunyan spoke with an air of indifference, as if the events that had just transpired were nothing more than trifles of little consequence. Observing this, Chen Shimo fell silent, choosing instead to play the role of a humble follower, quietly trailing behind. At that moment, Senior Brother Song was diligently inspecting the protective array for any signs of damage. And thus, he was swiftly located. In addition to Senior Brother Song, another elder brother, Yuan Jingchen, whom Yunyan was also acquainted with, was a direct disciple of the 7th elder. Under the guidance of Sister Yunyan, Chen Shimo accomplished the 3 tasks with remarkable speed since acquiring the system. He was rewarded with 2 mid-grade spirit stones and 1 low-grade spirit stone. Such efficiency in task completion led Chen Shimo to ponder whether he should consistently seek Sister Yunyan's assistance, as it not only ensured a perfect success rate, but also remarkable expediency. Could this be considered a form of exploiting a loophole? Very well, Junior Brother. You have completed all 3 heavenly revelations. Hasten to examine the rewards you spoke of. Yunyan's smile returned, her gaze on Chen Shimo glimmering with a hint of anticipation. Certainly, Sister, Chen Shimo replied with a nod, turning his attention to the reward tasks. This marked the first occasion he would simultaneously review 3 reward tasks. What is this? Chapter 48. 3 pieces of rewarding intelligence. Information 1. The second disciple of Yunyan, Feng Changming, is gravely injured, his bloodline depleted, and is in urgent need of phoenix feather ginseng at the foot of the sect's mountain. The host has it available for sale at the price of 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Information 2. Yuan Jingchen's spirit beast is undergoing a mutation, being misdiagnosed as ill and fed pills, which may lead to its untimely demise at any moment. The selling price is 1 low-grade spirit stone. Information 3. Song Yuje's younger brother, Song Yufan, is secretly cultivating the techniques obtained from the Qishan treasure map, risking imminent madness. The selling price is 1 medium-grade spirit stone. The transaction has been completed, and beneficial intelligence for the host has been generated. Please address it promptly. Rewarding intelligence 1. Beneath the tree pit where the demon clan resided last time in the Muyu Valley, there lies a concealed phoenix red jade stone. Rewarding intelligence 2. In the river on the outskirts of the Spirit Herb Valley, there is a mutated shark scale swordfish, which can enhance one's cultivation when consumed. Rewarding intelligence 3. At the 4th stall on the 3rd street of the sect's market, there is cloud silkworm silk for sale, a material for repairing the immortal artifact. The 9 dragons boots. Cloud silkworm silk? The mutated shark scale swordfish? The phoenix red jade stone? Yunyan pondered these names, her eyes glimmering with contemplation. Cloud silkworm silk is considered a material for crafting garments. Though rare, it is not deemed precious. Might it conceal some unknown secret? As for the mutated shark scale swordfish, it is indeed a superior nourishing delicacy, a paragon among spirit fish. For Yunyan, its nourishing effects may be limited, yet in terms of culinary delight, its tender flesh and exquisite flavor are sure to leave a lasting impression, rendering it a true delicacy on the dining table. However, the Phoenix Red Jade Stone is an invaluable treasure among the Phoenix clan, and within the Fengxia sect, only the 2nd disciple can harness its utmost potential. What then is the true implication of this so-called Heavenly Path's reward for Junior Brother Chen? Senior Sister, in your opinion, where should we head first? Chen Shimo inquired softly after observing Yunyan deep in thought. At this moment, he was acutely aware that he held no sway over the conversation. Everything hinged upon Yunyan's lead. Let us proceed to the sect's market. However, Junior Brother, could you enlighten me on the significance of this cloud silkworm silk for you? Yunyan determined their course but could not suppress her inner curiosity. Since the so-called Heavenly Path reward is advantageous to Junior Brother, It cannot merely serve the purpose of crafting clothing. Chinchimo hesitated for less than half a second before producing the immortal artifact, the 9 Dragons' Boots, and grinned at Yunyan, saying, "Senior sister, let me show you a great treasure. Is this an immortal artifact?" Yunyan was not lacking in knowledge. Although she did not possess one herself, it did not mean she had never seen one. In fact, she had encountered more than one for the Fengxia sword. A treasured heirloom passed down from the sect's founder is also an immortal artifact, and her father possesses 2 such items. Thus, she was intimately familiar with the unique allure of immortal artifacts. Indeed, senior sister, this is the reward obtained after completing the Heavenly Path revelation. The 9 Dragons' Boots were purchased from the sect's market, albeit in a flawed state, Chinchimo explained, unable to suppress a sigh as he spoke. Upon witnessing this scene, Yunyan couldn't help but flinch slightly, for while others would cherish a flawed celestial artifact as though it were a revered ancestor, she seemed to lament its existence instead. Enough. Let us hasten our departure. A plume of phoenix-hued clouds surged forth, carrying the 2 towards the sect's marketplace. Chinchimo gazed down at the phoenix clouds beneath him, quietly resolving to procure a cloud from Shayun Valley on the morrow. The marketplace of the sect, despite the encroaching darkness, remained ablaze with light. Cultivators possessed myriad means of illumination, not to mention the lighting tools crafted by artifact smiths. "Is that Fairy Union?" he exclaimed. Indeed, it was she. But who is that young man accompanying her so closely? Alas, it seems the fairy has found a companion. I never imagined she would favor someone so youthful. As Yunyan and Chinchimo arrived at the bustling marketplace, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Yet, no one dared to approach. For Yunyan was the daughter of the sect leader and the pride of Fengxia sect, her status commanding respect. The proprietor of the 4th stall on the 3rd street, a disciple of the sect, was elated to see Fairy Yunyan at his booth. "Good sir, do you have any cloud silkworm silk for sale?" Yunyan inquired. Unperturbed by the onlookers' gazes, the stall owner, flustered and slightly flushed, stammered, "Why yes, we do. And if it's for you, my lady, I shall gift it to you. Pray, let us not engage in such charity. You are in business, not performing a benevolent act. Otherwise, rumors may arise, suggesting I am exerting pressure," Yunyan replied. Naturally, she would not agree to receive anything for free, especially given her esteemed position. Accepting such a gift would invite scandal. Then, would 1 low-grade spirit stone suffice? The stall owner, now visibly anxious, hesitated before stating his price. 10 low-grade spirit stones would be more appropriate. "There's no need for you to suffer a loss in your trade," she countered. With that, Yunyan produced 10 spirit stones, which gracefully floated into the proprietor's hands, while she deftly retrieved the cloud silkworm silk with a flick of her delicate wrist. With that, she departed with Chinchimo, who had remained silent throughout, akin to a mere shadow. Once they had left, the marketplace buzzed with gossip once more. A figure rushed in, dismayed to find they had just missed the opportunity for more intrigue. "Ah, Brother Song, you were here as well. Brother Wu, you too? Have you discerned the identity of the male lead in this latest gossip?" "Brother, I have only just arrived and am equally late to the scene. I fear without clarity on Fairy Union's latest news, I may find it difficult to meditate tonight. Shall we not inquire further?" "Indeed. Let us first seek out that stall owner for more information." At the riverbank on the outskirts of the spiritual herb valley, the second destination for Yunyan and her companion awaited them. As the night deepened, most disciples had commenced their daily meditation and cultivation, leaving the area devoid of any human presence. The luminous moon cast its silvery glow upon the river's surface, creating shimmering reflections. Yet it could not conceal the elusive presence of the shimmering scaled swordfish. "Sister, shall we descend into the river to capture it?" Chinchimo inquired, attempting to utilize his spiritual power to seize the elusive fish, only to discover its speed was akin to lightning, rendering him unable to capture it. "No need," replied Yunyan with confidence. "This mere shimmering scaled swordfish is nothing new to me. I happen to possess a lower-grade spiritual artifact, the spirit mist spider's web, specifically designed to ensnare such fish." With a graceful motion, Yunyan summoned a large net crafted from the silk of the spirit mist demon spider, combined with special materials. While its efficacy in restraining foes may be lacking, it was particularly effective for catching fish. Indeed, as the spirit mist spider's web descended into the river, the shimmering scaled swordfish found itself with no escape, swiftly enveloped by the shrinking net and propelled towards Yunyan. The fish, adorned with hard scales and resembling a sharp sword, struggled vigorously despite being bound by the web. "Is this the shimmering scaled swordfish?" It doesn't appear particularly remarkable, Chinchumo remarked, unable to discern any unique qualities about it. The true value of the shimmering scaled swordfish can only be unlocked through cooking. Fortunately, I excel in this culinary art. And I shall prepare it for you to savor upon our return, Yunyan assured him. Thank you, sister. It seems I shall be in for a delightful treat tonight. Chinchumo replied with anticipation. Chapter 49. The soup made by my senior sister is truly delicious. The final destination was Muyun Valley, marking Chinchumo's third visit to this enchanting locale. One wonders if there is something extraordinary about Muyun Valley. Not only was the ancient sword, Yuan, rewarded here during his first visit, but the Phoenix Crimson Jade was also concealed within its depths. Remarkably, no one seemed to have discovered these treasures. Could it be that they were all waiting for him? Perhaps he should thoroughly explore Muyun Valley to uncover any remaining treasures. Yunyan was oblivious to Chinchumo's thoughts. At that moment, she gazed upon the massive pit left behind after Bai Yunfei had uprooted it. Yet she could not sense any fluctuation from the Phoenix Crimson Jade. Junior brother, is the Phoenix Crimson Jade truly here? Yunyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. With her late-stage nascent soul cultivation, she was astonished not to detect the energy of the jade, especially since she had encountered it before and could recognize its resonance. Senior sister, the Phoenix Crimson Jade lies just beneath us. If I dig a bit deeper, we shall see it, Chinchumo replied, summoning the Suihan sword. A surge of sword energy sliced through the air, plunging into the pit. Boom, boom, boom. In just a few moments, the pit had been deepened by nearly 100 meters. Simultaneously, a fiery red glow emanated from the bottom of the pit. Indeed, it was the Phoenix Crimson Jade. Junior brother, let us return. As the crimson light flared, Yunyan was already certain of the jade's identity and enveloped it with her spiritual energy for safekeeping. Contemplating the significance of this heavenly reward, was it intended to attract loyal subordinates for Chinchumo? After all, the Phoenix Feather Ginseng had granted second senior brother a second chance at life. The Phoenix Crimson Jade could significantly enhance second senior brother's cultivation, a debt of gratitude that would not be easily repaid. Chinchumo harbored similar suspicions. Otherwise, why would the information be so beneficial to him? Upon returning to the clan's residence, Yunyan began to heat oil in a pot, while Chinchumo quietly awaited her culinary creations. This evening's experience was the most effortless since he acquired the system, reminiscent of idle gaming where tasks completed themselves without intervention. Surely, this glitch in the system wouldn't provoke its ire? Yet, the system remained as rigid as a lifeless program, devoid of any communicative signals. Chinchumo retrieved the silks given by his senior sister and his own celestial artifact, the 9 Dragons' boots, pondering whether he should learn some refining techniques, lest he be compelled to seek assistance from the third elder. Junior brother, the fish sword with fish scales is ready. Come and taste it. As Chinchumo was lost in thought, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, followed by his sister's voice. Wow, how aromatic. Senior sister's culinary skills would entice even the immortals to descend and sample her creations. He beheld the fish soup, its milky hue and intoxicating aroma captivating his senses. If I could indulge in such exquisite delicacies daily, I would not exchange my celestial status for anything. Chinchumo put away his belongings. His expression exaggerated as he savored a spoonful of fish soup. Instantly, he felt invigorated, as if every pore in his body had been thoroughly cleansed. Hee. It is not as exaggerated as you say. Yunyan is quite happy. In the past, when preparing this dish of shark fin swordfish, she would always enjoy it together with Sister Yu. However, Sister Yu's nature is such that she merely gobbles down the food without much thought. This is the first time she has heard such commendation from Chinchumo, and naturally, it brings her great delight. Sister, you should eat too. I cannot finish this alone. After Chinchumo had savored a few bites of the fish, he suddenly noticed that Sister did not eat at all, but instead gazed at him with a radiant smile, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. Please, you eat. A few sips of soup will suffice for you. This greatly benefits your cultivation, while for me, it is merely a delicacy. After Yunyan ladled a spoonful of fish soup into her bowl, she declined Chinchumo's invitation. Hearing this, Chinchumo was deeply moved and suddenly thought of something. A smile crept onto his lips as he said, Sister, I happen to have something wonderful that will be of great use to you. With that, Chinchumo took out a jar of wine, poured a cup, and presented it to Yunyan. What is this? It smells divine, rich with spiritual energy, and has a delightful, fruity fragrance. Is this exquisite monkey wine? Yunyan's delicate nose twitched, and she immediately recognized it. Hee, as expected, nothing can be concealed from Sister. This is a millennium-old monkey wine. and it should be beneficial for your cultivation, right? Chinchumo chuckled, recalling how he had consumed a bowl and experienced a significant enhancement in his own cultivation. Although its effects on the nascent soul stage may not match those on the golden core stage, it certainly surpasses ordinary meditation and training. My dear junior brother, this extraordinary encounter of yours is remarkable. Such millennium-old monkey wine is not something one can obtain with golden core strength. After savoring a cup, Yunyan playfully regarded Chinchumo. Perhaps it is sheer luck. Junior brother has indeed been fortunate. Thus, Chinchumo recounted his experiences in Tianlan City and beyond to Sister Yunyan. To him, aside from the system and the ancient sword essence, there was no need to hide anything from her. Yuk Suzi, the Zhou family, the L family, the Wang family, and the ancient Qilin bloodline. These past few days for junior brother have been far more exhilarating than the past 10 years for sister. Yunyan spoke in a languid tone, though a flicker of killing intent flashed in her eyes when she mentioned the Wang family. A mere minor cultivation family dares to lay hands on her junior brother. They have sealed their fate. Sister, while I've had an eventful few days, my previous 10 years were rather mundane. Chinchumo chuckled, reflecting on his life. However, upon hearing this, Yunyan thought of Chinchumo's past as a mere servant, growing up all alone. Her gaze softened, and her heart ached for his past struggles. By the way, junior brother, is the listening rain tower you established meant to help you fulfill the revelations of the heavenly Tao? She suddenly recalled that the onset of Chinchumo's transformation coincided with the appearance of these heavenly revelations and thus inquired. Indeed. While the assistance of my esteemed senior sister has enabled me to nearly complete the heavenly insights within the Fengxia sect, it remains evident that a disciple cannot reside within the confines of the sect indefinitely. There will inevitably be a need to venture beyond its borders. Hence, the establishment of an intelligence network is imperative. Furthermore, Chinchumo harbors additional intentions. He aims to meticulously investigate and eliminate all demons, devils, Buddhas, and spirits that have infiltrated the human realm. Should this task remain unfulfilled, how shall we withstand the impending onslaught from the four clans? Very well. I shall henceforth entrust all matters pertaining to heavenly insights within the Fengxia sect to my senior sister. Yunyan has taken upon herself these responsibilities, as the affairs of my junior disciple are inherently her own. In the Fengxia sect, who would dare to disregard her authority? Junior disciple. Regarding the matter of the demonic sect within the Qishan treasure map, the elders have deemed it prudent to maintain discretion for the time being. We, too, have members of the demonic sect lurking within our ranks, so it is crucial that your discovery remains confidential. Understood, senior sister. Brother Bai has also advised me on this, and I am aware of the appropriate course of action. Very well then. Upon finishing this shark-scale swordfish, you must return to your cave dwelling to cultivate immediately. The potency of the Millennium Monkey wine is formidable, and I fear you may struggle to manage it. Allow me to safeguard it for you. Chapter 50. The loquacious brother song. Early the next morning, a gentle warmth enveloped the earth. Chinchumo awoke from his meditation, suddenly realizing he was but a step away from the completion of the golden core stage. He couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable efficacy of the scaled swordfish. If he were to consume it a few more times, could he potentially transcend to the nascent soul stage? However, that notion was merely a flight of fancy, for the extraordinary effects of the scaled swordfish stemmed from its mutated nature. As a new day dawned, Chinchumo decided to check the intelligence missions for the day. Information 1. Qi Wenchan's estranged daughter is being bullied in the outer sect. Selling price, 1 low-grade spirit stone. Information 2. Chu Wenbing's spirit beast, the golden-tailed fox, is a disguise of the demon clan. Selling price, 1 low-grade spirit stone. Information 3. Mueo has encountered a Buddhist crossing. Her consciousness is hazy. Waiting for rescue in Yunxia City. Selling price, 1 mid-grade spirit stone. What? Sister Yuer is in danger? A Buddhist crossing? Damn. It must be the people from the Buddhist sect. The situation is urgent. Chinchumo disregarded all else and rushed towards the sect leader's residence. He also sent a message to Sister Yunyan, but received no response. Could it be that Sister Yunyan had drunk all the wine by herself? Pondering this, he quickened his pace and soon arrived at the sect leader's residence. Sister, where are you? Upon entering the small courtyard where Sister Yunyan resided, Chinchumo eagerly called out, "What is all the noise this early in the morning?" He was met with the sight of Sister Yunyan emerging from a small room, clutching a wine jar, her face flushed and reeking of alcohol, resembling not a celestial maiden but a drunken reveler. It was as if a fairy had descended to the mortal realm, lost in a debacle. Should any other disciples of the sect witness this, their faith might very well shatter. Sister, something has happened to Sister Yue. Chen Chumo stated his purpose directly, fearing that Sister Yunyan might take a moment to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What? You say something has happened to Wei? Instantly, upon hearing this, the stench of alcohol dissipated from Yunyan, her flushed complexion returning to its pale state, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Sister, this morning I checked the heavenly Tao revelations, one of which states that Yue has encountered a Buddhist crossing, her consciousness hazy, and is awaiting rescue in Yunxia City. Chen Chumo swiftly relayed the intelligence mission, and he was confident that this Yue was indeed his fourth senior sister, for within the Fengxia sect, she was the only individual named Yue without a surname. A Buddhist crossing? It is indeed the people from the Buddhist sect who have taken action. This matter requires Brother Song's involvement. Yunyan's expression turned grave as she promptly produced her identity jade tablet to contact Song Yujie. Upon learning of his whereabouts, she immediately set off with Chen Chumo in tow. Sister, why must we involve Brother Song? Chen Chumo inquired, puzzled. Could it be that Brother Song possesses some means to deal with the Buddhist crossing? Buddhism's influence, once initiated, cannot be halted. The only recourse lies in sealing it with a formation. Only when Yue's strength surpasses that of those who have imparted the Buddhist teachings upon her can she completely eradicate it. On Fengshayan, Yunyan's countenance darkened, for this is the insidious nature of the Buddhist path. The act of Buddhism has the capacity to forcibly lead those of lesser cultivation into its fold. Although the process is not swift, it remains irreversible without a specialized formation to seal it. Thus, to counter the Buddhist method, the Immortal Cultivation Alliance has developed the Buddha sealing imprint. Almost all sects resort to this technique when their disciples face the threat of Buddhist indoctrination, striving to save those with exceptional talent. After all, the prerequisites for mastering the Buddha sealing imprint are quite stringent and require profound knowledge of formations. Before long, Song Yujie appeared at the entrance of the sect. Yunyan, is there something urgent that you require of me? Upon seeing Yunyan, Song Yujie could not help but inquire, and just as he did, he noticed Chen Chumo nearby. Oh, aren't you the newly admitted core disciple, Chen? What brings you together with Yunyan? Oh, I see. So the gossip swirling around yesterday about the male lead is you, my talented junior. Are you two now together? How long has it been? Who is pursuing whom? Given that you are only 15, I presume Yunyan is the one pursuing you? Is the sect leader aware of this? No, wait. The sect leader seems to be in seclusion. All right, Song Xiong, let us hasten to Yunxia City. Time is of the essence, so please refrain from further chatter. Song Yujie's rapid-fire questions left Chen Chumo utterly bewildered, while Yunyan displayed her impatience, admonishing him lightly. Ha ha ha. Very well, let us depart at once. Unperturbed by the interruption, Song Yujie swiftly led the two of them towards Yunxia City at an impressive pace. After all, as a cultivator in the transformation stage, his speed was considerably heightened. Do not take offense, junior sister. I spent last night pondering the identity of the gossip's male lead and could not meditate properly. Now that I know the truth, I am simply overjoyed. I hope you can forgive me. Junior brother Chen, do not hold it against me. This is merely my penchant. Everyone in the sect is aware of it. By the way, I heard you have become a disciple under the sect leader. Is that true? Chen Chumo fell silent. Realizing why Song Yujie's expression soured at the mention of his brother, now he comprehended the extent of Song Yujie's vexatiousness. Returning to my senior brother. My senior sister accepted me as the fifth disciple under the sect leader. Oh, I see. Congratulations, junior brother. Upon receiving the answer he sought, Song Yujie was filled with joy. He retrieved a formation plate from his storage bag and handed it to Chen Chumo, saying, Here, junior brother Chen. This is a set of formations I inscribed as a congratulatory gift. This please just accept it. Otherwise, Song Xiong will only indulge in wild thoughts again. As Chen Chumo was about to decline, Yunyan directly interrupted his words. Well, thank you, senior brother. Since senior sister has agreed to accept it, I shall gladly do so, especially since I am rather impoverished and my storage ring is quite empty. Upon hearing this, Song Yujie's face brightened with delight. After a moment's thought, he decided to introduce the formation disc. Junior brother, this formation disc is known as the Diamond Locking Formation, a proud creation of mine, meticulously engraved by my own hand. Do not be misled by my mere cultivation realm of the transformation stage. The power of this formation cannot be judged solely by the realm of its creator. This is a confinement array. Let it be known that not even a master of the void refinement stage could escape its grasp. Should you encounter formidable foes, you may activate this formation disc, requiring only a medium-grade spirit stone for each use. In such a scenario, it would be akin to capturing a turtle in a jar. You may strike as you wish. And even if you find yourself outmatched, this formation will provide a swift escape. It is truly an invaluable asset for survival in the world of cultivation. Song Yujae's explanation offered Chinchumo a newfound appreciation for formation masters, leaving him to ponder whether he could master such skills himself. Cursed be his curiosity. Why did he feel compelled to learn everything? Perhaps it would be wiser to focus on perfecting his own swordsmanship first. Just as Chinchumo was lost in these thoughts, the city of Yunxia arrived before him. Chapter 51. Rescue of Yuer. Yunyan encounters trouble. Yunxia City, one of the closest towns to Fengxia sect, is bordered by a valley known as Shiyun Valley. The specialized transportation of Fengxia sect, the Fengxia Cloud, originates from this very place. Within a concealed edifice in Yunxia City, a bald man is intently gazing at a wooden fish, reciting incantations in the air. Esoteric golden runes surround him, maintaining a protective barrier. Within this barrier, aside from the bald man, sits an 18-year-old maiden, meditating with the serene sound of Buddhist chants enveloping her. This maiden is Yuer, currently undergoing a baptism of enlightenment, her form bathed in golden light. An inexplicable smile gracing her face. It is unexpected that Fengxia sect harbors such a spiritually attuned individual. Such a disposition is truly that of a natural-born child of Buddha. Upon finishing a passage of scripture, the bald man pauses to observe Yuer, unable to contain his admiration. Initially, he had merely passed by the Fengxia sect without the intention of lingering, yet he stumbled upon such a promising candidate with a profound connection to Buddhism. If he fails to guide this individual, how could he justify his existence to the Buddha of the Buddhist realm? Typically, they would allow the individual to gradually transform after performing the baptism, but encountering such an exceptional candidate prompts the bald man to hasten Yuer's enlightenment process. Soon, in merely 2 hours, a new child of Buddha shall be born from my hands. I shall achieve complete merit and ascend to the Buddha's throne. Having spoken, this Wuxing monk chanted a Buddhist mantra and resumed his recitation. Boom. Just as the Wuxing monk anticipated, the barrier suddenly erupted with a tremendous noise, followed by the emergence of cracks that swiftly dissolved into nothingness. Who dares to disturb my holy mission? The Wuxing monk bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury as he gazed at 3 figures in the air. Yuer, you audacious bald ass. Instead of remaining in your Buddhist realm to chant scriptures, you dare to come to Fengxia sect to snatch a person. You are courting death. Upon witnessing Yuer's seemingly enlightened form, Yunyan sensed the urgency of the situation. With a delicate shout, she drew her sword and charged toward the Wuxing monk. Simultaneously, she conveyed a message to Song Yujae, urging him to find a way to employ the sealing Buddha technique upon witnessing this. The monk Wuxing expanded the golden bell once more, forming a radiant pillar resembling a golden Buddha. With a thunderous roar, as 2 figures descended wielding swords, the golden figure shattered instantly, reducing the surrounding structures within 100 meters to mere ruins. Seizing the opportunity, 7 additional figures continued their assault on the monk Wuxing. Utilizing a secret technique, the Spirit King's manifestation, Wuxing channeled all his spiritual energy the moment the golden figure was breached. In an instant, a formidable 3-headed, 6-armed visage materialized, blocking the onslaught from the 7 figures of Yunyan one by one. Bald donkey, do you truly believe this manifestation can withstand me? Yunyan scoffed, as the 7 figures fused into one, executing a sword technique that Chinchumo was all too familiar with. The infinite sword technique, Sword of Infinity, augmented by the phoenix dance in the 9 heavens, unleashed a terrifying power that even made Chinchumo, observing from above, tremble in trepidation. Should this strike land upon him, he would likely be reduced to ashes. Amipa, the sword pierced through the mighty manifestation, striking directly at Wuxing's brow. The monk could only manage to chant a single Buddhist invocation before succumbing to the blow. Following this strike, Yunyan nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Engaging in combat beyond one's realm was still somewhat unforeseen for her. Senior sister possesses such formidable strength, single-handedly eliminating a master at the transformation stage. Chinchumo could not help but exclaim, descending rapidly. His presence in the battle was at the behest of his senior sister, for his overt strength was merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core. However, even if he were to display the later stage of Golden Core, it is likely that Yunyan would still have refrained from allowing him to participate. Yet, just as everyone believed the dust had settled, a beam of golden light erupted from Wuxing's body, hurtling towards Yunyan. Senior sister, be cautious. Chinchumo managed to warn, but he was too late. Watching helplessly as the golden light surged into Yunyan's body. Haha, little did I expect the first prodigy of Fengxia sect would come. Today, Buddha shall devour you. Once the golden light entered Yunyan's being, it appeared within her sea of consciousness, intent on devouring her soul. Foolish bald donkey. If your corporeal form cannot contend with me, do you still hope to rely on this soulless spirit? Yunyan manifested within the sea of consciousness, gazing at the soul of the monk Wuxing, unable to suppress her derision. What do you know, girl? As long as the soul endures, I am eternal. The soul of Buddha transcends the transformation stage. You shall serve as Buddha's supplement. Wuxing laughed maniacally, as though his true strength emerged only after the loss of his physical form. Within the sea of consciousness, the golden light surged magnificently, and Wuxing transformed into a colossal wave of gold, beginning to wreak havoc. Yunyan immediately summoned all her strength to resist. Yet the stubborn golden wave relentlessly eroded everything around it. Senior sister, how are you faring? At this moment, Chinchumo had already caught Yunyan's body as it was about to collapse, a waft of delicate fragrance filling his nostrils. Yet he had no inclination to pay heed to such sensations. Despite his fervent calls, Yunyan remained unresponsive, akin to a living corpse. Brother Song, are you ready? Come quickly to check on senior sister Yunyan. In his desperation, Chinchumo bellowed at Song Yujie, uncertain of the nature of that golden light. Do not fret, junior brother. I am on my way. Upon hearing Chinchumo's urgent tone, Song Yujie realized the gravity of the situation. He placed the recently sealed yuer beside Chinchumo and began to assess Yunyan's condition. Junior brother, that flash of golden light was the monk's soul. It has now entered senior sister Yunyan's sea of consciousness, attempting to take over her body. With just a brief examination, Song Yujie discerned the predicament within Yunyan. Is there any way to resolve this, brother? Chinchumo's eyes brimmed with hope. Had he foreseen this calamity, he would have never chosen to spectate from above, willing to sacrifice himself to shield his senior sister. Alas, junior brother, I am also powerless in this matter. Only the Grand Elder and the others could intervene. But time is of the essence unless what? Unless some external force can penetrate the sea of consciousness to subdue that monk's soul, otherwise. We shall be too late. Entering the sea of consciousness? Subduing the soul? Chinchumo's eyes sparkled with realization. He had found a solution. Chapter 52. The annihilation of the soul of the unborn monk. Upon hearing Song Yujie's words, Chinchumo immediately thought of the ancient sword essence. This enigmatic ancient sword essence was rather unreasonable. Not only could it effortlessly invade the consciousness of a novice like him in the path of cultivation, but even Yakuzuzi could not withstand its intrusion. Of course, this could also be related to his diminished cultivation level. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that the ancient sword essence possessed such formidable power. With this thought in mind, Chinchumo quickly connected his consciousness with the ancient sword essence. Dear brother, I implore you to lend your hand and assist me. However, the ancient sword essence paid no heed to Chinchumo's plea. Instead, it extricated a strand of crimson golden sword intent, which shot forth from the center of Chinchumo's brow. Before either Chinchumo or Song Yujie could react, it pierced directly into Yunyan's brow. In the next moment, it appeared within Yunyan's consciousness. At that moment, her consciousness was nearly engulfed by the golden tidal wave, which occupied almost 80% of the space, forcing her soul into a corner, as if it could be swallowed at any moment. Ha ha, little child. I shall tell you the truth. The original body of the Buddha was also usurped. Now it is merely a change. You cannot resist. The words of the unborn monk echoed throughout the consciousness, and with victory in his grasp, he was filled with utmost arrogance. Yet, at that moment, a flash of crimson golden sword intent surged into the golden tidal wave, aiming directly at the soul of the unborn monk. The unborn monk barely had time to emit a wail before he instantly lost consciousness, his soul being utterly shattered by the sword intent of the ancient sword essence. The uncontrolled golden tidal wave began to disperse aimlessly, yet this energy, evidently superior to that of the transformation stage, was difficult for Yunyan to consume. Although the ancient sword essence had annihilated the unborn monk, it had left behind a disastrous situation. Within the consciousness, Yunyan's soul was already in a state of unconsciousness. Yet it was instinctively consuming the golden tidal wave. If it were to devour it all, it might very well explode. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared within Yunyan's consciousness, emanating overwhelming demonic energy, consuming the golden tidal wave alongside Yunyan's soul. Should a powerful being at the ascended stage be present? They would certainly be astonished to discover that Yunyan was an exceedingly rare, celestial demonic body. The aura of that monk's soul has vanished? Song Yujie suddenly sensed that the once fierce presence had dissipated after Chen Shumo's crimson golden light flashed, leaving him astounded. Why hasn't my senior sister awakened yet? Chen Shumo was aware that it was the ancient sword essence that had obliterated the monk's soul, yet he could not fathom why his senior sister remained unconscious. Junior brother Chen, please explain to your senior brother the function of that crimson golden light. Song Yujie did not respond immediately, but instead posed a counter-question. That, senior brother Song, that was a sword intent capable of annihilating souls. Chen Shumo hesitated before divulging this information, for the priority remained with senior sister Yunyan. Hiss. It annihilated them outright? This indicates that the junior sister is currently absorbing the soul power of the monk, and she will only awaken once the absorption is complete. Upon hearing Chen Shumo's explanation, Song Yujie suddenly realized why he could not sense the monk's spiritual aura. It turned out that the primary entity had been eradicated. Initially, he had intended to suppress the monk's soul and return to the sect to seek his master's intervention. He never anticipated that Chen Shumo possessed such an extraordinary skill. However, the soul of a cultivator in the early stages of the transformation stage should not take too long to consume, should it? Senior brother Song. When will the junior sister awaken? Noticing that senior brother seemed to have some insight, Chen Shumo continued to inquire. Well, junior brother Chen, let us directly seek out my master, the Grand Elder. Surely he will discern the situation at a glance. Song Yujie was momentarily at a loss for words. So he resolved to find his master. Very well, let us hasten our departure. With a wave of his hand, Song Yujie summoned the three of them and soared towards the elder hall of the Fengxia sect. Given the urgency of the matter, they traveled swiftly, and moments later, they arrived at the Grand Elder's location. Master, please come quickly to check on the condition of junior sister Yunyan and junior sister Ware. As soon as they landed, Song Yujie spoke first. Grand Elder, please see when junior sister Yunyan can awaken. Chen Shumo echoed the sentiment. Oh, what has transpired? As the matter concerned Yunyan, the Grand Elder took charge the moment Song Yujie touched down, using his spiritual power to support both Yunyan and Yuer while beginning his examination. Master, junior sister Yuer encountered the Buddhist crossing, and junior sister Yunyan single-handedly slew that monk in the early transformation stage. However, she fell victim to soul possession, and after the monk's soul was forcefully annihilated, she has remained unconscious. Song Yujie quickly recounted the gist of the events. The Buddhist sect is audacious enough to wreak havoc within the territory of Fengxia sect. It seems I must send your senior brother to the border for a visit. A flicker of anger crossed the Grand Elder's face. The Buddhist sect had become increasingly overstepping. Senior brother? The Slayer is leading the charge against the demons in Demon Suppression City, is he not? Upon hearing his master mention the senior brother, Song Yujie involuntarily shuddered, a deep-seated fear welling within him. Do not worry, we shall first address the Buddhist sect. After all, there are more than just Fengxia disciples in Demon Suppression City. For the Grand Elder, the reputation of the sect held greater significance. The audacity of the Buddhist sect to cross paths with the disciples of Fengxia could not go unpunished. To do so would be to compromise their dignity. Grand Elder, how is junior sister Yunyan? Seeing that the Grand Elder remained unperturbed, Chen Shumo could not restrain himself from asking. Yunyan is fine. She has merely overindulged and will need a few days of rest. She will stay with me during this time, and I will personally oversee her care. You need not worry excessively. The Grand Elder spoke lightly, yet internally he pondered. It seemed Yunyan's celestial demonic body had been activated, and thus, the seal required reinforcement. Very well, then I must trouble the Grand Elder. Yunyan is a child I have watched grow. There is no trouble at all. After the Grand Elder sent Chen Shumo and the others on their way, he took Yunyan and Yuer into the Blessed Realm. Standing at the entrance, Chen Shumo and his companion exchanged glances. However, with the Grand Elder's assurance, Chen Shumo felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. Junior brother Chen, how did you come to know that Sister Yuer was in peril due to the Buddhist crossing? What is the origin of that sword intent of yours that could extinguish the soul? Do you possess some unique constitution? As soon as he relaxed, Song Yujie immediately fell into a chattering mode. Ahem, all right, senior brother Song, the day has been quite hurried, and my mind is somewhat fatigued. Allow me to take a moment to recuperate. We can discuss this in detail at a later time. After speaking, Chen Shumo disregarded Song Yujie's hopeful yet disappointed gaze and hurriedly departed. Simultaneously, a delayed notification emerged in his mind. Information 3. where encountered the Buddhist crossing and, in a state of confusion, awaits rescue in Yunsha City. Selling price, 1 middle grade spiritual stone. Transaction completed. Beneficial information for the host has been generated. Please process it promptly. Reward information 1. Yes, this reward